sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all His prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days.
What's up, guys? How's it going? The games went good. Liam won his game. He walked twice and actually come around to score once and struck out once. Not a whole lot of balls are hit to him, but he was there just in case they did come that way.
Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's not.
Brad's gonna have an update today, I guess. I guess the FBI is coming looking for him or some shit.
3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? Are you faggots paying attention? God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart. Let it be your intervention. Lean back.
That's what he's claiming. That's what he's claiming. I don't know. Could have been Wano Saban scouting him out for a secret mission to see if he's ready to go.
Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, what I made of. I suggested you just keep a zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of it.
Absolutely nothing of interest happened whatsoever today in Minnesota or anywhere like that. So don't even be concerned with that. Just forget about it. Not just hundreds. 107. 107.
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me.
Somebody just sent me the post. I cannot see Brad because he became a little bitch and blocked me. But it says, Kristen answered the door this AM to, "Hi, ma'am. We're here to see Brad Barton. We're with the FBI. The whole story plus huge intel confirmed tonight on the Little Talk Show live with Brad, 10:30 Eastern on Kristen's Facebook page." So there you go. So I guess we'll be there to watch that replay and see what's going on with Brad. I don't know how far they let up. This is a legit question. I don't know how far the Secret Service and the FBI will let a threat go before it's like before they act on it. Because I saw a news story one time about a guy who like wrote a poem about Barack Obama, and of course, like it was a joke, but he shared it online. He got a visit and got detained and questioned and shit. And then I've seen other people like literally make threats online, and they're like, well, he's probably not going to act on it. I have no idea. I have no idea how you put that shit together.
Seems like I got a new outlook.
What the regulations are.
Fuck everybody. Why does it feel
Welcome everybody.
just count 7 days a week?
Griftbusters tomorrow. Don't forget. Griftbusters tomorrow. That'll be 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
It's not exist to bring no need to press rewind. And sometimes I wonder if heaven reserved a place for me. And if it does exist, and how much is the interest fee? And
Some energy drink company sent me some free energy drink, and they want me to I'm trying it. They want me to share it on my stream, so we'll see how that works.
A brand new flow, still don't give a fuck 'cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a
It's called Mr. Mike's Methamphetamine. Mr. Mike's Methamphetamine. And by energy company, I mean the neighbor from 3 trailers down.
soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
I used to plan for the worst, and now I hope for the best. Watch me move around the curse like I'm fucking playing chess. I invested in the pressure.
That's funny that people want to start a GoFundMe, because when Brad threatened to sue me for asking a question, I said, please be the, quote, patriot who sues the disabled veteran for asking a question. I said, I'll be a millionaire on GoFundMe in 2 weeks.
Since 1985, so fuck a vacation. I just wanna feel alive.
Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck 'cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck 'cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
Yeah, I'm in it till my heart stops. They wanna see me flatline. Didn't ask for your acceptance. I don't need a fucking cosign. Understanding jealousy. I've always been a first. There's not a second chance. Consider this my rebirth.
There it goes.
My suggestion for you to live by. Never take advice from a life still in test drive. Peace of mind is overpriced. I move right past it.
Let's switch the music around.
Stand up, salute. I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, 'cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic.
That makes sense. I wouldn't give him my handle either. People will learn you're a grifter.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet
I have a fork and balls. Thank you very much.
who they are and telling the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork
I
and
have a whole bucket full of baseballs.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, 'cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, 'cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6-inch.
I would say if the FBI was smart, they'd be doing home visits on everybody that was in Tulsa, to be honest with you. Like, I had fully signed on to, if I went to Tulsa, if I was willing to pay the $1,000 for a freaking VIP ticket to hang out with Scott, that I was going to be visited by the FBI.
Like he's King Kong, starving for attention. I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your Huckleberry. I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people.
In his Telegram chat or what?
Dress fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest.
I'll have to check on that. I don't know. I didn't see that.
Told him if he did, he get fucking superpowers. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss him off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that state.
Here we go.
You better buckle up, 'cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's
Oh, in his live YouTube. I got you.
place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high.
Welcome. I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us today. If you haven't heard the latest news, it is that Brad is being visited by the FBI, I guess. Let's see, I should be able to open this. Open link. I'll move it over here. Bow. Now you can see it. Right? So this says, Brad Barton, Kristen, answer the door this AM. Hi, ma'am. We're here to see Brad Barton. We're there with the FBI. The whole story plus huge intel confirmed. Huge intel confirmed tonight on the little talk show live with Brad. So that should be an interesting show. Thank you for joining us tonight. We're talking about something else for a while, at least till Brad goes live, or after Brad goes live. We're going to talk about, actually, to be honest with you, the Veritas machine has more info on this, and he's doing like a series over on Twitch while he's away from YouTube. So I'm just going to touch on it. I'm only doing one little thing on it, but I do believe it's important. We were talking about it last night. It's about Tim Ballard and our underground rescue or whatever. Yeah, we need to talk about that. But first, wherever you're at, make sure you like and share the video. If you're on Facebook, you can like the page. If you're on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. If you're on DLive, you're not watching us because fuck DLive. But other than that, if you want to go above and beyond for support, you can leave a tip at cultclub.com, KULTKLUB, cultclub.com. Or buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. Buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. That one works better if you're coming from Facebook because Stream Elements is messed up for Facebook. It tries to sign you up like you're a streamer. And we got stickers for sale. cultclub.com/merch. I just sent 2 out today. Somebody bought. 2 people bought. So thank you for those purchases. I think that's about it. Griftbusters tomorrow. Don't forget Griftbusters tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know that's kind of early, but if the people who live in the UK, they're actually at like 9 o'clock at night for them, so that makes sense. And marathon stream coming up this Friday. We're going to give away some stuff. We're going to launch the merch store. We got a bunch of stuff coming up. You have some special people on, some guests and shit. And that's about it. I guess we need to get started. I'm sure Mariah and Ollie and Liam will be back here in a minute because it's kind of already late. But we'll see. We'll see. I haven't even been, I don't know. I saw the Derek Chauvin stuff. I haven't even addressed it. I don't plan on it. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know. There's a lot of social pressure around that. There's going to be appeals, a lot of appeals. Even the judge had to put something in there like appeals. So I guess we'll wait until later on, or a sentencing or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. But let's start with Tim Ballard. So I want to read you something first, and then we're going to watch a video. So this guy that we're going to watch a video of, his name is Lynn Kenneth Packer. Lynn Kenneth Packer. Now, Lynn Packer is an investigative reporter. That's what he does for a living. He's an investigative reporter. He was also once a Mormon. And then he started exposing a bunch of Mormons and was actually kicked out of the church. It's like excommunicated, but they call it something else in the Mormon church. But I want to read you an article first, and the reason being is because it has to do with Tim Ballard and this whole. So last night we were talking about, somebody said I don't give a damn how much money he makes, as long as kids are being rescued. Well, it turns out it might actually be worse than that. Like I said, I don't even know if kids are actually getting rescued. It might actually be worse than that. They might actually be making a market for children to be sold and have a hand in children actually being sold at orphanages. Let me start with this article. All right, hold on. Just give me just a second. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's a giant cash grab. I couldn't believe how bad it was. I thought it was kind of up and up, even if he was kind of, I don't know, kind of like cringy, like he's saving the world bullshit. I didn't buy that story, but it turns out it might be a lot worse. So this article says the rescue mission somewhere on the border of Haiti and the Dominican Republic was not going well. The anti-trafficking charity Operation Underground Railroad had arrived in the remote village seeking a missing child, acting on what founder Tim Ballard had promised was a solid tip from a source. A group of ours, a so-called jump team, had entered the village pretending to be part of a medical team. Real medical workers had been hired as cover and were providing actual care to people in the village while the operators, that's all this shit's in quotes, the operators, as they're called, quietly surveyed the scene. but the missing child was nowhere to be found. And then, to the dismay of several people on the ground, Ballard produced his source. So he said he had a solid source, and that's the reason they were over here in Haiti and the Dominican Republic border. He produced his source. It was a psychic from Utah. The child in question was Gardy Marty, which Gardy Marty is the person who supposedly inspired Tim to start all this. The child in question was Gardy Marty, a Haitian boy, and born in the United States, who was nearly 3 years old when he disappeared from his father's Guesnos Marty's church in Port-au-Prince in December 2009. This was the catalyzing event that led to Ballard founding OUR several years later, OUR. By 2014, Ballard and his team of operators, a group he asserts is highly trained and skilled, and mainly comprises former members of law enforcement and the military, descended on Haiti to find Gardy. In the first several operations, 2 people went on one of those missions independently related to the same series of events. They requested anonymity to freely discuss a sensitive situation. During the mission, where medical care was being used as cover, they said, Ballard, who worked for Homeland Security Investigations and claims to have been a CIA agent before that, had been relaying tips from his source. The person had claimed that many children were being held near this village and that Gardy was among them. Ballard, both sources said, even called Guesno, so Ballard even called the father of the missing kid to tell him that his son was coming home. He picked him up and had him meet him, or he told him and had him meet him at the village. Said, "Your son, we got your son. He's coming home. Meet us here." Then Ballard arrived in Haiti with his unexpected companion. This is a direct quote here. Tim shows up with this woman, this very sheltered-looking soccer momish woman from Utah. One source said, and he's being very defensive and won't let anyone talk to her. After a couple days, I figured out she's a fucking psychic. That's his source. She's a fucking psychic. A second person on the mission said that they too had been introduced to the psychic. Both people remembered her name as Janet, and that her tip, perhaps predictably, did not pan out whatsoever. When Janet was reached out to, she said, "I signed an NDA, so I can't answer any of your questions, and recommended we reach out to OUR." A spokesperson for OUR didn't dispute Janet's involvement, telling us OUR has partnered with Janet, who was referred to OUR by U.S. law enforcement agency for some of our top-level cases. She has been very successful in helping our rescue efforts alongside our law enforcement. I can't keep going back and forth. Her skill set has long been used by law enforcement and government entities in this line of work. And then they linked to 2 newspaper articles about psychics working with police officers. And both of those articles actually disputed the use of police officers with psychics. And about 97% of police units that are surveyed in the U.S. say they do not work with psychic mediums. Soon after Ballard arrived, the villagers became suspicious and increasingly upset as circulating through the village with the camera crew. So first of all, they're trying to be covert, and they're trying to be undercover. They got a medical team, and the operators are pretending like they're part of the medical team, and they're just kind of looking, right? They're just kind of looking around because they heard from what they thought was a reliable source that the kid's in this village. So they're looking, watching everybody. Tim Ballard shows up in a fucking helicopter and lands just outside the village, and then comes running in with a camera crew. After the story was, this is a medical team just here because people are suspicious and shit. No, he shows up with a fucking helicopter and a camera crew, and gets everybody fucking scared. So here's another quote. He's not making decisions tactically. He's making decisions like a reality TV producer. So he starts running around the village like an idiot. The cameras are following him. He's drawing so much attention to himself. And then they're looking for more people. It says the villagers began to gather, some of them armed with shotguns. And soon OUR's crew learned that the rumor was circulating that there was a virus in the village, and the workers were there to figure out who had it and who didn't and take them away. They were yelling and getting riled up. A person who was present said, Tim then got in the truck and buried his head in his lap. Senior elders soon came and asked the medical team to leave. Several cars even followed them out of the village to make sure they were gone. The day was a disturbing wash, in many ways indicative of a larger pattern of OUR. While the group built its reputation on the image of highly polished, heroic rescues carried out by the best of the best, a Vice World News investigation suggests a very different reality. So what it seems like, I'm going to show you this guy who kind of breaks it down pretty good. I don't want to do the whole story because it's Veritas's thing, and he's streaming it really in depth. All I want to tell you is that when this whole thing started, Tim Ballard says, God called me to transfer to ICE or Homeland Security in Utah. And then when I got to Utah, God called me to rescue children. And God called me, and God called me, and God called me, because that's his grift. Turns out, the first meeting he ever had about this business, the first meeting he ever had with investors about this business, it was to pitch a movie, a reality show, and to make money selling books and speaking events. There's a whiteboard meeting where he drew out, like, how is this business going to work? This is how we're going to make all the fucking money. It wasn't, this is how we're going to rescue thousands of kids. This is how we're going to rescue all this money. There is also the fact that they have bought and horribly mismanaged an orphanage in Haiti, which is actually where the first missing kid went missing from, the Gardy Marty, whatever. And there's reason to believe that kid's dad had something to do with it. But Tim Ballard pressured the Haiti government and paid them money to get 3 people arrested there, and one of them tortured, and none of them have any idea where the kid is, even though he believes he's got him. Not to mention the orphanage that they're running, they're actually promoting the act of trafficking children, because the orphanages in Haiti do like these underground shady fucking adoptions. So like the minimum to get an adoption is like $20,000 in Haiti, and it takes like months of paperwork. Plus you're expected to give gifts, like monetary gifts, the entire time. Like you're trying to get this, you're trying to do that. You're supposed to give it to the family. You're supposed to give it to the orphanage. You're supposed to give it to the police force. You're supposed to. So some people are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to purchase kids out of Haiti and bring them here. And because he's a Mormon, of course, all the people going down there are like attached to either the Mormon church or the Mormon businesses or Latter-day Saints or something creepy. And literally, those people could be hurting those kids. They're not doing background checks. It's not like a regular adoption service. It's just like if you pay the money and give the right amounts to all the right people, you get the kid. So from the beginning, when he set this up from the beginning, it was set up to make him a reality TV star, and that's what he's been trying to get to ever since. So when you see him running around looking like a reality TV star, it's because it was designed that way, and the missions are not going down that way at all. So Veritas has the main story. This is just a quick rundown. This guy, he's got some really, really, really in-depth videos on how the structure of the business works and who's involved within the structure and who runs this part and how money gets over here, blah, blah, blah. That's not this. This is just a general overall of how all this stuff is going on, why it's going this way. And this guy was a former member of the Mormon Church, the Latter-day Saints. And he got kicked out for exposing some of the grifting, and including this one. So he seems to know what he's talking about, and he has all the receipts. Like, you don't have to trust him if you don't want to. He's got proof. All right, so here we go.
About Utah's flim-flam man, Tim Ballard. Ballard founded Operation Underground Railroad, OUR. Their tagline is, "We rescue kids."
Oh, by the way, one more thing. Last year, before the Vegas meeting, before the election, before anything happened, Tim Ballard's group, OUR, and their representative groups came out and asked people to no longer be spreading false rumors and narratives such as the ones that are attached to like the Anon movement and the adreno stuff. They asked people, they said that's not true. It's actually making it worse and harder for us. We need you to stop spreading those rumors. We need to quit that, blah, 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 that kind of thing, right? Now, by way of Jim Caviezel recently, now we know they're 1,000% attached to that. So what changed? Did they find out there's more money there? Did they find out that, yes, Tim Ballard's met with Trump. So did they find out there's more money there? Did they run out of money where they were at? Did they what happened? Okay? Because they went from literally telling people, hey, we're Operation Underground Railroad. These are our hashtags. We're not affiliated with ANON. We're not affiliated with Adreno. We don't believe in that. Deep underground military bases, we don't do that shit. Like, we do the real stuff. And then we saw what happened this weekend. Jim Caviezel, and by way of that, even Tim Ballard had a recorded one he put in. They fully embraced this bullshit. They fully embraced it. So is this their new money source? Because word has it that they're currently they're sponsored by it's not Young Living or whatever, the essential oils. It's whatever it's called now. There's a Young Living turned into a different company for essential oils. That's one of their sponsors. And they're actually breaking up with. It looks like they're breaking up with Tim Ballard and our Underground Railroad because of allegations that they weren't even rescuing kids, and in fact, they were creating a market. So if you think about it this way, listen. If you think about it this way, if not only forget the orphanage, let's even say that's not a part of the orphanage. So reports have claimed that. Tim Ballard goes to different countries, a lot of times not within the confines of the police like he's supposed to, but it doesn't matter because he pays off the police, which is a big issue in Thailand because they've got a military dictatorship. So him by actually paying the police to operate there and giving them training and supplies is actually helping to keep down a democratic revolution that's going on, whatever. But so he'll go into like a bar and he'll sit down and he'll find a pimp that has like whores, and a lot of times the pimp will show up with completely legal whores, and he will begin to argue with them, and he flashes a shit ton of money around, $100,000, $200,000, more money than these people have ever seen, and then he keeps saying, well, we need younger, until they go out and get younger people, and then when they get younger people, he snatches them up. But they weren't peddling in young people to begin with. He created that incentive to peddle in young people. He flashed the money around. And let's say this group doesn't find any younger people today, but they know that's what's selling, so now they start doing that shit. And as bad as this is right here, this is the same thing in Haiti. So when you're talking about adopting kids, it costs $100,000 sometimes between the church, the orphanage, the family, everybody you're paying to adopt a kid in Haiti, when honestly they could have kept that kid in country with their own parents for about $2 a day. The same thing happens at some of these places where he's rescuing. Sometimes they rescue, like, and this is a horrible fact, but it is a fact. Sometimes they rescue 15, 16, 17-year-olds and say they're underage, when in reality, they live in a third world country, and they've made a decision to prostitute themselves, and he's getting them taken away, snatched up and taken them away. Now that's a horrible reality. I wish third world countries weren't like that, but there's a difference between being trafficked against your will and picking a job that Tim Ballard doesn't agree with. Okay, so we're gonna watch this video. And we're going to see what happened.
Kidnap children from slavery. It's a paramilitary group. They rescue abducted kids from sex slavery, which means kids who are kidnapped by pedophiles or by traffickers or pimps who sell to pedophiles. Here's a painting of one of their rescued children. The painting was done by Utah pro-Trump artist John McNaughton. On one side of the tracks, he shows original abolitionists like Abraham Lincoln, shows Tim Ballard. Then on the other side, there are modern-day abolitionists like Tony Robbins, Mia Love, and Glenn Beck. One McNaughton painting depicts a very tough Donald Trump standing on a snake. Don't tread on me. Another shows former President Barack Obama standing on the Constitution, crushing it. Ballard's OUR wingman is Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes.
By the way, you really have to understand how deep this goes, especially with like the essential oils company. The essential oils company, what do all our grifters tie back to? A fucking pyramid scheme. The essential oils company is a fucking pyramid scheme. They give millions of dollars to OUR, okay, our Underground Railroad. Utah is safe haven for pyramid schemes. They let them operate there. This is the Attorney General who shows up at the pyramid schemes yearly like parties they have, celebrations and trainings and stuff, and gives speeches about how appreciative Utah is to have them and how they have a safe home here and shit. Like, OUR apparently is under investigation currently, but they had to go outside the Utah AG because he refused to do anything about it.
Reyes is up for re-election this year and was endorsed by President Donald Trump. Ballard and Trump are also...
Yeah, it changed. Young Living Oils went out of business, and 4 of the CEOs made something else. He's going to say it here in a minute. It's called OD something. I can't remember, but it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
They're seen here at an event at the White House on human trafficking. This is what Trump says about child sex trafficking. This is really an invasion of our country by human traffickers. These are people that are horrible people, bringing in women mostly, but bringing in women and children into our country. Then, to help justify his wall, he said, human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery.
So what's clear there is it seems like Donald Trump he's got a friend. He believes Tim Ballard's his friend, and Tim believes that Donald's his friend. He's doTERRA. Thank you. doTERRA. Thank you. He's Donald Trump, even in his speeches, is repeating word for word stuff, the phrases that Tim Ballard uses.
When he was at the White House, Ballard talked about a New York girl who he said escaped sex slavery and was raped 60,000 times in 8 years. He said, this is hard to hear, but this is the truth. This little girl, and this is very typical, raped for money every day, 30 to 40 times a day. If that's not a crisis, I don't know what is. Had there been a wall, a barrier, this little girl likely would have been saved. The Washington Post covered the event. It said in his State of the Union address, the president referred to thousands of young girls and women being smuggled between ports of entry. The Washington Post goes on to say it's unclear where Trump got that statistic, but he appears to have picked it up from a conversation with Tim Ballard during a White House event on human trafficking. In an opinion column for the Deseret News, Ballard wrote that the State Department reports that around 10,000 children are smuggled into the U.S. annually.
You'll also notice that most of his numbers are either wildly exaggerated or it's like the old bait and switch. Like, he'll say some shit about like trafficking worldwide of men, women, children, everybody, and then he'll narrow it back down to then the next sentence he uses, he'll be like child trafficking to make you think that many kids are being, or child trafficking within Nevada to make you think that it all happened here.
And forced into the commercial sex trade. Columnist Nicholas Kristof, who is an anti-trafficking advocate, was critical of Trump's position. He wrote, few people on earth are so exploited as children trafficked into the sex trade, and now they are being exploited again by President Donald Trump. Yet it's increasingly clear that this is less about protecting children and more about exalting Trump, whose administration is actually prosecuting fewer traffickers and making it harder for some trafficking survivors to get help. Here's my synopsis, or Tim Ballard in a nutshell. He's a flim-flam man who uses fear-mongering and tear-jerking to solicit donations for Operation Underground Railroad. The way Ballard portrays it, there's a pedophile kidnapper behind every bush. His donation solicitation pitch is a variation of the communist behind every bush Red Scare fomented by Senator Joseph McCarthy to incite fear and rally public support. Ballard took a real and serious threat and magnified it, maybe thousands of times, turning it into a conspiracy theory. Ballard ripped a page from the Donald Trump playbook. Trump wrote, people want to believe that something is the biggest and the greatest and the most spectacular. I call it truthful hyperbole. Truthful hyperbole is a euphemism for deceit. Here are a few OUR catchphrases. Human trafficking is the fastest growing criminal enterprise on the planet. Ballard must have said that thousands of times. Another, Internationally, every 30 seconds, a child is stolen, either for sex, for slave labor, or organ harvesting. 2 to 5 million children are trafficked for sex worldwide. The State Department reports that around 10,000 children are smuggled into the U.S. annually and forced into the commercial sex trade. It's prevalent, much more than people realize. Human trafficking happens everywhere, even in Utah. A lot of the women are being kidnapped here in Utah. Here's some more "it can happen here" abduction and fear-mongering. This is from an interview Ballard did in July. He starts off by saying in Europe, kids are snatched mostly on the street corner. But he said in the United States, it's online. Every child is vulnerable that has internet access, and every pedophile that...
If you are actually interested in this story, like I said, I'm only going to cover this one video because Tony with the Veritas Machine has the rest of it. And he's going in depth every day on Twitch, so you can check out the rest of it there. But this one video gives like a... This is the first one he did where he tried to do a big rundown. After this video, he breaks it down one by one in 10 videos. So this is just like an overview. Nowhere near all the stuff he has.
That child. But when kids disappear, when kids get kidnapped, every time when we find a kid, every time there's this long trail of contact with their predators online. The predators come in wanting to befriend your child on Facebook or follow them on Instagram. Slowly, they kind of lure them in, and then they find out where they are, and they grab them. It was during that same interview that Ballard showed what is his frequent disregard for truth. He said, Amnesty International came out a year or two ago and said we were all for legalizing the sex trade everywhere. And it's like, children would be raped. Don't do this. You can't do this. Children have to be put first. The truth is, Amnesty International recommends legalizing consensual sex work. They say laws on sex work should focus on protecting people, and they're referring to prostitutes, from exploitation and abuse. But then they go on to say, Amnesty International's position that forced labor, child sexual exploitation, and human trafficking are abhorrent human rights abuses, which, under internet in every country.
So he's leaving out quotes and stuff to make his position look better, as if he's the only good person here.
In terms of OUR news coverage, Utah's mainstream news outlets have been cheerleaders, not fact-checkers. TV news accounts, newspaper reports, Utah news media have abetted OUR fundraising. Why ruin?
It does seem like the local news to him is very friendly. They won't call out the pyramid schemes, and they won't call out Ballard. Even the little story they did about the Ballard being under investigation on this right here, this 13 news is, same channel. It only got like a couple seconds of airtime. Like it's very weird.
A good story. An exception, KUTV's Rod Decker. Rod Decker reported on the announcement of OUR's first movie, The Abolitionists. There was a press conference, and Tim Ballard is seen there with the governor. Of course, Sean Reyes was also there. KUTV's report.
Yeah, it seems like I was telling people when we first started, from the very first time Tim Ballard ever pitched this to the leader, who's also an investor, the leader of the Latter-day Saints Church, the Mormon Church, from the very first time he pitched this not as saving kids. He pitched this as a way to make a movie, a reality TV show, and write books. They literally own it. They literally own an orphanage in Haiti where kids are shitting in the floor of their bedroom, and they've got $30 million in the bank.
Was different from others. Rod Decker did a live shot from the Capitol, and he focused on the question, are Utah children really being abducted into sex slavery?
He has made sex trafficking a focus of his administration here in Utah, but little sex trafficking seems to take place in Utah. For 3 years, the FBI has conducted sweeps against sex trafficking in cities nationwide. Last year, they conducted raids in 136 cities, including Salt Lake City. Nationwide, they rescued 149 minors in the sex trade and busted 150 pimps exploiting those minors. But they found no sex trafficking in Salt Lake City. And in 3 operations in 3 years, they have never found any sex trafficking in Salt Lake City.
Here's how OUR thwarts negative media coverage. Requires all employees, even volunteers, to sign non-disclosure agreements, NDAs. Will sue someone who has an NDA if they talk to the press. Only grants interviews with reporters who would provide positive coverage. Threatens to sue reporters who would write critically about OUR. In January, OUR's attorney wrote a cease and desist letter to Las Vegas reporter Damian Moore. He accused Moore of fabricating drama. He denied any OUR wrongdoing. Said in the letter, To imply OUR has misused or misuses non-contingent charitable donations from its volunteers, partners, or affiliates is patently false. So I gave him a call. He would not explain to me how he knew that OUR has never misused charitable donations.
How would this guy that has nothing to do with the charity be able to say, oh, they've never misused their charitable donations? He hasn't done an investigation. So when they were called out as misappropriating of funds, this guy who works within the government sent out cease and desist letters, said they have never done that. Well, how would you know? Like you're not within their company. Who are you speaking for here?
Said he would have someone from OUR respond. No one did. My multiple direct requests to OUR for comment have gone unanswered. So I did a little fact-checking. OUR fundraisers knew or should have known they had no proof for many of their claims. They knew or should have known and told donors about scientific information about pedophiles, along with credible estimates of children kidnapped for sex.
That's
OUR's
funny.
primary purpose when it was formed was to produce an action-packed reality TV series about its militia rescuing child sex slaves. At the very outset, traffickers and their child victims were movie props. The nonprofit's officers and directors had an incestuous relationship.
That's the biggest piece. From the very outset of our Underground Railroad, traffickers and their victims were movie props. He was shooting a movie and a reality TV show and a TV series and writing books while running around pretending like he was doing this.
Relationship with the for-profit movie company's officers and directors. OUR has never had an independent board of directors, as nonprofits should. Instead, officers and directors are mostly a family and friends of Tim Ballard affair. OUR's president, Kelly Wilson, is also the organization's purported independent auditor. Let me show you some of the incestuous connections I just talked about. Jerry Gowan is the CEO. He was a college roommate with Ballard. The CFO is a sister. The press spokesperson, another sister. One of the directors on the board of directors is a brother-in-law. And another director is a sister. And as I said, OUR's president also serves as OUR's accountant. It's a colossal conflict of interest. It's Kelly Wilson, who also serves as a board member. He's the one that prepares
no problem, Nancy.
returns. It's the one record that the public has access to. And he signed that. OUR claims that there's a third-party accounting firm that conducts annual audits. It will not disclose who the third-party auditor is if it's not Wilson.
By the way, their team, their highly trained and mobile team, their rescue team, is a lot of times rich friends who donate enough money to go overseas. And most of the times they're either rescuing no kids or it's basically entrapment.
Firm. I don't know. And
they pressured a pimp long enough till he found someone who was 16.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about Ballard's and Reyes's fastest growing claim. Remember, that's the one where they say that human trafficking is the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the world. It actually goes back to 2010 or earlier, well before there even was an OUR. And here are the facts. Neither one will document the claim. Neither originated the assertion. As I said, it goes back at least to 2010 to a United Nations report. Even so, the claim was human trafficking still one of the fastest growing criminal activities globally. And the UN report cited no study. Even had there been proof a decade ago, there's no study that shows it's true today. OUR's fastest growing claim that's used to solicit money may be used illegally. Utah's communication fraud law makes it illegal for anyone to devise a scheme to defraud another or to obtain from another money or anything of value by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, promises, or material omissions. OUR's fastest growing claim, combined with other false claims and material omissions about child sex trafficking, could subject Ballard and others to criminal prosecution. There is breaking news associated with this video op-ed. This just in. I've been made aware that complaints have been forwarded to the Davis County Attorney's Office in Farmington for a criminal investigation.
Uh-oh.
Is it possible that another type of crime, not human trafficking, is the fastest growing? Here's what some others say. Cyber theft is the fastest growing crime in the United States by far. That's what President Trump says. Cyber attacks are the fastest growing crime. That may be slightly different from cyber theft. Corporate theft, shrinkage, that's employee theft, is the fastest growing crime in the United States. It's bigger than identity theft, cyber fraud, credit card theft. That's according to the FBI. And elder abuse cases each year, 5 million, is actually equal to the combined total of child abuse and domestic violence cases. Ballard's deception may put children in greater danger. He cites the unproven claim that trafficking of all types is
Yeah, you guys need to make sure that you're looking out for when Tony goes live to see the in-depth on this. I mean, it's crazy. I've been watching videos all day on this.
the fastest growing. This circle represents all types of human trafficking. He then talks about the very tiny fraction of all human trafficking, children who are kidnapped or forced into sex slavery, that is, for sexual abuse by pedophiles. That's represented.
So what this is a bait and switch. This is used to make a statistic, even though bad. It's used to make a statistic look even worse. So he cites that all types of trafficking is the fastest growing crime. Well, that's not true, first of all. But this would be all types. And then this is the portion of it that involves children. And he switches to that in the next sentence. He says, trafficking is the fastest growing of all crime. These are children who have kidnapped or been forced into slavery. Those are two different things.
By the small circle. It's a bait and switch scheme. He first talks about the big numbers and then switches over to the tiny numbers. The danger, it diverts attention of worried parents and donor money away from exposing the types of pedophiles who sexually abuse children in vastly far greater numbers. It can happen here. It is kids being abducted and then pimped to pedophiles as sex slaves. OUR fundraisers have always had a difficult time connecting their movie-making theme, that is, rescuing abducted sex slaves, with their money-raising theme of instilling.
First, this guy's not making any money off this. Second, he's got less subscribers than me, and he's an investigative journalist, and he can't get any news place that wants to run it because they think it's bad press right now. They just recently got Vice News to pick it up and somewhere else that are just starting to run with it. It's just now breaking, so he's not making any money off of it. From the fucking day that this guy, that Tim Ballard started this, that he was planning on making a movie and books and a show.
Instilling fear in parents that their kids could easily end up being sex slaves. Let's take a look. Who are the most likely child sex predators? Not stranger pedophiles who kidnap children for their own gratification. Not slave traders who abduct then sell kidnapped kids to pimps for commercial sex rings. The far more likely predators are known to the child and his or her parents. Often family members like fathers, brothers, uncles, neighbors, scoutmasters, fellow church members. Here's an example, Utah's most recent highly publicized pedophile case. Convicted pedophile Sean French started having sex with his 14-year-old victim while living in her home as a family friend. Perpetrators, such as acquaintances of a victim's family, present a vastly more likely sexual assault threat than a kidnapper abducting a child into a commercial sex ring, which may have never happened even once in Utah. Here are 3 OUR deceptive practices: making unproven claims while soliciting donations, omitting material, key facts about child sex victimization, about how most children are abused by pedophiles, diverting donors' money and the public's attention away from protecting a higher number of kids from sexual attack. Operation Underground Railroad is a charity scam. OUR, above all, is a fundraising machine that uses frightening, unproven statistics to solicit donors. Last year, it collected $21 million. OUR still had $30.8 million in cash and investments. Why is it still raising money? Oops. Maybe OUR is not a scam. Attorney General Reyes pronounced OUR clean.
But they're literally not. They're not rescuing kids. They're actually making a market for kids. They're not rescuing kids. They're running a orphanage that sells kids to wealthy Americans and wealthy other people from other places, not Haiti, taking them from their families, where families literally, the kids aren't even orphans. The families just can't afford to raise them, so they're selling them off, and God knows what happens to them when they leave that orphanage. And the kids that they have rescued are after they spent days and weeks pressuring local pimps into showing up with 16 and 17-year-old girls that they never planned on showing up with, that weren't in the sex trade, that they just, Tim Ballard flashed $100,000 and they found.
He assured donors
they made the market.
is not one of those corrupt nonprofits they might have heard about. I've sat on maybe over a dozen nonprofit boards during my career, he said. I know there is a lot of corruption, a lot of fraud, and a lot of ego in the nonprofit world. I saw none of that. And I really looked hard at Operation Underground Railroad. No way can you have the success that they've had. No way can you raise money like they have. No way can you get the media attention. I looked at them hard and I could find nothing wrong.
So this has nothing. This all this stuff from their AG has nothing to do with being corrupt. So he says you can't raise money like they have. Well, I mean, corrupt nonprofits raise money all the time. You can't get media attention. Corrupt nonprofits get media attention. That's how they raise the money. You can't have the success that they've had. Well, I mean, the majority of their success is fabricated.
Is there anything wrong with hosting a COVID-19 super spreader event to raise money, especially if you have $30 million?
I could care less about the COVID-19 stuff.
This year, Ballard and Reyes held a fundraising event in St. George where about 3,000 people were packed closely together, most of them unmasked. Ballard and Reyes made their arrival by helicopter. And here you see the crowd marching toward the park, most of them not wearing masks. Let's cut to the chase. Tim Ballard is a bullshit artist, one who made $343,000 in 2018. How can I tell he is? I wrote the book, literally, about the Mormon Church's most infamous bullshit artist, Paul H. Dunn. Paul Dunn, in his day, was the most popular and best-known Mormon...
This is what got the guy kicked out of the Mormon Church.
He claimed to have been a professional baseball player. That wasn't true. He also claimed to have been a World War II hero called by God. Let's take a look at that. One of Dunn's more dramatic stories is about the Guam landing. He said he was in the 7th wave and had to wade ashore under heavy gunfire.
Did you ever try to run and water up to your chest, loaded down? You don't move very fast. And you're pushing with the butt of your rifle the dead bodies and wounded bodies of your friends and associates you've been training with. And I was one of the first ashore that morning. And I dug my first foxhole with my fingernails. And just as I crawled into that mucky hole, an ambu gun opened.
So, somebody just said something about the stings. There's actually, now this is going to sound really weird. There's actually a couple of companies that are picking up lawsuits against police stations that do these stings. So, I read this story about this one guy, and they have the text messages, like screenshots of the text messages. And this one guy said he got on Craigslist, and he was like at the Craigslist, a man for woman or whatever. And he went there, and it was somebody on Craigslist, and he met this girl, whatever, and they started talking. Well, about 4 or 5 messages in, he asked her something, and she says, "Oh, I'm 13, by the way." And he doesn't respond at all. The next day, she sends him a message that says, "Laugh out loud." After she said she was 13, she says, "LOL." And he messages back and says, "Oh, you were joking or something?" And she says, "You'll have to show up to find out." So he spends like a week messaging her and assuming that she was joking, I guess, about it. And then he like asks her specific questions that seem to be dated references towards like stuff that happened in like the 90s, stuff that like a young person wouldn't recognize. Like some of their conversation goes back into stuff that a 13-year-old would have no idea about. So then he just shows up at this house after they agree to meet up. He just shows up at this house and refuses to go in and refuses to do anything. He tells her to come out, and to see that she's not a kid, like he's not fucking there for a kid. And she comes out, and he says that she can clearly tell that the woman was 27. Okay, the woman was 27. She was actually a police officer that worked on the police force. And then she comes out, and he said, "Oh, so I guess you're not 13." And she says, "What do you think?" And he follows her in the house, and then he gets arrested for soliciting a minor. Like, it was a very weird story. Some people, I think, are going way too far with the thing.
It shoots about 700 rounds a minute.
But anyways, there's apparently a bunch of stories like that. And a bunch of people killed themselves over it.
And I rolled over and started to talk
in a video game.
to my father. And he answered me.
The truth is, the American forces landing on Guam was unopposed. There were no dead bodies in the water.
Yeah, they do get some predators off the street, for sure.
God saved him from certain death because God had a special mission for him, to preach to the youth of the LDS Church. Perhaps Dunn's best-known story is how his buddy, Harold Brown, died in his arms. It's a tearjerker. But what helped most to break the story, and it was a difficult story to break, is when I tracked down Brown, alive and well, living in Missouri.
So this is a different guy, but that's the friend right there. That's the friend right there when that said she was dead, or that the preacher said he was dead. But this is a different guy. This is an old preacher that this guy wrote a book on years ago.
Here's the parallel. Ballard tells numerous called by God stories. While working as a federal Homeland Security agent in California, God inspired him to transfer to DHS's office in Utah. While working for DHS in Utah, God inspired him to quit his job and found Operation Underground Railroad. While on an OUR mission near the Dominican Republic border, God saved him from being killed by heavily armed child traffickers. Ballard's miracle story. It occurred when
Oh, by the way, that story he just said where he was rescued by heavily armed, this story right here is the same article that I just read you from other members of his team portraying the story.
Ballard and his OUR team had been gathering intelligence in a remote village on the Dominican Republic-Haiti border. As the team tried to leave, they were suddenly surrounded.
But then when they were done, they decided, why not just kill them and take their cars and take their money and take everything they have? And so they surrounded us. And so we had nothing. It was just us and them. Us with nothing, them with 400 weapons pointed at us. And so I did something that was not necessarily tactically sound, but I felt I should. I went into one of our cars, I closed the door, I pulled out my tattered copy, my missionary copy of the Book of Mormon, and I just held it. Because that's what we needed.
To hear his team members say it, he hid in the car.
We needed an angel. We needed a miracle. And I remember consciously
Also, don't forget, he called the boy's father there and told him that they had found his son.
thinking to myself, is this it? Am I going to leave my wife?
Jesus.
Am I going to leave my children without a father? The scripture that saved my life from traffickers is Alma chapter 58, verse 11. I've been given assurances of the Lord that this work is to go on. And when I stepped out of the car, I looked up after in the state of prayer and meditation and pondering this scripture, and everyone had gone. And my operators told me, we don't know what happened. They just walked away.
In another version of the story, some of Ballard's team members were armed. That mission, to rescue a supposed kidnapped child sex or labor slave, was a failure. God saved Ballard, but not the child. Ballard uses prayer to inspire donor confidence. Here you see Reyes and Ballard praying during a live, ongoing rescue. Here are some other examples. And by the way, if their prayers were really effective, they wouldn't need guns.
He also tells a story about one time when he went to Haiti. So the first guy they thought that kidnapped the kid that inspired it all, that Marty Gardy. That was the first kid that supposedly inspired it all. And this guy was a bishop within the Mormon church, his father was. They originally arrested another member of the Mormon church who had been accused of embezzling money. And they said, oh, it's this guy. Because the father, months after the incident, his kid got kidnapped, then he gets a cell phone call demanding ransom. Months later, he suddenly recognizes and says that, I remember the phone number now. It was a guy who used to be here at the church, and it's him. So it seems like that the local police get leaned on pretty heavily and influenced until they make an arrest. Then, years later, they convince the police that it's not just that guy, it's his mother too. And his mother runs an orphanage. So they can't just make an arrest on the mother because she wasn't there, blah, blah, blah. Tim Ballard goes down there to make a sting operation. And in this sting operation, he wants to purchase 2 kids from the orphanage. So he goes down there with money, and he sits down and negotiates purchasing 2 kids from the orphanage. And she goes through with it, and she sells them the kids. Now, a lot of people are like, see, they're selling kids, they're blah, blah, blah. But that's legitimately how the illegal adoptions work in Haiti. And all he did was it wasn't like she was selling them into trafficking or blah, blah, blah. She could have been, but that's how all the illegal adoptions go on in Haiti. You pay money, you pay the family money, you pay the orphanage money, you pay the officials money, and then you leave with the kids. Just the same way that the Church of Latter-day Saints goes down there and does their adoptions.
All those miracles began because of prayer. Because of the prayer on that street that led us to those children, and so many more have been rescued because of prayer. We know that we can only do so much. We must rely on God.
Tony, I was telling them they got to come check out your Twitch stream to get the in-depth version of this.
A word about cons and celebrities. Back to Paul Dunn for a second. He's seen here cutting the ribbon at a Utah resort with Marie Osmond. The Osmonds are among many famous Mormons attracted to and by Dunn. That resort, by the way, was part of a massive fraud perpetrated by this man.
I couldn't believe how crazy this shit is.
Dunn, who was heavily involved in the scam, escaped prosecution. Celebrities have also been attracted to and by Tim Ballard. Here are a few examples. Derek Hobbs.
There's no way to know if they're really taking care of the kids. They own the orphanage. the kids in the orphanage are literally have no water, no electricity, and are shitting in their bedrooms. The guy who went down there from Tim Ballard's team to check on the orphanage said that they were eating rice. That was the bags of rice that they had to dig the worms out of before they could cook it. And they're literally selling the kids for like $100,000 a piece. There's no way to tell who's taking care of the kids and whose isn't. It's not just the Mormons. They go down there to get kids. It's anybody with enough money. And Tim Ballard owns and runs this orphanage.
Politicians Jason Chaffetz and Orrin Hatch, Pittsburgh Steelers coach Mike Tomlin, Mexico President Fox, Elizabeth Smart, and Glenn Beck. For these Mormon hucksters, the pattern is the same.
I wish they were all really good parents and they did like background checks and stuff and made sure what was happening, but it just doesn't happen. And it's not just Tim's orphanage or the one he owns and operates. It's all the orphanages in Haiti. All the orphanages in Haiti are you pay money to get a kid, basically. If you have enough money, you can get a kid. They don't care what's on your background, don't care what you're going to do with the kid. If you have enough money, and the kids aren't even really orphans. The families are just so poor. They take them to the orphanage and sell them off. One guy tells a story about going to pick up his kid. He comes from Colorado or Utah, I guess. He goes down there to pick up a kid in Haiti. And when he gets there, he finds out the kid is not an orphan, and the mom works at the orphanage. And he says, whoa. I know we agreed to this. I know I haven't completed this, blah, blah, blah. I can't take a kid from the money or from the mother. This isn't right. And then the mother's like, no. It's yours. I don't want it. It's yours. And she's like smiling and waving like as the kid leaves.
Establish a story that God has chosen you for a special mission. Quench an enormous hunger for fame.
Haiti's super corrupt, especially after the earthquake.
Build confidence. Tell and retell the stories to as many people as possible. Then use humor. Ballard more often tears that he could turn on and off like a switch. And monetize stories with books, tapes, and in Ballard's case, YouTube, and other schemes. OUR produced 3 movies. The Abolitionist that flopped at theaters, but is now available on DVD. Operation to Saw that was first on Amazon Prime. It's now available on YouTube. And Sound of Freedom. It's an action feature with actors. It's scheduled for a release this year. This op-ed focuses.
I'm sure Amy Barrett. She's part of a super strict religious order as well. She probably did the same thing. Maybe even got them from that charity or that orphanage.
On Operation Tucson. Amazon viewers gave Operation Tucson a 5-star rating. OUR claims.
That's exactly, Karen. That's exactly what they say. There's been a bunch of studies done on this and how the adoption industry in Haiti fuels child trafficking. And that instead of spending $120,000 to adopt a kid out of Haiti and paying everybody off and giving money to the police and the orphanage and this and that, for $2 a day, you could just keep that kid and fed with their mother for $2 a day instead of doing what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like multiple studies have saying how it fuels the trafficking of children.
That it raised $3 million in a test internet release before going on Amazon. While on Amazon Prime, they claimed it got 1 million views. It's recently been posted for free on YouTube. The movie, in part, tells Ballard's backstory. He worked for Homeland Security near the Mexican border. He trained foreign law enforcement to deter child abuse and trafficking. He prayed, was inspired by God to transfer to Utah. Based here, he trained in Haiti and Colombia. He was frustrated that he was not permitted to help rescue Gardy, a 3-year-old boy kidnapped from a church parking lot in Haiti.
There you go.
He prayed and was inspired to leave and form OUR. And as he tells it, Gardy is the kid whose story created Operation Underground Railroad. Utah media gave the movie positive, fact-check-free coverage. Like this newspaper article, television stations covered it, and typically they would say something like Operation Tucson is alternately heartbreaking, terrifying, and inspiring. Here's the storyline. It's OUR's third or fourth.
I do hope that a thorough investigation gets carried out and it isn't stopped by the AG. It seems like he's got friends in high places that have protected him before. Even if he doesn't have friends in high places, I don't know if you guys know, but the damn Mormon church has a lot of people in high places, a lot of lobbyists, a lot of politicians, a lot of people in high places that take care of their own.
Military style op to find Gardy Marty. It's after a previous sting operation to take down pimps who may have abetted Gardy's kidnapping and sold him on for sex or labor. But the child trafficking suspects paid bribes and escaped prosecution. OUR met with Haiti's president and attorney general who committed to fire corrupt judges and rearrest the pimps. Operation Toussaint's mission, rearrest who they say is a kingpin organized crime pimp.
Oh, by the way, finishing that story. So he had, it seems like Operation Underground Railroad at OUR leaned on the officials to arrest the first guy with little to no evidence that he had anything to do with the kidnapping. Then a couple years later, they leaned on the officials to arrest the mother after Tim went down there and facilitated an illegal adoption, basically, and then he had the evidence. Then they let Tim and his team help with the interrogation and monitor and help with the interrogation of the woman where she refused to admit anything. Then 8 years later, they pick up the original guy's brother and say that now he's the mastermind behind it. They even go as far as to torture them. They put a bag over his head and hold him, suffocating him, to try to get to him to admit to this murdy-gurdy thing. But he never admits to anything at all. And there's literally no proof. There's literally no proof that these three people had anything to do with the original kid, but they've all three been arrested.
A madam, and the other release pimps, and find out who took the bribe money. Here's my movie review in bullet points. Multiple Emmy winners produced a very subpar documentary. The film fails to meet important traditional journalistic standards. It's beyond promotional, it's propaganda. Even as OUR propaganda, journalism
That's right.
aside,
Need some security money.
Shot and edited. Viewers are left to believe the kidnapper's main motive was to sell Gardy as a sex or labor slave. While Amazon viewers give it 5 stars, I give it 0. Watch the movie and give it your own rating. Plus, I'm not going to summarize the story, so you may want to watch at least the trailer, then the rest of my op-ed will make more sense. The movie deceives by what it fails to disclose. The FBI...
By the way, this is the first video in a 10-part series this guy does, and Tony is covering the rest of them on his Twitch channel. He's actively covering... This is the first video I saw of it was on his Twitch.
Besides local police, had investigated the Gardy kidnapping and identified likely perpetrators long before OUR was involved. Gardy's father, Guesno, was not a pastor, but a Mormon bishop. The 2 suspects were Mormons who knew the father and Gardy. The main Mormon suspect had been accused of embezzling from the church and had left the flock. The other ran an orphanage. Guesno Marty also ran an orphanage, funded by Utah Mormon donors. Ballard refers to it as a safe house. It's unlikely the main kidnapper's motive was selling Gardy for labor or sex. Operation Toussaint is the follow-up to an earlier...
I do think it's fucked up too that they literally put out information saying, hey, don't spread this Anon shit, don't spread this Adreno shit, don't spread that actually hurts children that we're trying to rescue. It actually does the reverse. And then Tim records a video, and we all saw what Jim Caviezel did.
Sting operation where Ballard, in an attempt to rescue Gardy, posed undercover as a possible pedophile wanting to purchase 2 children from the Mormon suspect's orphanage. They hoped to find Gardy being held at the orphanage. He was not there, but as a consolation, they busted the Mormon kidnap suspect for selling Ballard 2 kids. Here you see Ballard paying cash to the orphanage owner. The impression is he's buying kids to use as labor or sex slaves. Ballard is correct. He could have been a pedophile or a child sex slave trader. But it's more likely the orphanage owner thought she was facilitating an illegal adoption, which were not unusual and were very expensive. Here are some facts the documentary does not disclose. Before the 2010 Haiti earthquake, near the time Gardy disappeared, UNICEF estimated that 400,000 children, about 1 in 10, were living in an orphanage. Many were abandoned by their families in the desire to have their child raised outside of extreme poverty, often with the hopes of their child being adopted and raised in a rich Western nation. Likewise, there are local Haitian adoption agencies which require adoptive parents to support their child while awaiting the completion of the process, often $200 per month in a country where most people live on less than $1 a day, with the total fees often amounting to $25,000. Check out this CNN report on Haiti orphanages. An estimated $100 million a year is being donated to orphanages in Haiti by church groups and nonprofits.
Jim Caviezel showed up, and for the first time at this grifter con that was in Tulsa, and he dropped the Adreno word. And then the guy hosting it said, "Go back one more time. Explain to us what that is." And everybody knows that's the major anon talking point bullshit. They're literally calling so many people they're leveling these allegations against so many people. They're helping to hide the people that are actually doing it.
Mostly in the United States. The nonprofit Lumos says most of that money never reaches the children who lack basics like food, water, medical care, and education. We have to educate the donors and the volunteers that for all of your best intentions, if you are giving money to orphanages, you are helping to drive trafficking in Haiti. Lumos says Haiti doesn't have an orphan crisis, it has an orphanage crisis. Unscrupulous.
It doesn't have an orphan crisis, it has an orphanage crisis. And everybody's making money hand over fist off of it. The local officials, the orphanage owners, the families.
People have seen that the orphanages are a way to make money, and they prey on the most vulnerable people in their communities.
Look at that right there. If you are giving money to orphanages, you are helping to drive trafficking in Haiti.
Ann Elizabeth Moore is an investigative reporter who writes about trafficking. She asks, have we found any effective means to combat human trafficking in any area of the globe? No, she says. In the rescue industry, and she means organizations like OUR, by diverting that funding and obscuring the real problems of human trafficking, is making it worse, in which sex trafficking only plays a tiny, tiny part worldwide. Sort of like the illustration I showed you before. Individuals cannot be permanently rescued without enacting national long-term poverty elimination policies. I want to toss in some information I just came across about the current state of Guest No Marty's orphanage.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you got to go watch the other 9 parts. Tony's covering them, I guess, the rest of this week. But yeah, it is bombshell stuff, for real. You got to go watch the rest of the parts.
Oh, you are?
This guy just recently has any news outlets picked it up and started covering it. This guy did the majority of the investigation himself.
Recently appointed Jeff Frazier to direct its financial support of the
Vice News picked it up, and somebody else.
The building, remember that's the one funded by Utah donors.
This right here, somebody asked who was the guy who went down there. It's Jeff Frazier, director of the Guardia Effect support organization. He went down there and made a video request. He made a plea on video. He said, look, this is, they don't have running water. They don't have electricity. They're defecating in their rooms. The rice has worms in it and shit. And it's literally the orphanage that they own.
Frazier in a video.
They need donations to run it.
He said the generator quit.
$30 million in the bank.
The water pump quit. There's no running water. He says there's no washing machine to wash clothes for almost 200 orphans. And he said a cook told him there are maggots in the rice. I wonder what's going on. Okay, it's time to shift gears and talk about the movie's claim that OUR convinced Haiti's president and attorney general to rearrest traffickers who paid bribes to get out of jail and to fire corrupt judges who took bribes. Ballard and Congresswoman Mia Love, who is of Haitian descent, did meet with Haiti's president and attorney general. Ballard complained that pimps were freed after bribing multiple judges. The documentary shows a photo of Haiti's top minister of justice as one of the bribe recipients. Ballard's movie also accuses another justice official of accepting a bribe. Did Haiti's president and attorney general fire corrupt judges at OUR's request? Multiple scenes make the firing claim. 2 video segments name corrupt judges. 3 segments show images of fired judges who allegedly took bribes. 1 purports to show fired judges getting in a car surrounded by an angry crowd. Is it true that OUR convinced the Haitian president and attorney general to fire corrupt, bribed judges and to rearrest child sex slave traffickers? Are the judges shown in the movie the ones who accepted bribes? The documentary asserts multiple times that firings took place.
It was a matter of months. We find out that he had identified the judges who were corrupt in this case and had them ripped from the bench.
The first part was to fire those judges, and I've done this.
OUR's firing and arrest claims are likely false and were likely used to deceive donors. Ballard and Reyes offer no proof Haiti fired or prosecuted any judges who they say were bribed. They provide no proof the government rearrested and prosecuted the traffickers they claim bribed the judges. The documentary showing and naming of judges without giving any proof they were bribed is journalistically reprehensible. Attorney General Reyes invited the Haitian AG and his entourage to Utah for an awards ceremony. It's possible those are fake awards to make it look like Haiti dealt with the bad guys. Later in the documentary, as operatives prepare to strike and arrest a pimp, it's disclosed that OUR never knew who was bribed. The plan was to rearrest the madam, the pimp, and pressure her to confess and reveal who she bribed.
The plan was to arrest the pimp and then get her to say who. They didn't even know who was bribed.
We know that she paid $80,000 to get to someone to get out of jail. We really want to understand where she got $80,000 from. We believe a criminal organization supports her. So she's backed by someone. So we want to find out who paid you the $80,000.
I was in the Army.
Who within the government did you give that $80,000 to?
OUR's pre-strike training session at the hotel is reminiscent of Keystone Cops movies. Now keep in mind, OUR's main mission was to find out what government officials were bribed. They planned to swoop in in full body armor and arrest a madam who was on the street with her girls. And on the street, get her to fess up and rat out corrupt judges. Before the madam takedown, there is Keystone Cop-style weapons training at the hotel. OUR apparently needs to train some local jump team recruits on how to use weapons and take down suspects. It looks like the volunteers had no prior SWAT-style training. Jump team members are told someone might get stabbed or shot, so there are first aid kits in all the vehicles.
We've got a number of these kits that are going to be spread out in the vehicles. These are what we call blowout kits. So is anybody in here familiar with medicine besides the fire mention? Emergency? Okay, so then none of this stuff is going to matter to you.
As you just saw, the team was asked if anyone was familiar with the kits that is able to give first aid if someone is stabbed or shot. The video shows that not Reyes or Ballard or any jump team member says he has medical training. Then the instructor says that the kits won't matter. And they proceed with the mission anyway. Medical.
Holy shit. I would have left. I would have left. I would have raised my hand, and when no one else did, I would have left.
Preparation be damned. The OUR strike force left the hotel and proceeded to Port-au-Prince's red light district, where their intelligence and recon indicate the madam, the one they previously arrested, but who they claim bribed her way out, will be on the street. The video shows a Keystone Cops-like arrest of an unarmed pimp as if she were a heavily armed drug or arms dealer. The greatest danger was probably strike force team members shooting each other or a bystander.
I guarantee, friendly fire is always the greatest danger when you take fucking locals with you. I had two of them shoot each other in a classroom one time.
Finally, the moment of truth, the interrogation. Who did the madam bribe? She's seen here still with a lollipop in her mouth. Operation Toussaint was a bust, a total failure. Gardy remained missing. The movie's big finish.
Hold on, this is just about over, buddy.
It never revealed who was bribed. Maybe nobody was bribed. It does not say what happened to the madam. OUR won't answer questions about the movie. But it was not a failure in the sense that OUR says millions watched it, it got a 5-star rating, and the movie helped the nonprofit raise millions of dollars, and still counting. Perhaps the most awkward moment in the movie, and what probably should be the most embarrassing for OUR, is where Reyes decorated the Haitian AG for bravery and for firing judges who were probably never fired. I already told you about Reyes bringing Haiti officials to Utah for more awards. This is from his website. He said they got the awards for their efforts fighting human trafficking and corruption in their country. Did they really fight corruption? Or is it possible they themselves were corrupt? Let's start with the Attorney General. Was Damius the fraud fighter Ballard and Reyes make him out to be? He resigned from office in late 2018 after being accused of corruption and incompetence. It was alleged that he had the home of one of Haiti President Moise's political rivals demolished without legal authority. He was also
Oh,
accused of
God.
mishandling the investigation into charges that Moise embezzled hundreds of thousands of dollars of
It's hard to use local government to help you weed out corruption when local government's all corrupt.
government funds that had been earmarked for badly needed social programs. What about President Jovenel Moise? Besides being accused of corruption after he took office, he was also suspected of fraud before. Certainly Ballard Reyes and Congresswoman Love would have known, or at least should have known that, before portraying him as an honest
You've
politician.
made that extremely clear. I didn't say trust the guy. I said watch the series.
Jerking fundraising pitch will keep donations rolling in. I want to conclude by reading some comments from some of those who watched the movie. I sobbed, I cheered, I screamed. God sent Tim and his group. People don't like to talk about sex trafficking, but the problem, it's happening. It's in our neighborhoods. It's all around us. No one but a sicko would give this documentary a 1 star. I couldn't hold the tears back. I started a Facebook fundraiser. This is by far the best movie I've seen. And finally one,
It worked.
the exception. I truly
That's what
believe
it was there
this is
for. It
a
worked.
film made by the group solely to get donations.
All right, that's the first video in the series. Tony's covering the rest of them. He has all the paperwork, all the filings, all the money they made, where the money went, why it's not going to the orphanage, why it's not going to the kids, why there's been no kids rescued. He's got all the receipts. Check out the other videos in the series Tony's been covering. All right, turn off the noise gag real quick. You can talk. Go ahead. Chicken. Who's chicken wing? Okay, now what? You don't want to tell them how the ball game went? You had a ball game today, didn't you? Tell them about the ball game, Molly. Tell them about the ball game. Did you play a ball game?
Yeah.
How'd you do?
No, cause I hold it up and they.
I saw you sitting on your booty out there in the field. Were you sitting down?
Yeah, cause so sad, cause can't get on.
You were so sad.
Yeah, cause I get up all the my girl.
I heard you got the ball too. Did you get the ball?
You got the ball one time, huh?
Yeah,
And then you wouldn't give it back to him.
Yeah, cause she went.
You kept it. You're supposed to throw it back to him.
No, I thought she went with my knee.
Oh.
No.
You want to sit on it with your knee?
No, I don't know what we want. I don't feel it in the bye-bye.
Oh.
You
hit the ball?
Yeah.
Mommy's got a video of it. I saw it. Okay. You want to tell him anything else?
One more time.
No. Tell him that you say love you. You didn't tell him what your name was.
I win knew.
Ollie plays baseball with the 99 News.
Go.
Baseball, Ollie with the 99 News. With the 99 Sports. Alright, tell him bye. You gotta go to bed.
What do you buy?
Ollie with
I win 99.
Good job. Alright, thank you. The news segments are always so concise.
This is Liam with Game Train, and we're talking about Celeste. Now, Celeste is a hard game. I swear that's my catchphrase by now. So anyways, this game is hard, but it's in Celeste you have to climb Celeste Mountain, where you will fight your actual shadow self, which we'll come back to that later, and you fight and meet new friends in Celeste Mountain. But the funny thing is, the mountain is literally a metaphor, because the mountain is actually you're trying to like climb your problems with like you
trying to overcome your problems.
Yes, that's the thing about it. The mountain is your problems, and you need to climb up them, like the mountain. And you climb up the mountain, and you make new friends, like the
Hold on just a second. I say, Keith, I saw one today. Well, they were trying to say it was today. I'm not sure if I'm right or not, but it was in a McDonald's drive-thru in Chicago. Did you see that? And was it the police or was it gang-related?
Oh. But you meet friends like Robbie, who is a guy that helps you, and he yells YOLO.
What else? How do you win?
Oh, you climb the mountain, and once you finish it, and you have 4 crystal hearts, you unlock the core, which the core isn't that bad. And also, the another joke is that the alternate versions of all the levels are called the B-sides, which they are literal B-sides of cassette tapes.
Right. People want to know how your game went today.
Oh, pretty good. I scored a point. I ran 2 bases, and both of them were walks. I did get a strikeout.
No, you scored a point by somebody hit a double and you turned it into you met a double too. You went to second and third, and then the next batter you got to score, right?
Yeah.
And then the next time you were up, you got to you were on first. Somebody hit it and you ran all the way to third, right? Again. And then you got left on third by a strikeout, right?
Yeah, there was this kid who was like hitting, but he was like hitting at balls over his head. And the other kid, he was just a little slow. That was the only both of their problems, which I both had those problems. But then
You have all the problems.
Yes, I do. But I made it to the bases.
Liam walked twice and struck out once.
Yeah.
And they didn't hit a single ball to him all day, did they? But
Oh, yeah. It was 8-2, by the way. Yeah.
8-2.
Yeah. We had 8 and they had 2.
Some little kid on Liam's home run hit one infield home run with one person on base. And then he had a grand slam the next time he went to bat, didn't he?
Yeah. But let's continue with the game. There's only a little bit left I want to talk about. So after you complete all the B-sides, you unlock the C-sides, which are even more different levels, which the B-sides aren't that bad, but when you get to B-side chapter 7, that's when like crap goes crazy. They introduce an entire new mechanic. Like, they introduce it slowly through the other chapters, but they introduce it immediately in the B-side, which is never used again. Like, at least the other ones are used again.
Hey, what is it?
Yeah, it's a mechanic where if you wave dash, oh yeah, I forgot. But if you wave dash near platforms, you go higher, so you need to like constantly climb, so that's kind of weird. But you only have 2 abilities. You have you have 3. You can walk around, you can jump, and you can dash. And they go ham with all those abilities.
Okay, now you can read some comments and stuff.
Oh, also,
I think they got it.
small little things. It's a little game news. First, I had a really good Gungeon run, and I think I might beat the game. Second, Apex Legends got an update. It's pretty cool. They added a new thing. And also, they released a new trailer for the new Legend. And for Fortnite, they added a grappling hook bow. That's all I wanted to say for that.
Read a comment.
Oh my, OMG, that's cute. Let's talk about the games. Yeah, I like to do this. It's my passion. I grew up with video games. I grew up with, like, I'm pretty sure I had an Xbox 360. Like, you got one, right? Dad?
I've got an Xbox One.
Yeah, no, before that, you had an Xbox 360.
Probably.
Yeah. But the first video game memory I have is when, I was on the Wii and I was playing Super Mario World, and I couldn't figure out how to throw the Koopa shell, so I got Dad to do it, and then I felt kind of bad because I wanted to beat the game on my own. So then I learned an important lesson: do it yourself. As a wise man once said, "Just do it."
That's what Nike says.
Yeah.
All right, tell everybody good night.
Okay, that was Liam with Game Train. Next, we will be doing... Wait, let me think what I was going to say.
You can just tell them next week. It's no big deal. They don't need it. They're not going home and studying and waiting on it.
Okay, I'll try to remember again. Bye-bye.
See you, buddy. Have a good night. Oh, God. I don't know if they'll be able to survive without being able to see ahead of time what next week's show is going to be. I just shut it down. Anyways, that was the guy covering the stuff that's going on and the current investigation. He goes into the current investigation that's going on currently about OUR and Tim Ballard and how they misrepresented some of the stuff they're doing for donations, and he goes all the way into it. But Tony's covering the majority of it. I just wanted to show that one video because it blew my fucking mind that all this shit's going on. I've watched all 10 already. I watched them all today after I saw the one Tony covered. I binge watched them, but they're pretty good. Other than that, we're moving on. Bye, Tim. Love you. Patriot Street Fighter today. Got a video out. Pretty good one, if I do say so myself. It's all right. It's all right. Here we go. He's got his artillery shirt on. Napalm from a tank.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes.
At least he's got a short intro. That sounds good. High audio quality.
Than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new
I only do the intro just so you guys can hear it.
The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point. Ladies and gentlemen, Scott McKay here. Your favorite Patriot Street Fighter, I think. Hey, we're jumping in a little early. I wanted to grab a live link. Don't let me forget to call the general. I know we got to get the general on. I just want to make sure that I get our guy.
Alex Jones has been statistically right quite a few times, but he dabbles in stuff that I know is not accurate. So I like Alex Jones just for the theatrics and the few times in the past he's been right.
It's gonna be a great show tonight, and we have Mr. Constitution back for part 3, Douglas B. Gibbs. And
this is where his mic is after his intro plays. You heard how loud his intro was. Listen to his mic.
Conversation today with my friend Michelle, and I don't know if I have time to talk about it tonight, but she's.
That's literally how I have to adjust it. That's how he has his show leveled.
You need to see what's happening here.
Oh, there it comes back.
On here because she was with us over the weekend, and she's trying to explain to me, Scott, you still don't get it. You saw for yourself the Patriot Street Fighter revolution is absolutely massive. She's in this kind of world events planning and all this other stuff. She said, I've never seen anything like that ever. You need to start figuring out how you are going to expand this revolution.
I saw you guys talking about Roseanne. And shit. And it was gone when I tried to click on it. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't get to see it.
Exponentially. because these things don't come along ever. So it's a lot of flattery. I really have never been good at buying into my own.
He lied.
I've always been too conservative that way, whether it was in a competitive bodybuilding stage, everything else I've always seemed to undershoot.
Oh yeah, somebody told me they was on here. They mentioned my name in chat.
I don't know, it is what it is. I get a lot of other people come in and sometimes pick up the reins and say, okay, you guys facilitate whatever needs to be facilitated to get this message global. I only have one interest, and that is fighting a war against the global scumbag empire, taking the knowledge that I have acquired over decades and mixing in
the knowledge that he has acquired over decades as a guy who's in a motorcycle wreck, or a guy who advertises for solar places that do free estimates, or a guy who almost joined the military twice but didn't. A guy who lifted heavy things. Yeah, I think we really need your viewpoint.
Pissed off attitude about all of it, and doing everything I can to bring the scumbag matrix to the ground until it is a pile of smoking rubble.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen the Roseanne 107 ones.
To make this thing happen, it'll be what it is. And if there are ways that we can expand our reach, then great.
Good job, Nancy.
I can tell you that I got a great guest coming on for you guys tomorrow night. Yeah, I do sound a little different voice tonight. I think lack of sleep for a while, and then that weekend up there in Tulsa, being on my feet endlessly forever and ever kind of fun.
A lot of blunt force trauma to the back of the throat. Changed his vocal cord structure. It actually parted some of them in a very, very strange, very distinct mushroom stamp. It's weird.
It took its toll, and so I'm a little slower today, blowing up in the skull, all that kind of thing happening. So bear with me on that. So
Bobby socks and saddle shoes.
Great guest tomorrow night, and that guest is, get a load of this. We got Bishop Larry Gators coming back.
Oh God,
dropping some
Bishop Larry Gators,
the Illuminati style controllers. We talked last night.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. I mean, I won some weightlifting competitions when I was like a student athlete, when I was going collegiate, and basically I lifted heavy things better than other people lift heavy things. Like it's not that big of a deal.
Probably about, it might have been 1 a.m. here. We talked for a while, and wait to hear what he said. He said, "Scott, your Patriot."
It says Patriot Street Fighter artillery support, and then it's got like a paladin or something on it. And the other day he said, "Oh look, here's a tank right here. You see the tank on my shirt? It's probably firing at DC, probably firing some napalm shells." And if you know anything about artillery or napalm or tanks or anything, you would know he's just a dumb piece of shit. None of that works together.
Patriot Street Fighters are the most amazing people I have ever seen. I've been doing this a long time. I've got massive radio followers.
There's somebody in here that was mortar and artillery.
Since we did that episode, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Eastern Europe, everywhere. He said, "Man of God." He must call everybody that.
Everything he does is military themed. It's the craziest shit I've ever seen. So yeah, he does 2 shows where he said, "I was not in the military. You know, I'm open with that. I tell everybody that." 2 shows. And the other 145, he's coming up with new military lingo to fucking do it. Napalm can only be delivered by airstrike. And a tank and mobile artillery are 2 completely different things. So like an artillery piece with tracks that moves around is artillery, and a tank is a tank, and they're not to be confused. They're 2 different things for 2 different uses. But he has no idea.
Man of God.
Just as long as he can get enough lingo, people believe him.
The good thing is everybody's telling me this, and they're saying the same thing about Tulsa. And I'm always like, really? Wow, that's really cool. It's like,
what he's bragging about is he had a friend call him and say that they've never seen a channel blow up as fast as he is, and he needs to get in front of this, and he's got a real movement on his hands. What they're probably saying is, "Oh my God, you could monetize this better. You could make more money. You could be a millionaire. You could do this. You could do that." That's what they're probably saying. But he's bragging about how fast he's building channels. His channel, basically. A friend of his called and said, "I can't believe it. We need to talk. We need to get you. We need to get you to where you understand more stuff about the internet. You're blowing up, and you're doing this, and you're doing that." It's weird.
Cool.
How can we squeeze more money out of this?
You just have no idea. Anyways, it's a fun conversation, but I'm proud of you people because once again, this isn't a Scott McKay thing. This is a we the people are thinking the same thing, and I'm just a guy willing to call these these forking idiots exactly what they are. They're scumbags. And you know what? I guess that's motivated a lot of you around the world. And those scumbags happen to be in your country. And as I said this early on, when we were trying to accomplish the global unity bridge, which that hasn't gone away, we just haven't had the architecture capability to build that thing out. At some point we can, financially, we will do it. But this is about spotlighting the cockroaches of everybody around the world, all of these people in these heads of state.
That's Eddie there, field artillery.
Doing to humanity. I don't care what country they're in. I don't care where they come from. I don't care what society.
155, 105.
I'm going to tell you, if you're one of those people in nations.
So Scott, I can tell Scott that you used to drive a tank around.
I don't mean maybe. This is a defined operation philosophically and about to become geometrically that your days.
I forgot to tell you guys. I also got invited on a podcast. If that works out, I'm going to try to schedule it and check out the podcast, and then try to schedule and then try to go. If that works out, I'll let you guys know.
Going to rise, and you people, you scumbag criminals that have been destroying humanity, are going to disappear. That's why we got the tomahawk. We will offer you peace, the peace pipe end of the tomahawk, and I'm reaching out to our guest. Don't see him here.
If Brad got FBI agents showing up at his door, I don't know. They must have sent a SWAT team to Scott's house.
Yeah. We offer you peace. We offer you the peace pipe.
I saw that 2024 video.
Walk away from the corruption and disappear into a different world. Or if the peace pipe doesn't work, then a tomahawk has the other end, and that is the war blade. We're not violent. We are peace-loving people, but we'll no longer stand by and watch you do any more of what you have done to humanity. So therefore, we now have a global Patriot Street Fighter revolution. And if I told you some of the numbers that I've seen, and the person that I just spoke to here a little earlier that was banging on my head.
Dude, I know I could make money off these motherfuckers. If I just dropped like some military lingo, I could probably call and cut people in for 10% of that video and just have them come on, like some of the guys I've served with and some of the people that like the Special Forces guys and shit that I still talk to, and just have them come on and be like, you get 10% of whatever this video makes. You'll be here for 5 minutes, dude. Just drop some lingo. Say some shit about deep underground.
My friend Michelle, she's got a radio podcast, everythinghomelive.com, everythinghomelive.com. It's a live radio show and podcast. It's always Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 12 Pacific time on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I'm going to drop that into the description here in the video after.
Oh, now we got to get her friends podcast, a couple 100,000 viewers over there for everythinghomelive.com, because we all know how many old homemakers seem to be his fan group.
Tonight, but she's the one banging away at me. Scott, I was there. I saw it. This is the world that I operate in, and you now need to start thinking about what's happening here. So I'm just like, oh, it's really cool. She's like, goodness gracious, you need to stick to doing what you do well, and we'll do what we do well. I'm like, okay, whatever needs to be done. Good thing I have her own Partain there in the background. So let me see here. I want to reach out to our guest just to make sure.
I heard that. Phil said his neighbors returned him in.
I barely made it to the show tonight, so my apologies.
He said like his neighbors hate him because they got into an argument over a fence or something, so his neighbor keeps calling the FBI on him. I heard him say that once.
Please. This is our Mr. Constitution, so hold on a second. Sometimes the email gets hung up in my laptop, so I go to my desktop to get it out, phone or whatever. I can't figure out why.
An email gets hung up in your laptop, so you have to go to your desktop to find it? That's weird.
You coming on, brother? Okay. Don't worry about it. I'm live, so just come in when you can. How much time you need? We're live. Okay, take your time. We're good. I'm going to cover for you. I got some constitutional information I'm going to throw out there, muddy it up.
See Nancy.
Clean it up. How's that? Awesome. Okay, buddy. See you. So he got hung up in LA traffic. How about that? Isn't that?
I'm the meat hammer general advocate.
Unusual thing. Why do you think I don't live in LA anymore? Got a lot of great people there, a lot of friends there that I love. I made over 20 years. Great people. There's a couple scumbags in there. I had to wrap them on the beak philosophically too on different social media.
Had to wrap them on the beak. Had to set them right. My scumbag friends, kick their ass, leave them sitting on the side of the road on Twitter.
Media from time to time. But for the most part, as much as I love Southern California, all of California.
He thinks he's just such a badass.
Knuckleheads there, which is indicative.
While he hobbles around holding his tomahawk.
But
take that motherfucker away from you and sodomize you in a video game.
I can't do it right now, but I got another load of boxes again. Thank you for the wonderful gifts.
Another load of boxes.
Get to opening these things now. You know, I was telling my friend Michelle, she's trying to get a handle on what's happening here. Like, Scott, this is what is going on here with your Patriots.
Pistol Pete's jerky.
So I was telling her different things that I'm dealing with, and she's like, "You fucking kidding me?" I was like, "Yeah, that's what's going on." And told her other things, and she's like flipping out. I showed her, here's a picture of the boxes and letters I picked up yesterday. She's flipping out. "You mean you're getting fan mail and cards?" And I'm like, "Yeah, for a long time. I get so much stuff coming here, I don't know where to put it." And she's going crazy, like, goodness gracious, we need to help you grow up in this world, Scott. And
we need to help you grow up in this world. That means she saw dollar signs. I mean, Scott sees dollar signs as well. Look, he raised $130,000 in 2 days, but she sees more dollar signs.
Understand how to I guess expand your army because it's primed for that. It's endearing to me. But I get some incredible gifts. Again, like I said, I thought today I'm just going to sit here. If all this shit,
it's Harley Davidson stilettos.
I'm calling it all around me with all this stuff. I'd like to say, and this came here, this came today. Here's the letter that so and so wrote to me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what? I can tell you this: after going through the horror, being trapped in a wrecked, paralyzed ship.
I think it would be funny if there was a video game where, like, as much like normally I'm not like this in video games, but if there was a video game that involved Scott just standing somewhere, especially if someone's got a phone out and live recording, and someone who's playing that video game just went up, never said a word to him, and just beat the living shit out of him in that video game. Because that video game would be so funny, because in video games, Scott acts like he's the baddest motherfucker that ever walked the earth. So, I mean, there's always somebody badder, and I think a lot of people are badder.
And having to, climb my way back for 7 years to get to although this past weekend is not functional for me. That was a special situation. Normally you couldn't pick out that I had any issue at all. I just had that thing hit me before the event, and it caused me to, limp a little bit. And then after standing on my feet for 2 straight days nonstop, metal's coming through the bottom of my foot, all that stuff. That's why I was looking like a complete cripple. That's not normal for me. But
that's not normal for him. The crippling, the hobbling, the walking around, barely able to move, that's not normal for him. That's why he takes wheelchair service through an airport.
All of that. All the frustration of trying to wake people up for decades, all of it. I'm telling you, you people have wiped away the frustration, the angst, the disappointment. You people have wiped it away, like in a massive tidal wave, washed all of it away, like literally.
Jesus.
All gone. I'm thinking, you know what? If I had to do that twice again to get to where we are, to know we have a chance to save
probably get extra points for that. That'd be funny. Somebody needs to make that video game.
Instantly, when you look into people's eyes, I would do it again. I mean, for me, I know who I'm talking to because I study their eyes. The first thing I'm looking at is somebody's eyes. If it's a business guy, I'm talking to him. His eyes tell me if he's a bullshit or not. He can say that.
Right after I get done looking him in the eyes, I'll look him directly in the penis. Let me see them testicles. Let me see if you're lying.
Say the best stuff in the world. He can dance with me all he wants. I'm watching his eyes. I don't hear a word he says. His eyes or her eyes.
He doesn't say anything at all.
So that's why when I met Mike Jaco down here in Dallas that day, he's talking to me. And I'm just staring at him, just looking at his eyes, just watching. I'm like, this guy's he's not only a warrior, he's a warrior angel. And I was like, man, I'm so happy I stumbled down here to see Mike. But so with that being said, that's what I saw all weekend. And I didn't see out of probably took, I'm guessing 1,500 to 2,000 photographs with you people. I can't say. If anything would stick out, it would be the 1 or 2 that doesn't have the eyes. Everybody did, truly. I mean, I still get choked up over the whole thing. So we got some filler here. Let me see if I can, until Douglas gets here. I was like, man, he's going to bail me out tonight because I feel
we gotta get some intel going until Douglas gets here.
Under any circumstances. So I do have some intel here. Let me see what it is. This came from Overwatch. Somebody need to contact. Latest electronic article links to a situation. Let me see what the situation is. It's emerging. Okay, here's one.
I do not condone violence, only video games.
To be shut down as anti-mask supporters gather outside at blog2.com. Mississauga Boxing Gym remains open as city pursues maximum fine. That's in the Star. So there's a number of different people now that are fighting back. By the way, the people that do give me this intel, I mentioned that they're this bloodline group. They're also warriors, highly trained Christian warriors. I was a longtime member at this particular boxing place called Huff Boxing. The owners are members.
So what bloodline group is highly trained Christian warriors that are, we need Veritas here, that are descendants of Mary, Queen of Scots or whatever? I'm going to text him.
band members are good, decent, kind, loving people that follow in the footsteps of Christ himself. They're not God-bothering, devil-dodging, Bible thumpers as stated by the mainstream media. Of course, those shitheads are always going to talk like that. Journalists like Sean O'Shea, the Global News in Toronto, needs to be thrown out of a plane chootless at 20,000 feet over the Amazon jungle. Now you know who I'm talking to. I've seen some warnings, not to me, in some of these communications that come in encrypted emails, but not warnings to me as an addendum at the end of it, but warnings to those who are hacking into the communications and basically saying, you're already dead. We're just here to clean up or something like that, calling these people out. Let's see.
That's exactly right. He has to give his rundown every time or say this or say that just so people will believe him. He's lying.
Doug Ford is doubling down, as George Soros now knows it. Doug is having sexual relations with a minor. Whoa, 14, 15. Oh, we got ourselves another pedo. Okay, Doug Ford, we're going to start digging into you. By the way, if you happen to be the Senate leader in Oklahoma.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Who did he just, hold on. Let me finish this text. And I want to see who he just accused of. Mary, Queen of Scots, and elite warriors of Christian faith. Okay. Who did he just accuse of that?
Clean up or something like that, calling these people out. Let's see. Doug Ford is doubling down, as George Soros now knows it. Doug is having sexual relations with a minor. Whoa, 14, 15. Oh, we got ourselves another pedo. Okay, Doug Ford, we're going to start digging into you. By the way, if you happen to be the Senate leader in Oklahoma, and if you heard anything that I may have said on
Doug Ford must resign, one of Canada's most unpopular politicians. Ford backtracks on COVID. Doug Ford must resign. What's going on? And as Ontario Premier, Doug Ford sat down. I can't read this story because it's a stupid Washington Post. Let's see what this one is. Ottawa. Whenever Doug Ford puts on that, feel your pain, folks. I'm being honest with you, face. His pandemic fighting plan, blah, blah, blah. I've been watching politicians, neither have life or death actions, reactions. There's only shrugged Ford in recent months. Ford ignored his own expert and advisory group on a series of Cove edicts, largely divorced from any connection to the risk of transmission. His guiding principles, his compounds, he compounds the danger. As for chronic inconsistencies, I don't see any accusation like that. Well, you just made an accusation just from a text message someone sent you? Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know that seems wildly irresponsible. Like, I'm just reading some messages here. Okay, Doug Ford, 14-year-old girl. Oh, look like we got another one, folks. Somebody just sent me the text messages. With his lockdowns and flip-flopping. Yeah, but to go, I understand like he's got issues with Cove stuff. But the stuff that he just said seems extreme. No? Okay, you just said it. There are no allegations of that. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure he just made them up from just reading a text message.
On video at that event. The week's not over. We're going to deal with you. You're not off the hook. As I said before.
And whoever the weak-ass rhino Senate majority leader is here in Oklahoma, I'll be back next week. The 10th Amendment's going through. Idiot. 14,
15. Oh, we got ourselves another pedo. Okay, Doug Ford, we're going to start digging into you. By the way, if you happen to be the Senate leader in Oklahoma, and if you heard anything that I may have said on video at that event, the week's not over. We're going to deal with you. You're not off the hook. As I said before, just like Senator Langford, you stepped into the crosshairs of me. We're going to be spotlighting both of you clowns, rhinos, liars, whatever you are, and make sure the Oklahoma Patriot Street Fighters wash you down the drain.
You said you were coming back that week to meet with him face to face. What happened? What happened? Are you going there or not? Because now you're saying that you're going to spotlight him.
Next elections. Believe me, that's what's going to happen. So anyways, that's a little bit of intel there. I got to go through a lot more of it, but we got our mystery guest here to bail me out tonight. we got Douglas V. Gibbs here. There he is. And hey, you're back in the office. Where's that beautiful green screen?
Oh, God, this guy again.
Didn't come up and ask for it, too.
How's that? I don't hear your volume. Where's that beautiful green screen you have?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, I didn't unmute earlier. Yeah, there's. Oh.
Yeah. How about your green screen? Where's that beautiful green screen?
I just now pulled in and turned it on. For some reason, it didn't automatically set up like it's supposed to. So, I don't know.
All the beauty is sitting right here in a flag-colored shirt that has all the goods on the Constitution. That's all I care about. Yeah,
it's funny. I had a gig in LA today, and I gave myself 3 hours.
Oh, I've heard that story before.
Well,
I've heard that story about his brother before.
You know what? You can give us that. We know better. It's Los Angeles. You know how that works, man.
Yeah.
Lucky for me, I never, there's people that go back and forth over the hill from the valley into the west side, and they do that stuff.
It is a lot like the Salem witch trials. I didn't see who said that, but whoever said that, Karen. It is a lot like Salem witch trials. These are career-ending, job-ending, sometimes family-ending allegations, and they just throw them around like they're nothing. Oh, you disagree with my guy? You must be touching kids. What? What just happened?
Stuff every day.
It's easy to make it from across the internet. If somebody said that about me, you better believe there's fixing to be a fight, like right there in person.
I think I would rather give myself a double gauge shotgun to the back of the head, maybe reload and do it again, than do that every day in my life. But
I tell you what.
What did he just say?
A double gauge shotgun. There's people that go back and forth over the hill from the valley into the west side, and they do that stuff every day. I think I would rather give myself a double gauge shotgun to the back of the head.
I've seen that too.
And do it again than do that every day in my life. But
I tell you what.
Wow, double gauge shotgun.
Man, yeah. Lucky for me, I never. There's people that go back and forth over the hill from the valley into the west side, and they do that stuff every day. I think I would rather give myself a double gauge shotgun to the back of the head, maybe reload and do it again, than do that every day in my life.
A double gauge shotgun to the back of the head, reload and do it again.
Life, but
I tell you what, the drive-in from between Los Angeles and Inland Empire, which is where I'm at, it is absolutely an amazing.
It's got 2 gauges.
So I've been on the road. Let's see, took me 2.5 hours to get out there, 3 to come back.
It's the same as a scope lock and a fully automatic trigger. Let me tell you something right now. You dime store douchebag. We got our scopes locked and our full auto triggers are on. Okay.
Event.
Man knows his ballistics. Man after my own heart.
Yeah, good to have you back here again, my friend. Since now that I'm done babbling, I'm going to take this link and I'm going to go ahead and blast this across social media again because it's actually the live link. And so we'll have more people coming in. When I put just the Patriot Street Fighter channel that's up, of course, people will get there, stumble there. But when I then throw the live link in there,
okay. So if you don't know, the Tony at the Veritas Machine, he does like Bloodline. I don't know. He does like shows about it and goes back in it. So I asked him, what Bloodline group is the descendant of Mary Queen of Scots and elite warriors of Christian faith? And he says Merovingian. It goes back to Vlad the Impaler. Basically, all the royals are related to Dracula. Strangely enough, all the British royals. So that's who he's getting his contact from. It's I'll just spell it. It's M-E. It's Merovingin. Merovingian.
Okay, that's easy. Let me click it
Something
on.
like that.
And so we'll be good to go. So, anyways, let's. We've got about 45 minutes left here. How about if we go ahead and jump right into the next phase of your lesson, leading off last week. By the way, folks, this is our Constitution class.
That's who Scott's sources are.
We have here, and this, if you're joining us for the first time, this is Douglas V. Gibbs, expert on the Constitution. He actually left his career from the past to do this. You're not going to get
45 cal 107 napalm tank artillery RV truck for a dime store douchebag. I bet he does.
So I'm going to turn over to you the show to my buddy, guy, immensely respect, Douglas B. Gibbs.
I think he's got it behind his Patreon now. I'm not sure.
I did last week. Number one, where do I get that pocket constitution used? nccs.net. nccs.net. Go to the pocket constitutions. And the other one was someone says, did I hear you say this?
Hey, Beer Man. Jen O'Craven bought Jen O'Craven the Truth bought you a 6-pack. Thank you for that, Jen O'Craven the Truth. Better than Wano Savin for sure. I appreciate it.
Subjects? No, that's not what I said. I said, as a citizen, your government serves you. As a subject, you serve your government. Rights are handed to us by God. It has nothing to do with government. We all have the same rights. Whether we are in a prison in China, somewhere in the continent of Africa, or in America, we all have the same
listen,
rights.
I got a funny story. So this guy, he actually just recently passed away. But this guy that we bought a house off of once, I worked with him. And he was a cool dude, but he was like a hippie. Like he was in a band at one time, like back in before he had a kid, like in the late 60s. And he like toured the world. He's he's still got friends. He's got one that owns a club and one that still tours. And he had a cool life. But one of the things he was really into was like alien stuff. And he was an older guy, a much older guy than me. But I would talk to him, and we switched shifts at work. So like when I come in, we had like 30 or 45 minutes where our shifts overlapped, and we would switch shifts together. And he, instead of talking about work, he always wanted to talk about this or that, and he always wanted me to help him with stuff that he couldn't do, and whatever. We hung out. He was a cool dude. But one of the things he believed in that, or I guess I kind of believe in it too, but one of the things he went really in depth, way more than I would ever go in depth to, was like aliens and extraterrestrials and stuff. So he'd always be telling stories about this and stuff he heard on Coast to Coast and this and that and just crazy stuff. And it was entertaining, and that was his thing. So I just let him. I hardly ever talked. He would just talk about that shit. So one time he wanted me to go to a couple towns over with him to a shop to pick something up. And it was like this shop that was run by a bunch of like alien truthers, and they like thought they had like he wasn't buying this stuff, but they sold like alien artifacts and shit like that, like really weird shit, like behind glass cases and like glow in the dark goo stuff that's supposed to be like from an alien egg, and they just sold a bunch of weird stuff. It was almost like a tourist trap, like something you'd see outside of Area 51. Okay, and so we went there and did the thing. And we were picking it up, and he was talking to these guys. He was friends with them, like he knew them both, and they were kind of like burnout hippie types too. And anyways, something come up, and they were trying to do like some math on something. They were talking about something, they trying to do some math, and I got it like really quick because I'm really good at math. And that guy goes, "Man," when the guys there's two guys behind the counter, and then my friend was with me. He goes, "Man," when the guys behind the counter goes, "Man, you must be like a human calculator." And then my friend that was with me is like, "Oh yeah, he's like really smart." He's like, he's like, "Didn't they want you to like skip some grades in school?" And I was like, "Yeah, when I was like young, they like asked me to skip a bunch of grades, and they put me in some type of weird program where they would come monitor me like every 3 months and shit." And I was just, they acted like they wanted to hear more, so I was like telling them, I was like, how my elementary school went, like the shit about the elementary school, and the one dude looks at me, like he's looking at me really, the one dude behind the counter is looking at me like really weird, the one that hasn't talked yet. And I like, he's over here like to my side, and I'm like talking to this guy and talking to my friend and back and forth, and I can feel him staring at me. And as soon as I turn around, he has real aviators on, not like these meat hammer glasses. As soon as I turn around, he pulls down his aviators and he like looks at me like really intensely. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And he's like, "Dude, you must be a star child." And I was like, what the fuck is a star child? And they tried to convince me, like this dude tried to convince me that I was an alien human hybrid child that had been sent here to like save the human race or some shit. Like it was really freaky. And then he tried to give me a bunch of free books to take home and study. And I was like, "No, I'm good, man. Like, I think I'm all right. I don't know. I'm good. I don't think I'm a star child. I think you got me mixed up with somebody else."
We have access to those rights based on our government system. But your rights are natural rights. They're given to you by God, and everybody living and breathing on this planet, those rights belong to them. Okay? So you heard wrong if you think I said that citizens have more rights than subjects. They may have more access to their rights than subjects. But the actual possession of rights, we all have possession rights. All right. Article 1, Section 2 is where we're at in your pocket constitution. So turn with me. Article 1, Section 2. We're establishing the two houses here, the Republican president, whoever they are.
I don't know if Scott talks again or not.
Specifically says that in the first paragraph. That's why I play it every time we have the show, that it does point that out, that we actually are, we are prone to suffer, these insufferable situations for a period of time. And I think that humanity is, until they actually have power to change things quickly. But if they didn't have more of a cooling body where they can slow things down and implement over time, I think the country...
This guy's really good on the Constitution. But that's not what we do this show for. Like, if you want to go watch his constitutional seminars, I think he owns MrConstitution.com. He does study the Constitution. He knows the Constitution back and forth. That's just not what I'm watching it for.
Just keep shifting like a zigzag. So much that we would probably keep ending up in the same place. That's just my mind.
Well, it goes back to what I told you
Must be.
The week before. Constitution is all about a distribution of power, distributing the power in such a way that nobody has too much power. We don't want anybody to have too much power.
You wanted to buy your meat marinade?
because we'll screw it up too. Everybody is going to screw it up if they have too much power. So what you do is you set up systems where there's natural checks, where the power is distributed in such a way that everybody kind of has a say and they kind of argue with each other. It's checks and balances. That's what they're all about. So Article 1, Section 2 begins, the House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year. Now, on the Senate, well, how long is it? 6 years, right? Well, it's less for the people because, to be honest, the founding fathers did not trust democracy. They did not trust uninformed voters to always do the right thing. Therefore, just in case the people fouled it up, they kept it as small as possible, 2 years. That way, you only got to wait 2 years to correct your mistake. The state legislatures are supposed to be more politically savvy. They're supposed to understand the system more. Their guys supposed to have more experience in the system. They're also not as dangerous because they're not there for an ideological reason. They're there for what's best for the state. So they're going to allow them to be in there for 6 years. Okay, so we got House Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states. So it really hasn't changed. And the electors in each state shall have qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. Well known, what he believed was well known, but
I wish the video was up about
a few opportunities here and there once they were
the damn Roseanne Barr one. That's the one I wanted to see, but
because they wanted it to be unanimous. But see, you don't hear the slavery thing to get to this next clause. Not dominate each other. It was a mathematical equation. It had nothing to do with, because I hear it all the time. Well, it's proof that the Constitution is racist because, you know, it counts that blacks as only 3/4 of a person. So they thought a black was only 3/4 or 3/5 of a person. I'm sorry. And I'm like, no, it was a mathematical. It had everything to do with math and nothing to do with race. And in fact, Frederick Douglass, one of my favorites when it comes to population. Now, 3/5 of a person, as we've heard, and when your 7 years is up, your debt to come to here is paid, and then I'll help you out and get your own property. Those are indentured servants. They were not considered slaves, so they were counted among the free persons. Then it says, and excluding Indians not taxed. Excluding Indians not taxed. Who are Indians not taxed? They're the ones that have remained with their tribes as a part of that sovereign nation. The Indians taxed are ones that have decided they want to become Americans. Okay, so Indians not taxed, they'd be, you know, in the same group as, say, like illegal aliens. They're here, but they're not taxed. They're not citizens. Okay, 3/5 of all other persons. Notice they don't say slavery. The word slavery doesn't appear in the Constitution until the Reconstruction Amendments. They refer to slavery. They never actually say it. So what it's saying is, when it comes to population, now 3/5 of a person, as we've heard, when it comes to population, the slave population will be counted as 3/5 in addition to the number of free persons for the purpose of figuring out how many people are going to be in Congress. The South did not dominate each other. It was a mathematical equation. It had nothing to do with, because I hear it all the time. Well, it's proof that the Constitution is racist because, you know, it counts that blacks as only 3/4 of a person.
That does make sense.
Only 3/5 of a person. I'm sorry. And I'm like, no.
Carlsbad right now. Why can't it be? But he had me in a chair and he got
here we go.
Family or something. I really do. It's really cool. You know, and I mean, I've been also adopted into another family, 1776 Forever Free, Dr. Cordy Williams. Who also, you guys got a chance to get together?
Hold on a second. My new hero, Dr. Cordy Williams. This guy, first of all, he's a stud.
I don't think it was up long enough for anybody to even grab it. I guess it was just posted today. I don't know. I saw in my Telegram when I clicked on it, it said the link had been removed.
Right, and I didn't know what to expect.
When you stand up next to him, you go, "Oh man, he's a stud.
He's a freaking stud." And he'd been trying to connect with me before I got there. Text me when you get here. He wanted to do cigars and scotch the night before, the same night, the next night. And I'm like, you know what? After all this, I go horizontal. I'm a wreck. One scotch would probably they'd be pulling an ambulance up to try to get me back to my hotel. But you know what? You know, these compression injuries I have in my neck, I've neglected them. Since Patriot Street Fighter blew up, my head's down and doing all this stuff. And it took a toll on me. So we're working on it down here now. But I thought I got 4 days of this. I got 4 days of dealing with this stinger down my shoulder and all that nonsense. So Cordy, what did he do? Talked to him for a minute. He gave me an adjustment, the ones that I don't like. And I said, the traction adjustment.
He's a chiropractor, folks. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah, he's a chiropractor. And you know what I'm thinking? Why can't I be living in Carlsbad right now? Why can't I be? But he had me in a chair and he got around my skull, just like, you know, he knows. And he just gave, I mean, I thought he was going to rip my head off, honestly. And I just felt clear down to my spine, like this separation.
What the hell are we talking about? You let another man mount you like that? Seems weird.
And that noise, I'm like, that's the one that's going to do it. And so, you know what? I had from the waist up, I had a great weekend. And that's not easy for me to, you know, to create enough separation in these compressed vertebrae to give me relief. If it wasn't for him, trust me, I had a miserable weekend from all of this stuff. It was non-existent because of Dr. Cordy Williams. So I'm just thinking, maybe I moved to Carlsbad. I don't know.
I was supposed to have a meeting with him today at 11:30, and I wound up there in LA for that speaking engagement. So I got to call Dr. Cordy and say, "Hey, man, sorry, I forgot about telling you missed our meeting." But he's the Megaphone Marine. Look him up. He's the one that, if you've seen the video, they're up in Sacramento, conservative, you know, rally, and the riot police show up. Man, the police show up in riot gear, and he grabs that megaphone and he reads them the riot act. I mean, it's a thing of beauty.
It was maximum impact, and they heard it loud and clear. He backed him up. He did, but you know, that's the
thing.
But
he read him the riot act in a loving way. It's like, "Hey, man, I get it. I love you, man. I'm glad you're doing what you're doing, but." You know, and he just kind of laid into him. It's a great video. So if you can find it, Megaphone Marine.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Go find it, folks. But yeah, here's the thing. Here's what I'm finding. God continues to put the right people in front of me when I need them. That's what happens there. He continues. to put the right people or the right moments or the right opportunities in front of me every step.
That's a common thread of the grifting, is how much they pull Christianity into it. I mean, it's just because they know their target audience. If you go back before their grifting and before they jumped on the movement, they very rarely, or if ever, talked about the religion or how it had played a role in their life, or how much they prayed, or how much they fasted, or how much they did any of that. Right up until they start getting an audience, and then suddenly it's this and this and that, and blah blah blah.
This way, that's why I keep saying, a lot of things I say, that's not, I've got knowledge, I've got, I've got, a library in my head, but much of this stuff is fashioned and crafted in a way that it becomes spoken. So yes, have I earned a lot of that? No doubt. I put an extraordinary amount of time, but there's no doubt there. You can call it channeling if you believe in one way. You can call it be divine inspiration if you look at it from a different viewpoint. All I know is that there is a guidance system that is part of me, always has been part of my life, and that's why I said,
nah, he doesn't really listen.
When I was at that event, the only two people in that event packing heat were me and Mike Williams, because Mike Adams, because we both refused to not be armed and have armed security, right? So under any circumstances. And the thing of it is that I operate in my life. I don't operate in fear. I live my life. And because a defense contractor was trying to help me understand, being in the Pentagon all the time, who you're taking on. These are bad people. I'm concerned about you.
Rosie O'Donnell did a video with Scott and Kirsten W.
This divine bubble around me. And he said, I assure you, believe me, you do. And that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. But yeah, it is something quite special. The people are, you are.
I think he's been having less and less Anon style, even though he still talks to Anon style stuff. I think he's starting to see, like, there's a greater chance that none of this comes true than if it does. So he's trying to roll it into, oh, I'm just your political guy. I'll keep you updated on the Constitution and what we need to do here and who we need to vote for in Oklahoma and who we need to do here. And he's going to try to get out from all these predictions and Khazarians and all that stupid bullshit. Clearly the Republican Party has little to no backbone or structure. Not only did Donald Trump come in and shake up the whole thing to its core, long after he came, a 20-year-old kid in what's his name? Damn it. Fuck. The America First leader, Nick, what's Nick's last name? He come in and shook it up. Damn it, I don't know why I can't think of it. I used to say it all the time. I know who he is. Anyways, it doesn't matter. He come in and shook up the entire Republican Party and brought a bunch of young people with him. So I think there's a lot of shuffling, a lot of power moves that'll be made towards the end of this, and we'll see what happens. Fuentes, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of it.
The movement is, and this is why I'm completely confident. I've never moved 1 inch. I've never backed up a millimeter. I keep charging forward. It's not possible, not doable. Bullshit. Watch this, and we keep plowing.
I mean, even if you don't like Nick or his movement or his beliefs or whatever, he shook up the Republican Party fucking hard. Like, especially to be as young as he is with little influence. He's never held a political position. He's never held anything. He shook it up hard. Him and the America First movement.
Forward, and we have an event like Tulsa. We're talking about a potential kickoff event in Dallas. I shouldn't say this right now, but we're looking possibly May the 8th of having a Patriot Street Fighter kickoff event before we
talked to our mutual friend. He told me a little bit about that idea, and I think it's a great idea.
Yeah,
our mutual friend.
Commitment from
kickoff event.
My new soon-to-be business partner. So yeah, I'm telling you, it's we the people. Anyways, I have.
One thing I don't understand is, like, if I'm going to go onto someone's show, it doesn't matter who. I usually go through their back catalog. There's a lot of legit people that probably don't want to be tied to the stuff in the canal and the Anon and the Space Force and this and that probably wouldn't want to be tied to that have agreed to come on with Scott, which I think's weird. But maybe not. Maybe they just don't look, or maybe they don't give a fuck. I don't know.
I have to jump a little bit behind schedule, but appreciate everything you're doing, brother.
No, I appreciate you, brother, and I appreciate your audience. I'm telling you, the Patriot Street Fighters out there, you guys are
terrified of the Kardashians.
And I'm like, where have you been all my life? All right. Appreciate you. I really do. And I appreciate you, Scott. And I'm having fun doing this. And I hope you're learning something. Keep the emails coming. constitutionspeaker@yahoo.com. I mean, I'm staying awake past midnight 3 times a week just to make sure I answer the emails. I will answer all of them personally. That's my goal. I don't want some lackey doing it, some college student doing it. I want to do it.
Maybe.
And I love hearing from you. So thanks for the emails too.
My pleasure. So appreciate you, buddy. Folks, this is another episode tomorrow night. And listen to this. We are going to be here with Bishop Larry Gators. And you know him. He is a spiritual buzzsaw. So get ready for that again.
And he's a spiritual buzzsaw.
Earlier live stream. But we have, you want a major fork you to YouTube? we're going to have probably their number one arch nemesis, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. We're going after the big V machine, and she is an intellectual sledgehammer. So, oh yeah, are they going to take my channel down for that or nuke that or hit me with a strike? You're right. Fork you, Susan Wojcicki. Here I come again. Take another channel down. That's the way we do it here. Love you, brother. Good night, everybody. Y'all have a great night.
He's so stupid. Fork you. I'm going to get another channel and another one and another one. All he's going to do is really fuck a whole lot of other people because he's going to have them put like IP bans or some type of ID verification or something. If he keeps doing this and other people follow suit, all he's going to do is really fuck a bunch of other people out of their channels. But that's the way they always do it, I guess. From Scott limping in with a close second to our first video, we're going to the third video, which is a video that has been strongly suggested. If you are ready to ascend, if you want to know more about what's going on, then Jason Q recommended that you watch this video. It's called 3 Days of Darkness, and then it's called Archons, Agartha, Aliens, and 12 Crystal Skulls. This is recommended directly to us by Jason Q. Okay?
The 3 Days of Darkness by Ricardo Trier. Dear brothers, it was with great joy that we came through this channel to complete the missing information so that you understand what is happening at the planetary transition level and the so-called 3 Days of Darkness. This information that we will transmit to you are essential light codes to share and spread. They are a kind of antidote to neutralize insecurity and the energy of fear, which are generated by so many erroneous assumptions about the 3 Days of Darkness, errors that cause the vast majority a certain panic, which in turn produces denser energies, and that is not good. So let's clarify what those days will be like and why they are necessary, so that instead of fear, you wake up, you have a clearer vision of this period that will forever change the course of life on your planet. We know that many of you have been wondering about this topic. 156 million years ago, and not 320,000 years ago as some think, a new species was being created. The human species. The original human who lived on Earth for a long time. Earth has portals for various parts of the universe.
I got the link.
For Sirius, Arcturus, Andromeda, Pleiades, Orion, among many others, making it easy for various civilizations to access the planet Agartha, as this planet was called, until the times of Lemuria and Atlantis, which, after the fall of these two civilizations, was renamed Gaia for future civilizations, and is now called Planet Earth.
Okay.
However, for us, the original name of your planet is still Agartha, because it has such an easily accessible location for various other civilizations in the universe. Agartha was chosen so that we could create a new species, a species that could freely enter other dimensions and visit other spheres through interdimensional portals. That is to say, your body was like a type of vehicle, capable of using these portals without the need for any other vehicle or conditions. Among the geneticists, scientists, and other specialists who were working on the development of this perfect species, there were also the Draconians, who intended to remove this species from the source, reducing its connection to the central sunlight, which was already relatively distant, for knowing how this species would develop, since if they were always connected, they would have no way of knowing how the species would behave far from the source, or what would happen if they travelled far beyond the central sun, and if they were lost or disconnected from the source. At first it seemed like a good idea for the board. They hypothesized that a species so evolved and created after so much work, technology, and energy invested, would need more security, since they did not know what awaited them in the infinite.
Sorta. It come from Jason Q. It's short of an alien message. This is how we got here.
Greater protection, also preventing it from being possible to enter the planet. Except that this...
What's weird is Jason Q shared it, and that sure does look like a round Earth to me, doesn't it?
Protection would also prevent it from being possible to leave it. We realized that this could be something irreversible if we all got caught in this orb. We tried to reverse the situation in the council, but the Dracos realized that they had acquired greater power over this quadrant, so they demanded everyone follow the suggestions of them, because they believed that due to the fact they had superior war power and greater control over creation through their technologies that were developed with the help of all of us, they deserved a prominent position on the council. Clear advice.
That makes sense.
I would never agree to that. Something similar.
Malfoy Dracos. The Dracos, they're the bad guys.
Atlantis and Lemuria. Those who were under the veils of protection that were being created then decided to leave before it was too late. But others remained, as in the case of the 12 consciousnesses that sacrificed themselves to stay alive in the heart of each being. Human, unconditional love of the source, because in this way, no matter how much the connection with the cosmos was completely cut off, the flame of love will be lit in their hearts. These consciousnesses gave rise to the 12 crystal skulls.
Oh, that Indiana Jones movie.
The Archons also reversed Agartha's magnetic poles, because they knew that in this way Agartha would become denser, since everything that rotates counterclockwise generates density.
Oh, they changed our rotation. I don't know if you saw it. It was real quick in the video. Because everything that rotates counterclockwise produces more density. Everything that rotates clockwise is less dense. That's why your clock is always dissolving into air.
And everything that rotates clockwise is more subtle. Agartha is currently rotating in opposition to the natural flow of the entire cosmos. So seashells, plants, and everything in the universe are spiraling clockwise. To maintain this inverted position, the moon was strategically positioned, always turning to the same side, so that the modifications made by them were maintained. Therefore, they were sure that the Earth would not return to its normal axis. But they made all these changes suddenly. It was what caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. After that episode, Agartha had other restarts, one of which caused the deluge that was deliberately caused by this non-light species trying to control the planet and cause global catastrophes where the moon hit the ocean.
The moon hit the ocean.
Rose, thus covering the entire planet.
Oh.
Even today, it is still possible to see the signs of this shock and the display.
So the moon hit the oceans. The moon hit the oceans and caused a world flood.
Of water at the top of the hills in Portugal, in Africa, and also on the surface of the planet, where was previously the ocean. Indigo. With this impact, the hills of the Himalayas, the highest mountain range on the planet, located between the plain, the south, and the Tibetan Plateau, were formed. In the depths of the ocean, biological sediments are made up of shells of a few types of planktonic organisms, a type of sedimentary rock of biological origin, made entirely of shell fragments. With the impact of the moon, these shells were transferred to the top of the mountains, forming yellowish calcium rocks. The reversal of Earth's magnetic poles to their original position began in 2009. In 2013, a gigantic meteorite was on a collision course with Earth.
So we're reversing the poles back? But won't that make us less dense?
Earth, and would cause a massive global cataclysm. The meteorite, which in turn disintegrated by the galactic fleet, hitting only a small part of it that hit Earth in Russia, where only a few people were injured, but there was no death. Earth has already been aligned by fleets, so it slowly returns to the right, without a major catastrophe or the extinction of the human species. If Earth's poles were suddenly reversed,
I'm very worried.
It would again cause destruction through major earthquakes and tidal waves. 2 gigantic spaceships have been positioned and approaching since 2009. What are Ashigmus, the ship of Archangel Michael, and the Athena ship of the
ship of Archangel Michael? So Archangel Michael is an alien with a warship, a war spaceship. Looks fully equipped too.
The Arcturians. These spaceships are made up of consciousness, and within them...
That does not look like it's made up of consciousness. That could be some space-age metal that I can't describe, or maybe even some type of polymer, but it does not look like consciousness.
There are still other consciousnesses, humans in their original form, using 100% of their brain capacity.
Humans in their ships are made up of consciousness, which is humans in their original form using 100% of their brain power. That ship, so you're riding inside another human. You're riding inside another human with an archangel alien. Makes so much sense. I feel like I'm ready for the fifth dimension.
Can take whatever shape they want. These beings, as in the case of Archangel Michael, can become aware and design a ship. So, as Higmus is consciousness by Archangel Miguel. The Earth has a gravitational force, just like...
Wait. You said Archangel Michael, and then you said Archangel Miguel. Is Archangel Miguel. Is he like the immigrant version? What is he? Sounds like a superhero in a Spanish movie.
These interactions between the gravitational forces, the Earth would remain in the counterclockwise position that the Archons placed it. So in order for the Earth to return to its original position, the action of the other gravitational forces is necessary.
L. Ron Hubbard.
The ships are interfering with the rotation of the Earth, and as these two ships get closer, the Earth will slow down until it comes to a complete stop. After completing this process, these spacecraft will slowly drift away, so that the Earth will slowly rotate clockwise again, therefore without much movement. Each is placed at one end of Earth's magnetic poles, slowing down the planet's rotation until it stops spinning completely. In the final moments of this intervention, one of the ships will be placed in front of the Sun, where it will also stop and begin to move away slowly, so that the Earth turns again clockwise. This journey will take 3 days, causing 3 days of darkness. This is the time it will take for the ship to make the journey, staying between the Sun and Earth, and returning the same way it entered. The electronic devices, and everything that contains electricity, electromagnetism, will stop working due to the approach of these ships.
Oh no.
Before, all beings on planet Earth will hear a signal that will warn them of what will happen. A last call from Mother Mary, who will speak in the ear of all her sons and daughters, who will remain without a doubt, especially
Mother Mary.
the awakened ones, who will clearly understand the sign. On that day, all human and non-human beings, every being with a brain, be it human or animal, will freeze along with planet Earth, and only return to their motor activities after the Earth begins to spin again in clockwise. On that day, everyone will be aware of everything that happens around them, but they will not be able to move. This may be scary, but there is nothing to fear.
Frozen in place as well?
Earth's rotation rotates in its original direction. It will return to all its abilities and motor coordination.
So we can't move. We're going to be frozen in just frozen there, solid. We can't move at all. That does sound scary as fuck.
Bodies in the Earth are paralyzed. All dimensions parallel to the third dimension will intersect. There will be no difference between the living and the dead. It will be possible to see all the dimensions.
All of them.
At the time of this transition, you will make a brief transition to the fourth dimension, and when Agartha returns to its original axis, you will be in the fifth dimension. The third dimension will cease to exist, as it is a denser dimension, a density that was deliberately generated by the change in Earth's rotation. After 3 days of darkness, you will have contact with all beings that are already in the fifth dimension, and the Earth will be on its original axis, fully connected to the central sunlight. That will be the cause of the 3 days of darkness. Have confidence, love. The time to practice meditation, inner peace, unconditional love is now, because then you have moved smoothly to the transition point without fear, just trusting that everything will be fine, and that it is necessary, so that everything returns to the plan source. In these 3 days, do not open the door of your houses. Keep
That's how Simon visits his kids.
And do not allow anyone in your family to leave the house, because their bodies can be paralyzed at any time. Take the necessary precautions to make them feel comfortable
Stay in bed all day, just in case you become paralyzed at any time.
in your home at that time.
Oh, that dude's getting laid. What is going on? What is that face?
Planes can fall. Accidents can occur, among other things caused by physical paralysis. When that happens, you will know what
Is he beating it?
And your loved ones will also count on the help of your cosmic families, soul families, mentors, and guides, who at this moment will be much closer to you due to the crossing of dimensions. Even those who are not awake. Your pets will also be paralyzed. However, they will make a very natural transition because they have never disconnected from Agartha. Beings that are still vibrating with hatred, pain, fear, that are vibrating in a very low frequency pattern, or still very attached to limiting beliefs, will not make the transition in the physical body. These bodies will cease to exist along with the third dimension, and their souls will pass to other orbs that are compatible with its vibratory frequencies.
Oh, okay.
There is no space or time for the spirit, so when you dream, you are simply somewhere else without having to travel a path. It will be like a dream for these people. They will wake up in another orb so they can continue their cycle of evolution. The moment you are paralyzed, do not open the door of your heart to doubts in any way. Keep the faith to the end, especially as you go through this moment of transition. Trust in the divine wisdom, not to lower yours. Vibrations. Everything that still vibrates in the third dimension will cease to exist. In Agartha, they will only incarnate souls and beings that already vibrate in the fifth dimension, and those who go through the transition will have the option to continue for a while, and then they will have the option to continue with their original family, their original orb, or to follow their evolutionary processes where they choose, because the source determined it. At the time of transition, if it becomes difficult to stay focused and focus on the higher vibrations, repeat this mantra: I am light, I am free, I am one with Source, so that you can dispel any low vibration feelings that maybe it's bothering you. No matter what they say, use that time to work on your own. Always stay safe and vibrant. Everything will be fine. After this information, there is more to come. By Ricardo Trier. Gratitude, the Cats of Sirius A, and Team Starlight.
The Cats of Sirius A and Team Starlight. Thank you. Well, I do appreciate that. It's more than I bargained for, I guess. Jesus, what the hell was that? What is that one? Look at that Jesus guy.
Lord Melchizedek, abundance in its true form. I am Lord Melchizedek. Greetings and welcome to all beings. I extend my light, truth, and my love. I am Lord Melchizedek. I am a collective energy, and yet you may see me as a single source. A source of light that oversees the universal level and brings wisdom, love, knowledge, and the divine plan from the Creator. It is an honor to be in your presence today, and I wish to speak of abundance. Abundance in its true form. What is abundance? You may be able to clarify what abundance is within your reality as different products or objects, experiences, or situations that you might have or wish to have. These are known as creations. Abundance can be known as creations, the creations that you recognize in your reality. Abundance is the product of creations, the manifestation of your creations. Now, abundance is so much more than this, because if it is creations, it also is energy.
What the fuck is this?
Feelings, perspective.
It's the same video creator.
In truth, abundance is who you are. Everything that you create, and everything that draws certain scenarios and outcomes into your reality. You are the energy of abundance.
Dumbledore. That's who you're looking for. They said in the other one that those aliens were called Draco Malfoy, which is the bad guy from Harry Potter too. I think this is just a Harry Potter fan channel.
The form and the experience of abundance. You are the one who creates abundance in your reality through your body, being, energy body, soul, thoughts, emotions, and your intentions. therefore, you are abundance. As we
Debbie, your vibrations aren't high enough yet.
we recognize that abundance is a frequency and energy, a sensation, a flash of light or a sound, anything that is the creator, because the energy of abundance flows from the creator. You are the creator. You hold within your being and express the vibrations of the creator, and your body, like a machine, creates. You receive and embody the energy of abundance, and your body, like a well-oiled machine, creates this abundance. You can recognize abundance in all areas of your reality. Maybe spring flowers blossoming, or maybe leaves growing upon the trees, or children laughing.
Oh, so it is a scam.
Pass you by. Abundance in those forms may seem impersonal, because it may seem as if it does not belong to you. And that
So you just run around spinning a top or some shit, and then you're like, oh, look, the tree grew. Abundance.
However, you created that abundance. You created that you were present to experience the abundance. Therefore, you are in co-creation of the abundance, and yes, you can claim that as abundance in your reality. How does abundance make you feel? If you imagine yourself experiencing the flow of abundance through your being, allowing it to manifest within your reality, what would you feel? Would you
I don't know.
complete? Would you feel
Maybe.
full? Would you feel
Sure.
delighted, overjoyed, excited? You may say that these feelings are only because you are experiencing abundance. However, these feelings are the abundance itself. If you manifest money for yourself, and this money allows you to do whatever you need to do in your reality, you have beautiful, delightful feelings within you. Is the money the abundance, or are those feelings within your being the abundant energy? It is an interesting question. We could say that both are abundance. The money is the abundant energy in form, and the feelings, the delight, the joy, are the abundant energy flowing through your being, expressed through your body and your being. However, you can create the money, the abundance, and maybe not have those abundant feelings within your being, as maybe the money does not fulfill you.
No.
You could create those feelings within your being without the money. Therefore, we can recognize that the true abundance are the
I
feelings.
think you guys got it.
And yes, it can manifest into forms that fill you with delight. You can create abundance within your being, the feeling, sensation, and experience of abundance without the outer objects, experiences, situations. What is the true form of abundance? If these emotions, energies, experience within your being are recognized as abundance of which you are the creation or creator of these abundant feelings, this signifies you are the energy of abundance. Every cell, thought, energy body of your being is the energy of abundance.
Energy of abundance. Okay. Are you guys taking notes?
Whenever you want. You can access it always if you wish, and it also means your inner experience is so important, more so than your outer experience. Your experience within you will impact your outer experience. It is so important to cultivate those inner vibrations, intentions, feelings, and thoughts to create abundance, aligning with the abundant nature of your being. It is as if you have so many different coats to
I feel like I don't believe you.
You could wear the coat of love, or the coat of abundance, the coat of peace, and it is all.
I feel like you're lying to us.
You can wear them all at once if you create within you peace, love, abundance. Then it will automatically manifest into your reality.
Okay, that's only halfway over. I can't do anymore. I can't do anymore. I can't do it. Here we go. Mel K.
One.
All right.
Hi, guys. I'm back with my favorite guy, the champ, David Nito.
The champ.
Nobody better than him out there. Thank you for coming, David. I'm so excited for us to be together again.
Yeah, finally, it's been a bit.
I know. Yep, and we've been dealing with a lot of stuff going on. How's it going down there? I know you're near the border. You seeing anything change at all?
I mean, to be honest, El Paso is Mexico. It's like it's like if they're coming here, they all blend in. It's not like I don't fucking notice anything. I'll be honest.
Right.
Like it's just like I've seen people run across the highways here since I was a kid. So like to
Right,
me,
I
it's
know.
like it's not. Oh, there's more coming. Okay, well, okay. I don't notice. I mean, but they are Fort Bliss has turned into a center of basically a babysitting center where they're actually housing all the immigrants. All the centers here, whatever they're called that house them, are to capacity.
I know. And I heard
claimed
that
all of them.
Yeah,
the Border Patrol agents tell me every day, they're like, dude, we're basically an Uber service and we drive them to a daycare and then they go free.
My God, the morale must be terrible for these guys. I mean, that's not what they signed on for. I can't even imagine.
And now they're not allowed. Biden passed something where they're not allowed to call them certain names. You can't say illegal immigrant. You can't say illegal alien.
Right,
you have to say undocumented citizen and say citizen.
Get out of here. This
is crazy.
It's absolute insanity at this point. And then the other thing that's happening is apparently the president of Mexico is saying, well, why don't you just pay them welfare from the American taxpayers so that they can have better lives where they are? And I'm waiting for the Biden regime to do that.
They will. They're tanking the economy, and this is all done by design. We all know it.
Yeah.
We all know that that's what he's been put in office to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? Who do you think is really running our country?
The deep state, whoever they are, the people that you don't see behind the shadows, you know,
right, the oligarchs.
Like this, people need to understand it's, you know, you can say China, but it's the deep state that also runs China. The deep state runs all of this shit.
Right.
And that's who we are at war with.
Right. Well, that's what most people don't get. You and I have been talking about it for months, but the UN basically, every important
These are two intellectual powerhouses, okay?
committee at the UN is now run by a
She's not a man in that porno she's in.
CCP are only loyal to the CCP. So the fact that they're in the UN is completely insane anyway. But as we know, I mean, you're watching, you're a boxer. You had, deals with some of the companies and stuff. And these corporations have completely also jumped on the bandwagon because they're owned.
She played Stacey Carosi in Saved by the Bell.
By the same people. It's all one big cabal. I saw Trump last night said something about the cabal, and I was like, yes.
Yeah.
But
when I watched that with Hannity last night, I just watched what he didn't say.
And what stood out to you?
He didn't say he was running in 2024.
I know, and I saw it this morning on the news, and I said he absolutely did not say that. He won 2020, by the way.
Yeah, that's why but he did not say he's running in 2024.
Right.
He even said, he goes like this. He goes, listen, you know the way he does that. For legality reasons, he sidestepped that question.
Right.
Which was very big to me. That's a huge response to the people that know.
Right. Exactly. And
there's unfinished business, and it's happening right now. Like these audits that are happening. Windham just got a. They were.
You can say that David is just as fucking stupid. But the plurality of people who have reached out to him to try to fucking correct him, he's choosing to believe this now. There's been way too many people that have shown him the truth, and he still refuses to acknowledge it because he's making $40,000 a month.
Their auditor in secret. Now they're going to choose it in public.
Right.
So they won that. So.
Right. And Maricopa County is starting today. And of course, we just found out that Zuckerberg gave $3 billion to the Maricopa County Election Board.
That's insane.
It's crazy. And not just that, he gave $5 million to Raffensperger in Georgia just before. So
that's the one that Trump had the conversation with on the phone, right? And said, I'm putting you on notice.
Yep. Confirmed.
Oh,
both of those people. Yeah. It's that extreme. It's that
allegedly.
It's that blatant. And, and we're at a point. And then, of course, Mark Elias and all these lawfare people that use the law to manipulate everything and threaten people. They're threatening the Maricopa County auditors. And the question is, if 75 to 100 million people think the election was stolen, then why not just do an audit and prove that you won?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's just,
because they're covering up all their bad deeds and shit because they're going to jail. At the end of the day, they're going to jail. However long this takes, fine. But they're going to jail. Or they're going to probably be publicly hanged. And with
Do you really believe that?
They're fucked.
Because all the bad people in the government go to jail, right?
Getting away from this.
No way. No way. This has been a 4-year-long sting. That's what a lot of people don't get. They are way ahead. And I also noticed General Flynn this weekend said, we do have a president. His name is Donald J. Trump. And yeah.
Oh.
I know. And the other thing that I think is pretty interesting about all of that is apparently Delta Force has taken over and they're protecting Trump. And
really, okay. So where did you hear that?
I heard it from a military person that told me that Delta Force is the ones that he was betrayed by the Secret Service.
Right. Okay. So the Delta Force stepped in.
Who is telling you this shit? Who? Delta Force is first SF Operations Detachment Delta, but no one's telling her that. I heard it from a military person. He was outside of Walmart. He wasn't in a uniform, but I mean, he told me he was in the military. Fucking idiots.
And they're taking care of them. Who better to have? That's what Juan always says. Juan says the very top echelon of the military is behind Trump. The very top, because
I think that's them.
Right. And the very original guys came in to bring him, asked him to be president.
I know. And it's the military that we don't see, because, you know, what they're doing to our military is so sad. Having a brother-in-law that just came back from a year in Kuwait, and he was already having problems with them trying to do the diversity thing in the because he had 60 guys under him, and he had to do a Black Lives Matter training thing. And it was really the black soldiers that were like, why are we doing this? What is this about? Like, why are they divided? Like, when it comes to the military, especially when you're out there, you know, in the Middle East, it could be attacked at any time, or you have to show up somewhere at any time.
It's amazing what stories some guys will concoct just for a BJ.
The diversity thing. There's no place for it in our military. And as China is strengthening their military, Biden and them are weakening it, starting wars all over.
Right.
I don't know if you heard about, they stopped the color revolution because our media doesn't put anything out there in Belarus just a few days ago. And it was the same suspects, the George Soros NGOs, the Clinton Global Initiative.
Oh, God.
And then
Oh.
you know what they do? They go in, they start in internal strife like they did here. Their color revolution here with be it racist or whatever, and then they have their own Antifa go in, and then after that they oust the democratically elected.
All he had to do was be present.
Somebody George Soros is picked.
Yeah, comfortable.
Have a 20 spot.
But what's good is Russia and Belarus thwarted what was planned. But the one thing
Okay, good deal.
the guy from Belarus
Thwarted.
That refused to take the money for COVID. And he refused to shut down his country and all of that. And we know the other guy from Tanzania who did the same thing and tested the fruit and stuff was murdered, it appears, or suddenly died.
That's right. The president from Tanzania that said that this is all a hoax.
Right. And the guy from Belarus did the same thing. So, you know, look, there's a major international.
Right. Well, everyone needs to understand that World War III is the war between the globalists and the nationalists.
Right.
That's what this is.
Right. And we're
and we either slide and also it's a war between the awake and asleep.
Right.
The people that are not the people pushing through life, wearing their masks, getting the vaccinations, they're already dead, in my opinion. I'm just going to say it the way I see it.
Right.
They're done.
I mean,
they're done.
Yeah, and it's proving something very sad, that people are more willing to follow orders than I thought. That has been the worst part. And, you know, we've been told many times that our Bill of Rights and Constitution isn't suspended over a pandemic. But what bothers me is, how is a pandemic still, the question is, how did we have a pandemic last year when the year before and the year before that there were the same death rates?
Are you just mad because they don't make a mask with a nose bridge as wide as you need, Mel?
Right.
Like, I don't know. Did you see?
Because they give everybody, they took away the flu, they took away heart attacks, they took away all that and gave it to.
They don't make women's clothing with broad shoulders either, but I don't see you complaining about those.
COVID.
Right, exactly. And we know COVID really stands for a certification of vaccination identification.
Right.
It's SARS-CoV-2. But the fact that we've all jumped into calling it what it is, and it's always been about the vaccinations. And
the only thing bigger than her Adam's apple is her ball sack. Don't worry about it.
All you need is a few celebrities, politicians to get up there and start endorsing. Oh, look what I'm taking, and then everyone people have this celebrity worship. They're like, oh my Lord, I'm gonna get it. You're gonna get it. Yeah, you're gonna get it. Let's all get it together. And then they're bragging about it, taking pictures with tattoos. Fucking idiots.
Yeah, you know what? I just saw a friend of mine that's going to the Oscars said that they're allowed to. They don't have to wear their masks when it's being filmed, but they're supposed to put on their mask during commercial break. And I was like, what kind of science is involved?
Yeah, that's China. That's China. That's what China does.
China's making them wear their mask at the Oscars during commercial breaks. That's China. That's China.
I know, and it's just. And I got a thing this morning from SAG for a town hall with Stacey Abrams. So if anyone thinks that the Hollywood and Screen Actors Guild and all these people aren't hook, line, and sinker in with the globalists, they're wrong. Right. You know, this is the second time. So they want to do a town hall with Stacey Abrams on rebuilding the industry, which is over. But I remember in the beginning of COVID, SAG did a town hall with Adam Schiff.
Right. So I see America dividing here.
Yeah.
And where they're going
to
make it to where if you're vaccinated, you get to have all the benefits. You get to go to the basketball games, the restaurants, the fancy restaurants. You get to go to the Oscars. You get to go to this red carpet, that red carpet. To the people that are asleep, that sounds awesome. To me, I don't want to be around those fucking people anyway. Yeah, they're the sheep. They're the.
Yeah, okay. You're not invited to a fucking thing. You would be there in a heartbeat if anybody thought that you had the intellectual capacity to carry on a conversation.
They're demonic.
And people don't understand that because they don't want to. But, for me, also having done all that stuff, it's really not fun.
No, I tell people all that.
Yeah, she claims like she had she was a co-star in something when she was actually like unnamed flight attendant number 3. She's been in the background of a lot of shit. She claims that she was the guest on a Chelsea Lately episode that she wasn't. She just claims a bunch of shit.
All the time, Mel, am I right about this?
Yeah.
I like Jim Caviezel, people like that.
And she got some background shit.
That are celebrities I've been around. But most celebrities, I can't stand them. They're the worst fucking people there are.
They're also
they have the worst problems. They have issues. Right. They're narcissistic. And
they're so controlled. What I saw
they're controlled.
Was for each celebrity, there's like 20 to 30 people on their payroll. So, for every, especially with one that I saw.
Melody Krell, Krell.
I'm telling you, like it's a step, and then there's a big agency out there that I believe is the hub for all things satanic out there, at least one of them. But I will tell you that
Harry and the Hendersons.
Really, there's a lot to their lives that they're not free. And then you can see
they're highly controlled.
She was Stacey Carosi on Saved by the Bell. Remember when Saved by the Bell went and worked at the beach resort, and the little fat guy was like the boss, Mr. Carosi? That's her daughter.
Basically,
that's his daughter, Stacey Carosi. She dated Zach. They watched the fireworks on the beach.
People remember what happened with Winona Ryder, but after that, you kind of had to look at the facts that she was supporting not just her whole family and everyone else, but agents, managers, assistants, personal assistants, stylists, this, that. They all have an entire team that they're paying. And then they end up with very little money, to tell you the truth.
Right, which brings me to Jim Caviezel.
I love him.
And what just happened in Tulsa. Let's just talk about that for a second.
Yeah, let's do it.
He came out and talked about adrenochrome. He talked about child trafficking.
Ooh, that's off. That's off. She looks more like AC Slater. She's a mix between Stacey Carosi and what was that biker chick, Tori Voorhees or something?
Part of Jesus, in my opinion.
I agree.
And he got blackballed anyway, but he's like, fuck it, I'm going for broke.
I know. Well, he did have a TV show for many years, but the truth of the matter is Jim has always been very vocal about his faith and belief in God and Christ, and that.
Dude, I honestly think, no, Jim Caviezel, it made headlines. He's never came out about the AC subject, okay? I think that he felt like he was pandering to that audience. Maybe he didn't know it was being live streamed. I don't know, but I've never heard him say that.
That leads him, and after meeting him and all of that, this is absolutely
no. That's the girl that's in the Scientology.
A calling for him.
It's a different one.
So if it all culminated in him getting out there and being the first one to put this out there, and I'm sure you saw immediately Vanity Fair jumped on him, and you know what I said? They're in on it. They know. They know.
They're scared to death.
Right.
The real crime is she probably looks a lot better in a mask.
Jim did an amazing job of explaining it too.
A full face mask, like a hockey mask.
He knows the truth, and he knows the consequences of doing so. But with no fear, he's such a hero to me in general. And
I love
she was the star of my big fat Greek wedding.
Me too.
Yeah, he's huge, and he just the fact that he did that, man. I mean, he really just, let's be honest, probably threw his career away in Hollywood,
Yeah.
But hold on.
She claims that the porn she was in, she says that she was RAPED in it. Basically RAPED. I know if I say that, they're going to put an age restriction on my video. In it, and she plans on filing a police report from when she was 22.
Hold on, but I believe, and my faith tells me this, other avenues are gonna open that are gonna be amazing for this guy.
Oh yeah, for sure. But don't forget, he has a really good relationship with Mel Gibson, who I feel like was really unfairly targeted, as I feel about Roseanne. And these people find ways to keep going. You know why? Because
I miss Saved by the Bell. I wish they kept it going.
Hollywood might hate them because they stepped out of line, or the powers that be. That right now,
who cares if a demon?
I know.
It's like, fuck, whoa, okay.
But you notice a lot of them are making independent. They're making the movies outside of the system, and that's what's.
And that's only going to grow.
Right, and they've been taking for at least 15 years, actually, a lot of money from the CC.
Mark Safe from Charlie's Boys today.
Build their own studios, took all the technology.
Yeah, but that's not the one I want to see. Where like Zach's the governor of California or whatever. I want him to still be in high school, like he still hasn't graduated, and all his friends have. And they like see him when they're dropping their kids off, but he's just like, oh, I don't know, guys. Thinking about going to the party tonight.
They're making their own movie.
There's a web series called Zach Morris is Trash, and it like breaks down every episode, but it like talks about all the shitty things he did in it. It's actually really, really funny.
And the bottom line is they banned the Oscars in China this year.
Wow.
And and they're telling Hollywood they don't need them anymore. And
they simultaneously banned the Oscars in China, and they are making you wear your mask during break at the Oscars because China. That makes perfect sense.
This is exactly what happened. Hollywood is really falling apart from the inside out.
Like a used prostitute.
Right.
Like a used whore that just gets thrown back on the street.
Whoa. She's sitting right there, man. Damn. She's interviewing you, and you're just going to start throwing out used prostitute, used whore. I don't think you can say those things to her face.
Right.
She'll say it behind her back in a different video.
Virtual award shows, it just shows how removed they are from reality. They really at this point are just making movies for themselves.
Yeah, I agree.
Nobody has even seen any of it.
When I go onto Netflix, I look at all of it, I just go, garbage. I don't want to watch any of this. I just watch my fish tank now. I just listen to music. I'm like, wow, I'm getting back to the basics for real. Like I don't watch.
Hey, what? What do you watch? I can't even watch Netflix. I watch my fish tank. Not a thought in his head. Hey, you want to read a book? No. My fish tank theater's coming on. Hold on. Oh. The big one always likes to swim down to the bottom and blow bubbles.
Anything on Netflix, I watch sometimes classics like movies in the 80s or 90s, but when they had a story plot, and
I like cereal.
And it wasn't all manipulation and
everything's CGI now, explosives and this, and it's garbage. The Hollywood has turned to garbage, and everybody's in a movie. I have like 20 friends in movies now. It's like
I'd rather watch my fish tank.
well, there's no star appeal anymore.
And by fish tank, I mean the back of my toilet. I put goldfish in there.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, I landed a Netflix deal. I'm like, you and 20 other people.
I know. Believe me, I was working on that too, but I have no interest. It's so weird because I really, it's like, whatever, at this point, and it's all going to shake out. We're still waiting for one of the big reasons that I'm looking forward to the other side of this is I want to see some justice in that Epstein Island case and in that Ghislaine Maxwell case. And a lot of these people are going down with that ship if they haven't already.
This didn't just disappear.
I know.
This didn't just, there's workings behind the scenes. People need to understand. It may seem like we're gaining no ground at all because Biden's in office and this and that, but no,
because you're not.
Behind the scenes.
You're not gaining any ground at all.
I'm very confident.
Okay.
What's happening with Maxwell?
Me too.
I mean, you think those people were just arrested for the hell of it? No.
And they want out.
No.
They have to. Now, right now,
Ghislaine.
to extradite Weinstein for the rape charges in California. Well, he doesn't want to go. So whatever he hasn't already spilled his guts on, he will now. And then, Ghislaine Maxwell, I hear, and probably you heard too, that she already made a deal and that she's given over everything already. And what I was told also by somebody that really does know about the case, they have 10,000 hours of blackmail footage that they seized from Epstein.
Jeez.
10,000 hours of blackmail footage that they seized from Epstein.
10,000 hours. So
who can watch all that without vomiting?
Can you imagine?
There's no way. I mean, that's like, I couldn't watch, when I was watching The Sound of Freedom with Jim Caviezel in it. Remember they showed, like, because Jim played Tim Ballard, they showed Tim Ballard having to watch the videos of the children being raped.
Yeah.
Could you, there's just no way you could be the same
person. That's something different. Let's not talk about that. That seems like that's something else. I don't know. I don't think you have to watch them, especially him. Like, he's not a cop. He has no jurisdiction. If he's just watching kid porn, he's just watching kid porn. I don't think that's weird. That's strange.
Person anymore. It was just like
he had to watch them, so he had to come home and do his own research, and he had to use DuckDuckGo, and he bought some of them offline to later establish a case. And no, that's something else. By the way, 10,000 hours is like 400 days or some shit, right? 400 some days.
Probably disturbed me the most out of the whole movie was the fact that he had
24 hours a day for 400 days watching blackmail footage.
The worst part of the whole movie, honestly, was seeing the kids go on that island and knowing that that's what happened on Epstein Island when the kids are pulling up and they're all excited and these scumbag pedophiles are like, and it was just
gross.
So you can never unsee it. That's why when I've been talking to the guys involved, I've been like, hopefully this movie comes out coinciding with the Epstein truth coming out, because after you see that movie, you see how these degenerates are, and that these kids come onto this island, they know that they're
416 days.
Traffic, and
that sounds like a fun job.
Like it's the movie's so amazing. Everyone needs to see it. And the good part about that movie, though, is it is like, if Oscars mattered, it's Oscar quality across the board. The two child actors are.
The acting's great.
The children are amazing.
The story's amazing. It's a true story.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, and millions of they've been trying to like send out links online pretending that it's that, and I tell everyone, do not click on this. It's malware or something. And but the response people are waiting will be huge.
It's going to be enormous when this comes out.
Yeah, and it's gonna skip the system.
Also, they're releasing it for free on YouTube.
And people are gonna have a rude awakening in Hollywood to see. Probably, I would say
the longer this takes, right, the better. I think. Like, as long as it doesn't take forever, but I'm saying, like, in the next, if we have like a year to year and a half span, I think, and it's just building momentum, and I think when it finally comes out, boom, knock out.
I don't think you understand what momentum is. There are people falling off of this movement left and right, claiming that nothing is happening. That's not momentum. Oh, the longer it takes, I just think the better, as long as it don't take too long. But like 3 years, that'd be cool. Right? Momentum. Momentum. I don't think you know what momentum means.
Punch.
Yeah, because I think Maxwell already made a deal.
Did he just yell punch at the end of this? What did he just say? 15:59. Yeah, punch.
Hollywood to see probably I would say
The longer this takes, right, the better. I think. Like as long as it doesn't take forever. But I'm saying like in the next, I think if we have like a year to year and a half span, I think, and it's just building momentum. And I think when it finally comes out, boom, knockout punch.
Yeah, because I think
knockout punch.
But either way, her case is set to go to trial in July. They may do a show trial if what I'm hearing is true. Whatever the case may be, it's gonna blow right open, really, really big time. And I can't wait for that because all these people that go around.
Actually, yeah, the movie was already made, then shelved. So if you watch some of those videos I was showing you earlier today, it goes into the guy that's doing the reporting interviewed the Fletcher guy who made the movie, and what happened was at least his part of the claim and the part of the essential oils claim people that claim that Tim Ballard originally the movie was about him and he's a nonprofit blah blah blah, and once the movie was almost completed, he demanded that he be brought in as a 1/3 partner because there were two people producing it as a 1/3 partner and get 1/3 of the money. And they said, hell no, you can't get 1/3 of the money. Hell no. So they shelved the movie and it went away and fucking nobody was talking about it and they were fighting back and forth and they got the doTERRA, whatever people involved. And after doTERRA got involved, then they called in Glenn Beck, who is good friends with the church and good friends with Jim, and apparently knows the producers as well, and went to some like closed doors negotiations, and then suddenly it was ready to come out. But yeah, it was like shelved for like a year and a half or some shit, while Tim Ballard was demanding 1/3 of the money, and the guy, the Fletcher guy's like, look, he didn't do any of the work. He literally did like a day and a half of voiceovers for like a couple hours a day, to at the beginning of the story, the end of the story. But we have like actors and we produced this, so we've got money involved. We were here for every step of the way. He showed up like twice to do voiceovers, and that's all he did. And he came in and demanded to be a 1/3 partner, and that's what shut down the release. It still wasn't picked up by anybody. It still wasn't picked up by like Amazon or Netflix or nothing. But they could have put it out. You know what I mean? They could have did an internet release or some shit. But the reason it's been shelved for so long was because of that.
Preaching to
is what the producer of the movie says.
Something's wrong with us because of the color of our skin or any of this crap Hollywood's pushing with the vaccines or all of it.
He also says so there was some messages that someone else sent in that were with the producer of the movie, and he's talking to someone else talking about how Tim Ballard's doing a disservice to the child stuff, and that he should honestly stay away from it. And he's driving people that would legitimately donate to legitimate causes. He's driving those people away. Then he says there's no chance you can touch him in Utah because he's got the AG in his back pocket.
The hero worship of Fauci has been to me the most repulsive.
Disgusting.
Of it all.
It's disgusting, man. Yeah, like who is this guy? He's not even qualified.
Well, he's certainly he's apparently though he's the top paid federal official, period. He makes more than anyone in all of the government.
Have you heard the rumors that he's Mother Teresa's son?
I have.
Have you seen pictures? Well, okay, hold on. I know there's no validation, there's no proof in that. I'm saying that right now. But fuck, they look alike.
Yeah.
They look alike.
And people, there's also there was a big story and documentary about Mother Teresa's connection to child trafficking.
The Mossad.
Right, and then I saw this horrible.
Nothing surprises me anymore, Mel.
He's got a little separation between his words there. Okay, it's called an involuntary pause, and the way it works is sometimes when he's talking, he forgets what he's going to say.
I know, isn't it crazy? But I saw this whole thing. You know, I've been saying, if Black Lives Matter, why aren't they helping Black lives here? Let alone, you should see how much trafficking, human trafficking, and child trafficking.
Jesus Christ!
In Africa,
Are you shitting me?
Horrendous, and it's gotten way worse over COVID. And it's like at a point where stop dividing everything. Let's just all get together.
A species can't survive if it eats its young, right? And that's what we're self-terminating ourselves. That's what's happening. Right. Is a species cannot survive if we hurt our young. Mm-mm. We're doomed. We're doomed. If that's what we're doing for greed and money, and abusing and, let's be honest, pedophilia, adrenochrome, the whole thing. If we're doing that to our young, we're a doomed species.
Right. Also, the psychological and emotional manipulation of children, especially over this past year, but now with critical race theory being pushed by the government and dividing by skin color and all of this, and then God forbid you're a parent or a teacher that fights back, they destroy your life. And it's like, and then the thing is, we have to remember these Marxist socialists are following the CCP Stalin playbook. All of this has happened before. It just never happened here.
A lot of people think that, oh, this all died in World War II and World War I. No. It's alive and well. In fact, they've been waiting in the shadows and infiltrating our system for decades to do what they're doing right now. These people don't rest. Evil never rests.
No. And honestly, George Soros has been out there many times and saying that his life goal is to destroy America from the inside out.
This dude's going to die. He's 90. He's 110. How old is this guy?
I don't know. At least not late 80s. But again,
that guy couldn't do one jump rope. That guy couldn't run a block. How is he alive? See, I don't think he's in control of shit. I think it's his kids. I think it's all them.
Yeah.
I don't think at 95 you could even give up. How can he be that evil at 90? What is he, 100?
Well, there's a lot of evil.
130?
We finally, Trump finally kicked out Kissinger, who's been the main architect in America of the New World Order, one world government.
Maybe Trump needs to hire me because I can tell him right now who's who.
He might be hiring you. I'm sure he knows who you are. Trust me.
Let's go, Trump. I'll be on your team. We'll get rid of this guy. Kushner's got to go.
Yeah, well.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't like the guy. I don't trust him. A little smirk.
Yeah. There's
he deals with Soros.
I'm telling you, man. If you see, just look. All you got to do is look at the pictures, the pictures of the orphanage that they run. And then look at how much money they have in their bank account, and it'll tell you. And in Haiti, especially, where it's like $10 to buy a new fucking house.
Part is, it seems to me we both know that Trump was put in there by the military guys that I believe are protecting him now. Another thing that happened is apparently Milley,
the Delta Force,
has lost his power, and why Trump? A lot of Trump's choices and people turned out to be truly just backstabbers on the side of the globalists, all of that. And he picked Milley, who went against him. And but again, like that was the third military guy with all we know. That's why it's like, there has to be two sides to everything. We're seeing one and something else is going on because
there's a lot of moving parts and we're not privy to see them. We are not in that firewall.
Right.
Like 107 says, we're not in that firewall. And a lot of people now are saying, Juan's a fraud, this and that. No, I think Juan's legit. I talked to him.
Really? With all his mispredictions? Oh, we just put those off because it's a dynamic game. Then why are we making predictions? Why are we saying that we're talking to the man and the man's telling us this day, exactly this fucking day? Oh, no, it's very complicated. You see, what we don't know is other things that are happening around other things and you can't really tell. Then why are you naming days at all? Why didn't you say that from the beginning? Douchebags.
Regularly, I talk to Charlie too. Everyone has their specialty. Right. And I take from everybody. Charlie has his specialty on the financial reset, whatever. Sometimes he says shit that I shouldn't say it, but oh well. Juan, said April 1st. Look, none of us, for sure, I can guarantee you that none of us are psychics. So that shit's got to go. We keep moving the goalposts 10 yards back.
Right.
So what I'm doing with my audience now is telling them, hey, let's all do our homework. Let's all do this together. Let's all network. And if I'm wrong about shit, fucking fact check me.
Right.
I'm not gonna get mad that I'm wrong. I'm wrong about a lot of things. And it's like every girl I've ever dated.
You're wrong about everything. That's true.
I bet. No, but yeah, no, that's the truth. And the other thing is, you and I really don't do that. But there's the infighting has been really disappointing. But I've also found that some of the people that are attacking us are guilty of some of these crimes. They have their own stuff, and what's the point? Again,
there's this dude right now attacking me and attacking a lot of personalities, and he dresses like me. It's the creepiest shit I've ever seen. He wears my glasses, my hat backwards. It's fucking scary, dude. It's creepy, like fucking.
It's like that movie.
Seeing a white female.
Yes.
It's weird. I'm just like, okay, dude, you're giving me and everybody else the creeps.
Right. I know. Well, you know what they are, like you said.
What did he just say?
Creepiest shit I've ever seen. He wears my glasses, my hat backwards.
Who's he talking about?
Attacking me and attacking a lot of personalities, and he dresses like me. It's the creepiest shit I've ever seen. He wears my glasses, my hat backwards. It's fucking scary, dude. It's creepy, like fucking.
It's like that.
What are his glasses and hat backwards?
It's weird. I'm just like, okay. Dude.
Does he wear aviators? Is he talking about me? God, I hope so.
What they are, like you you said, like Charlie said to me when I was being attacked, he's like, they're just exposing themselves. Who cares? And it's easy to say who cares, but the one thing that you and I believe a lot of these people, everyone comes from a place of God.
I've never seen him with his hat backwards or glasses. Please be talking about me, motherfucker.
And like I say to people, do your own show. Do your own blog. Go out there and fight the good fight yourself.
But see, these people don't have any creative juices or experience in any of this, or they don't have the know-how, and they just...
No, he wears reading glasses sometimes. He wears reading glasses sometimes. I don't think I've ever seen him in aviators, and I don't wear reading glasses because I'm not in his age bracket. Yeah, he wears reading glasses. I have seen him in reading glasses sometimes. I've never seen him in aviators. Even on Google Images, there's no pictures of him in, like, aviators or shit. He must be talking about reading glasses. Oh, he's talking about Tony. He's talking about Tony. Is he talking about you, Tony? You wear reading glasses, don't you?
And like, you know, what's the point? Again,
there's a dude right now attacking me and attacking a lot of personalities, and he dresses like me. It's the creepiest shit I've ever seen.
There's a dude attacking me and attacking a lot of personalities, and he dresses like me. It's the creepiest shit I've ever seen. I know the audio's low. Let me bump it, and I'll back it up one more time.
Let's all do this together. Let's all network. And if I'm wrong about shit,
I know it's loud. Hold on.
right.
I'm not gonna get mad that I'm wrong. I'm wrong about a lot of things.
He's talking about you, Tony.
Every girl I've ever dated.
I bet. No, but yeah, no, that's the truth. And the other thing is, you and I really don't do that. But you know, the infighting has been really disappointing. But I've also found that some of the people that are attacking us are guilty of some of these crimes. You know, they have their own stuff, and like, you know, what's the point? Again,
there's a dude right now attacking me and attacking a lot of personalities, and he dresses like me. It's the creepiest shit I've ever seen. He wears my glasses, my hat backwards. It's fucking scary, dude. It's creepy, like fucking.
It's like that movie.
Single white female.
Yes.
It's weird. I'm just like, okay, dude, you're giving me and everybody else the creeps.
Right. I know. Well, you know what they are, like you said, like Charlie.
All right, I recorded that clip right there. I'll send it to you in a minute.
Who cares? And it's easy to say who cares, but the one thing that you and I believe a lot of these people, everyone comes from a place.
Why could no one ever talks about me?
Wanting the truth out and doing the best we can to do it. And like I say to people, do your own show. Do your own blog. Go out there and fight the good fight yourself.
But see, these people don't have any creative juices or experience in any of this.
You're fighting the wrong fight.
And they just...
You're taking people's money. My fight is for refunds, motherfucker. Refunds.
How to bash other personalities. So they take people like you. They take people like me, hoping that they'll gain our following by
I know.
exposing us.
Right.
I do not... Whoa. I do not want your following. I'm afraid they couldn't keep up, and I cannot keep rewinding my live stream to explain myself 115 times. They barely keep up with your speech pattern. Forgetting words and random pauses and, there's another shot to the face. Flashbacks. I do not want your shit at all.
They're fucking slap dicks, and they're jokes. You know what I mean? And it's just like, there's a guy, I'm not going to say his name, he's all but, 5'2"?
Right.
Fucking
I know, he
shit.
attacked
Like,
me
dude,
too.
come on, man. I fucking shit bigger than you, bro. Like, get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here. And
also,
it's everywhere.
yeah.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, but you know what? The truth is, we keep going anyway. I know you've gone through a period. I've gone through a period. It's like you want to throw your hands up, but we're not fighting our own fight. We're fighting a fight.
Stop trying to convince us you've had a period. We all know what you're working with.
Well, we're being led by
The
God.
internet's a different animal. When I grew up, we fought after school.
Right.
Sorry, it's like, you got a problem with me? Fucking after school, let's go.
So did my
And once you say that, the whole school goes.
I know.
And it's like,
Yeah, David, I'm gonna fight you after school in El Paso, where we both live and attend school. Wait. Maybe in the playground, you bitch. Tired of it.
we're gonna.
What was it called? I call you out, and you meet in the park after school.
Yeah, and then if it was just knuckles, man. And if you wanted to fight with rocks, you'd have to say it.
You know where the fucking monkey go round is? There, motherfucker. We're doing this shit. Exactly halfway between Tennessee and Texas. Figure it out. I'll be there.
If it's just knuckles, it's just knuckles.
Yeah.
And that's what we see now. People have too much privilege and entitlement to just talk shit about other people they don't know on here. and not get punched in the fucking face. And it blows my mind.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Come try to punch me in the face.
I know. But you know what? It's again, we don't need to, you and I really need to just stick with what we know, with the facts and all of that. And, you know, if it wasn't for you, I really would have lost it. When you called me to support me a few weeks ago, I could not be more grateful.
Oh, when you were in all those porns and people found out about it?
But that's the best part about
scumbags.
But that's the best part about us and the people that we are attracted to and the people we do trust and the bubble that we are in is I'm telling you, I just
Jesus
feel,
Christ.
we're really
Closest basketball court now.
Around people that are legitimately really good humans, and that matters the most. And you know, let them say what they will, but I think we're doing a lot. I know you have a big fan base. I know I do, and I think
I named the playground equipment wrong.
Really to go out there because people have to go out there in their own lives, in their own worlds, and change minds in their sphere of influence. And I think more and more people are doing that. More and more people are questioning. And you know, if that's what we're put here for, then we'll take the slings and arrows. We know Trump could.
Oh, what a what a bitch, dude.
I believe in the goodness. It's just about waking up enough people.
Right.
And that's where we're at with all this. And I think
what a bitch. When I was at school, we used to just go to the playground. And now people across the world are on the computer. Why can't you just be at my playground, bro? I go there every day and feed the ducks.
If Charlie gets dates wrong,
Alpha.
He's got a good heart. His heart's in the right position.
Absolutely.
107. We're all the modern day, what I call digital warriors, which is sounds so gay, but it's whatever. Digital warriors.
Yeah. No.
So whatever. But I'm just saying, like, what we're doing is we're spreading information, and we're a huge threat, and that's why
You just called yourself a digital warrior, non-ironically, and then told people that they were calling you out online instead of meeting you at the playground. Are you shitting me? Scott McKay sent you a Purple Heart yet?
I had to do my own channel. I had to do Nino'sCorner.tv because I had my friend Ian.
You do have one number on me. You did return to boxing with 2 straight fucking losses, and I've never done that.
The one that's the agent for YouTube.
Right.
I have to do everything G-rated on there, and I have to do everything PJ-13. But the real shit.
Right, me too. I'm getting I mean, we're probably using the same people. I'm getting one too. The MLKShow.tv as well. Because you know what? It's just this is the best part about the censorship and the demons is it's forced us to find other avenues to be on the forefront of, okay, so they're censoring us there. And I said, when I got terminated after talking about child trafficking, I said, I'm never going back to YouTube.
I'll meet you on the soundstage where she claims that she was assaulted by 2 homosexuals while she ate salad. It's a whole thing on nacho porn.
You know, it's fine if everyone wants to, but you can find anything on there disgusting.
He said PJ-13.
But God forbid you spread some truth or talk about.
You're live here, motherfucker. Wide open. Non-censored.
Telling facts or another point of view, you're censored. And that, to me, that's the opposite of anything I want to be involved in.
They're Satanists. These people are filth.
Yeah.
They're not godly people. They are sick, mentally sick people that have sold out humanity.
I am definitely not a Satanist, but I would drag my testicles across your forehead.
I'm not bowing.
That's a promise.
Yeah. And do you realize that, did you see the thing about
the people in our own patriot movement that are turning against us and folding up their lawn chairs and moving camp? Get the fuck out of here. We don't need you. Bye. Right. You're holding us back. You're not one of us. Get the hell out of here. You're a fucking traitor.
Honestly, they're showing their faces. There's an event coming up in Texas I was going to go to, and I saw that one of the people
meet me in Scottsdale
or anything is a speaker there, and I was like, well, no way, I'm not going to be involved.
Dude, I will totally fuck you up. Are you part black? Are you black? I know exactly the word to use. When I get angry, I know the word I'm going to use. Are you black? Let me know now if you're a black guy.
That's the thing. You gotta.
I'll show up and get in his face, and he won't do shit.
Yeah,
I'll have him shit his pants in public.
Listen, I was going to
trust me. I can do that. I'm good at that. I'll have him shit his pants.
No, us or anything.
You're not one of us. Get the hell out of here. You're a fucking traitor.
Right. And there's honestly, they're showing their faces. There's an event coming up in Texas I was going to go to, and I saw that one of the people that's been attacking us doesn't know us or anything, is a speaker there. And I was like, well, no way. I'm not going to be involved. That's the thing.
I'll show up and get in his face, and he won't do shit.
Yeah, but
He's saying he's going to fucking show up in Jordan Sather's face. Jordan Sather's face. He won't do shit. He'll shit his pants. I do that.
Have him shit his pants.
I'm just saying, if you show up in my video game comes strapped.
Pants in public.
Listen, I was going to
trust me. I can do that. I'm good at that. I embarrass people when I see them. When I see trolls on the street, dude, I'm like, hey, I'll walk right up to them. They're like, oh, fuck. It's like,
people don't realize.
I thought we were just gonna fight on the internet. No, dude.
No. Oh my God. Yeah, right.
Not on the internet, dude.
You're giant. You're massive.
Well, when I see
Real
him,
life.
game changer. Hello. When I see you, I fucking remember you, and I will come up to you.
Right.
That's right. You're a giant bullet catcher. You're a giant bullet catcher.
And I'm gonna start going to events. So if you plan to go to events, plan to see me, and I will humiliate
Let's go.
you in public like you try to do me.
I'll see you
on
there.
Social media. I will do it to your face, and I'll have you crying. Sorry. No, you can. It's. I've done it so many times to people.
Oh my God, that's
so many.
It's just the funniest.
So many times.
Well, that's the biggest problem of cyberbullying, and
I'm gonna be at every event in the world ever.
One's a tough guy behind the.
Listen, bro. You go to your county fair? I'll be there. You go to the movies? I'll be there. You go to that taco stand on the corner? I'm there.
Computer, but face to face, not so much, and that's what's the most ridiculous part of it. Also, when I look at Zuckerberg or at
I hope this means he's just randomly verbally assaulting just random fucking people on the street. Like, I remember you, bro. What you doing in El Paso? This Scottsdale's not big enough for the both of us. Black man.
What's his name, Jack or whoever. Like, these are the people that are deciding for millions of billions of people what is okay and what is true.
Well, I think they're just the poster boys. I think it's all CIA.
Yeah.
And they're just being told you got to do this. I'm sure their life's threatened as well.
The man who says that they just try to hide and do this shit in the background, but I'll show up in public. Hid this episode hid behind his paywall. But Mel didn't.
Yeah. Well,
she put it out for free on BitChute.
He gave money to almost everywhere that there was cheating. You'll find millions of Zuckerberg's dollars. So he was putting together some kind of on the ground cheating network. And God willing, this guy's got to pay a price, all of them. And then we find out that all of the billionaire, the tech overlords, and Bezos and
yeah, she looks like she's into having a dick, but pretending she's a woman.
Their wealth during this
or
past
whatever you were talking about too.
Suffered so much. And and another thing that's happening that's really disturbing is in New York, a lot of the places that went out are now suddenly Amazon to go, where there's no humans in there. I mean, there are in the back, I guess, but where you go in, well, they're going in and
I'll show up in public and shit in his pants.
The lockdown and taking them over. It's really, it's obviously a plan.
That was the whole.
He's 0-2 after his racial slurs. Yes.
Whole purpose of this, the whole agenda was to kill the middle class and move in a Big Brother type system.
Right.
CCP owned by China to come in and just everything's going to be AI.
Right.
You're not going to need humans making your burgers anymore. You're going to have no one to complain to. It's going to go into a system, self-driving cars.
Right.
It's just humans are going to be no use.
Yeah, and I believe, I always believe this. I believe Cuomo is 100% in the mix for making New York City a smart city, and he always has been, and that was the plan. There are emails on Hunter Biden's laptop with Cuomo on them between the CCP and him. But then also 2 weeks into this lockdown, he comes out with Bill Gates and maybe even worse, Eric Schmidt, and says he's going to reimagine New York. A year later, what he meant was turn New York into a full surveillance smart city, and then claim to be like the first smart city. I know exactly what.
He's about to be 0-3.
And the damage they've done, and
that's right, Travis. So asking for 0-3.
Become totally lawless. There's no bail in the city. Some guy that pushed a undercover cop agent.
So local rumor has it from when he was boxing that basically he kind of had it made to be set up to be like the local boxing star, and he kind of got to pick his fights, and he had new fighters, and he had training partners that just wanted to get in the ring, and he didn't have a whole lot of real challengers that could compete with him. And then everything else happened where he left boxing, he ran his mouth, he couldn't keep his mouth shut, in and out, drunk, bars, didn't take his training serious. And when he come back, they treated him to real boxing, and he couldn't win a fight. Like they let people call him out. That he had to go up against real contenders suddenly, and he couldn't win a fight. Strange how that works.
Undercover cop onto the tracks in Long Island City last week. He went in, they let him out with no bail, find out he has like 7 felonies already. And he tried to kill an undercover
This is sickening.
cop. Yeah, and that's New York City has been, and I told you, there's surveillance going up constantly. You're seeing them put stuff up, and I know that they put sensors all under Times Square when it was shut down, and it's just, where do we go from here? They're going for their transhumanist fourth industrial
Well,
revolution.
I haven't taken the vaccine. I have never even taken a COVID test because I believe there's nanoparticles on that as well.
Jesus Christ. How many times the thing's going to go off?
I have my soul intact,
Yeah.
so that's all I need, and that's all
Me
I
too.
got. And
And I've
however I
been counting on
die.
it.
That's fine. I fucking, I almost got out of here twice already in 2011. I'm not scared of it.
I know, me too,
Honestly,
me
it's
too.
just kind of like
Ooh.
it's turning into a shitty place if we don't turn this around. So I'm not going to want to be here anyway. So fuck it.
I feel the same thing.
Get
I'm
out of
like,
here.
well,
Somebody's
we're not
grandpa
right.
wandered into somebody's grandpa wandered into chat.
No, it's just kind of like I don't want to be
Yeah.
here. It's going to turn into a shithole and like
Yeah.
robots.
It's
walking around
okay,
everywhere, taking
Peepaw.
humanity,
We'll see you on the next one.
lockdowns, fucking diseases,
Also,
depopulation. I don't want that. I don't want to be here for that.
The most reprehensible.
Educated kids who aren't
Yeah,
allowed to
everyone's
play
just like
sports.
Satanists, devil worshiper, pedophiles. It's like I don't want to be around that filth. That's hell. That's called hell.
I know. But that's why we know that it's a spiritual war. This is good versus evil. We've been saying it for talking our heads off for 4 years, telling people it's good versus evil. But it's so in your face. Even that kid, that little Nas, and I don't know if you saw SNL making fun of it.
Satan a lap dance and drinking
Oh.
blood. It's just like, come on. but Jim Caviezel is the conspiracy nut. Jim Caviezel comes out and talks about it, and they do articles on him that he's the conspiracy wacko.
Right.
But you have Nas getting Satan a lap dance.
Right. And then SNL making fun
And
of it
blood
and
and
having
Nike
Jesus
shoes.
on. But on SNL, they had Jesus on giving him a lap dance. And also SNL opined on, in the worst, most racist way, this George Floyd thing. And it was like, at what point do they cancel this show? It's just so disgusting, the
Purely
level.
demonic.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Satan loves this.
I know. But
Love this.
what do we know though? When these people get caught, he'll be nowhere to be found.
Right.
Satan will run. He runs.
Yeah.
But also, God created Lucifer, so they can all try to play their game the best they want. But the big guy is
He's like the
watching every
bratty
move.
child. I picture him as like the spoiled child that's crying. Yeah,
Right.
Dad hates me.
Exactly.
That's how I picture him. Oh.
Exactly.
That sounded like some personal issues. Have you got problems with your dad? You got some type of complex or something? That sounded like that. That literally hurt a little bit. Like the dad hates me.
And and then we see the ratings for basketball and baseball. At least people are, that's another thing we always say. I say with Charlie a lot, which is fight back with your pocketbook, with your wallet, with whatever. Yeah, sure. It's not the sports we grew up with.
Hit him with your pocketbook, David.
There's more and more athletes like you out there saying, I don't even watch it anymore. I can't watch it. They've ruined the fun of sports when it used to be.
They
a
made
great
it political.
connection. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not watching it. I don't care to watch it. I never really have. I don't watch boxing.
Your career failed. Your announcing career failed. Everything you touch failed. And now you're like, well, that stuff sucks. I don't even like it. I don't even want to be part of it.
I don't watch UFC. I don't watch any of that shit. I don't care at all.
Yeah. We spend our time researching. I'm really.
This is the new fight.
Right. I know. And I love it. I really do love it. There's so much. I tell people all the time on my new website that'll be launching soon. I'm putting a whole thing.
This is the new fight. But you guys out here fighting on the internet are a bunch of pussies. You're hiding over here fighting on the internet. We used to do it at the playground and in the streets of Scottsdale where I yelled the N-word and got stabbed in the face. But this is the new fight. I don't even like all those old fights. This is the new fight. Yes, they told me never to box again. Yes, they kicked me away from ever announcing again. Yes, no one wants to work with me. But this is the new fight where I chose to be. Okay. Got it.
Resources where I go because you can't use Wikipedia has been corrupted. It's been totally hijacked. Even the owner.
My profile changes on there every time I look. I'm like, who's fucking doing
That's right, Oxy.
Like new editors get on there and say, oh, he's a conspiracy nut or he's this or he. I don't know what they say. I'm like, okay, good on you, Wikipedia. You're not legitimate at all. They're not legitimate. I don't know.
He reads his Wikipedia every day. Who cares if they change? You read your Wikipedia every day? Jesus Christ.
Puts this stuff on there.
Go back to staring at your fish tank.
Well, the guy who started Wikipedia came out in a whole interview and said somebody hijacked. But I also know that the Open Society, which is George Soros, put a lot of money into it. So you always
This
find
guy,
me.
George Soros is just this demon, this cancer of humanity.
Yeah.
Oh
Why
God.
aren't they killing? Why is he not? Number one? Like.
Well, he is
No.
to
Like,
Russia.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Enemy
number one. Yeah. Whatever.
He is enemy
Him,
number
not Bin Laden.
You lost the word enemy? You couldn't think of enemy? Enema. Enema. Wait. Somebody help me. What's the word I'm thinking of?
him. We all know it now. All of the population know he's the guy. He's the bad guy. At least him and a lot of others. But
the whole crew.
He's the poster boy for the cancer of humanity.
Well, it's everyone basically that started the UN and all this stuff. The Rockefellers and he and.
In that video I watched of her, she was compromised from behind. I don't know what type of compromise you're talking about, but it was compromised from behind over a white sofa.
Gates and Gates's father, and it's always the same people. And another thing we really should.
I only watched it 40 or 50 times just for research.
Organizations, these foundations, these trusts, Carnegie Trust, Ford Foundation, all of them, because the more you research all this stuff, especially these color revolutions all over the world, anything having to do with the central bank that always goes back. To
you're gonna have to go ask your friend Kirsten about the color revolutions. She had that conversation, and it did not go well. It did not go well. Yeah, she's in a porno, something pajama party, something I don't know. It's you can look it up by Googling her name and then Nitro Porn, I think. I've got an edited clean version of it, but we've shown it enough.
Switzerland, all of this stuff is connected, and we do, like you said, we know who the enemy is. And if you
That's the last time I saw her compromise, though. I don't know.
He said there's an invisible enemy that are very, very wealthy people that nobody's ever heard of. Well, we are trying to expose.
My views are just going to bottom out.
And then it bleeds over into
Nobody's left.
The COVID, the smart cities, our farming. We know that Bill Gates and the CCP somehow under Obama and Clinton bought up all our farmland, and that is really to cause a famine so that we can't farm.
I'd like to have a sandwich.
There's just a lot of cleaning up that needs to be done. And
well, that's a lot of here about the Suez Canal too.
Jesus Christ! I hope she's not on blow. With a nose that size, that's a couple $1,000 a day habit. Bitch sneeze and lose a couple 8 balls.
They got intercepted.
Right.
That there was technology on that boat supposedly that was going to go with climate change.
Wait.
Our farmland, and that is really to cause a famine so that we can't farm. And all this stuff. There's just a lot of cleaning up that needs to be done. And
well, that's a lot of here about the Suez Canal too. They got intercepted.
Right.
That there was technology on that boat supposedly that was going to go with climate change.
Right.
30 years of hard technology.
There was technology on that boat that was going to go with climate change. He will. There's no way he will remember weather manipulation. That you might as well just set a hot iron on his head, because that's all he's going to get is heat up there. There's too much friction. There's too much friction on his synapses, and nothing's going to come out. Smoke and heat.
Technology that got intercepted.
Right. I heard that it was about climate change too.
Yeah, that was going to be the next big monster coming after the pandemic, and that's what they were going to use. To
that's it.
Destroy humanity.
Right.
Put us in lockdowns again, and this and that.
Yeah.
Blame it all on car emissions and
good sneeze, lose $300 or the coke.
Climate change. That's what it was going to be blamed on, and then there's no way to fight that. It's the big one, and that would have just, and we intercepted it from what I hear.
Right.
Oh, good deal. Good deal.
On that amazing work by Project Veritas, where they got this guy's very high up at CNN. People are acting like, oh, he was a low guy. No, he wasn't. This guy's very high up at CNN that got caught by Project Veritas. And what did he say? He said that they're winding down on the coronavirus fear porn, basically saying that they had the ticker of death and everything on there on purpose because it was he said, if it bleeds, it leads. But he said coronavirus death toll and fear sold for CNN. But he said to the
what a secret. What a secret. Negative stories and fucking fear. If it bleeds, it leads has only been a saying for a couple 100 years. Thanks for breaking the story, Mel.
He goes, well, we're winding down the coronavirus. We're going to start gearing up the climate.
Exactly. But I think a monkey wrench has been thrown in that.
Me too.
I think a monkey wrench has been thrown in that. And I think, gosh, people cannot wake up fast enough.
Yeah. But also another thing that's going on is people have to understand the Russia thing has always been because Russia's not doing the Great Reset. Russia's not in the one world government. They don't want the central Rothschild banking system in Russia. And Putin and Trump do have a good relationship.
Russia has children walking on high-rise fucking building rooftops, like 800 fucking stories off the ground for entertainment. Russia's not doing so great either, Mel.
But what they're doing in Ukraine is the total opposite. They're trying to make Russia attack them. Russia doesn't want to, but Joe Biden and his people, they're the globalists. So Joe Biden's been talking about the one world government since the 70s.
I know.
And the truth of them, and all these guys, the guy Austin that's running it, he was on the board of Raytheon. So can you say military industrial complex and all of that? And I don't want.
No, he cannot. He cannot. Don't. Woo. Is this a test? You got to give him some time to practice if you're going to use all those syllables. Like, do not ask him on the spot if he can say those words. Come on, dude.
Ukraine under Obama with the Clintons and with the Soros and all of that in 2014. Same playbook as what happened last year here with an election, with a Black Lives Matter Antifa situation. They knocked out the good guy. They put in their guy. And then ever since that, does anybody wonder when Ukraine became the center of the planet? So we had the impeachment of Ukraine. Now we're having World War III with Ukraine. And we have
But that goes to the event Juan talks about. That there has to be some
military Sandusky apartment.
of Cuban Missile Crisis event where the top echelon of the military steps in.
Oh, no.
This might be it. I think it could be the Russia-Ukraine event, but who's to say that it's not a white hat false flag?
Right. And also,
a white hat, black hat, false flag. Did Dr. Shiva not teach you anything? Dumbass.
right. And I've always believed that that the White Hat Alliance gathered at the G7 when everyone was freaking out because Trump invited Putin to the G7. I think that was in Japan. I think that's when that happened. And I believe that there are good forces in China as well, working along with them, and Putin and Trump.
That's basically Kirsten W's intel that you just stole again.
And Modi and all these people, because guess what? All of us have the same enemy. That's like you're.
Don't say Khazarians. Don't say Khazarians. If you do say Khazarians, don't look sideways into the camera and give us a profile shot, because you're going to be named enema number 1. What's that word? Enema, Enron, energetic, enemy.
You were saying earlier about that the central bank cabal that controls all of our money, all of our stock market, all of our corporations, CEOs, like you said before about Zuckerberg and what's his name, are figureheads. They do not run these. It's the level above all them, and they're fighting for their lives, and they have nothing to lose. They don't have any kind of they don't have any love for humanity or your fellow man.
They hate humanity.
Right.
They've said, Bill Gates have said it, and so did the guy that just died, Prince Philip, whatever.
Right.
So they want to be reincarnated as a deadly virus to come back and kill off humanity. I mean,
It might have been.
yeah. He may be
a
the next
lot of the
COVID
dots
rollout.
connect back. Yeah, a lot of the dots connect back to the Royals and this Pirbright Institute that has the patent. And then you find out that in
Somebody pop in and say they're smart. Okay.
they were shipping COVID-19 tests that say COVID-19.
Very smart.
And then you think about Event 201, and you think about the Rockefeller Project Lockstep in 2010, and it's
The smartest people are always important.
all played out. Exactly. That's the
I mean, nuclear physicists, rocket surgeons. They usually start out as like pole dancers and porn stars. I don't know how many times I've heard about Albert Einstein's man-on-man porno that he did in Austria. I've watched it back to back. I watched it in reverse once to see if he gave any theories away in it. He did not.
thing about these Luciferian lunatics. They have to tell you what they're going to do. They have to tell you, because there's a document, people can look it up. It's from it's probably gone now. Transition Integrity Project. It was run by this Mark Eisen, who's a big Obama guy, and a bunch of left-wing lawyers. And it is the playbook of stealing the election. It is literally the playbook. And also Navarro put out an incredible document, 3 of them, on exactly what happened in the election. So in my opinion, I still think the election was a sting. I still think that.
Yeah, I think they saw it coming, and they're like,
I had the watermarks.
Right.
But let's minimize the damage, and let's find out. Then they develop the sting operation inside of that. Like, okay, here it comes, it's coming. We can't stop this. They're pulling out all the stops. Let's create the sting operation inside, and then we can get everybody. And I think that's what happened, and that's what's playing out now.
I agree. It's like they said a lot, moves and counter moves.
Yeah.
So, you're fighting an invisible enemy that has all the money and all the ability. And then we have the white hats and these people that have gotten together the people, I believe, at the very top have been fighting this battle against the.
That was the worst sting ever. We knew it was coming. We prepared for it, and we lost our ass and the White House and the Senate.
Deep state for 50 years. I always tell people
Perfect sting.
do with Trump. Trump agreed. How crazy is it? Trump is the only president ever that lost money becoming president.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the people that voted for Biden, see?
Yeah.
It's so obvious now. I mean, and that's what I think this is all about. It's like, let's let him in the front door and expose him.
They combined. They
set up with him playing golf.
They went out there and made plans to say the same things, to appear on each other's shows, to not attack each other, to promote each other. They set schedules. That's exactly what they did. I mean, I don't know what they said there, but I know what happened when they came back, and that's exactly what happened.
You've never
Who was
heard
playing all Biden?
Yeah, they did like a little. I'm like, okay, CGI Biden's playing golf.
Yeah, CGI
It's
Biden.
CGI Biden.
CGI Biden.
Yeah, because we never heard of him doing that, and then you see what happened with his son. So his son puts out an autobiography about being a.
All you have to do to hear everything that these people say is have a gigantic nose or mispronounce a bunch of words and go to Raw News Now. This is exactly what they're reading.
Degenerate loser, and they $11 million he got.
Real Raw News, is that what it is? Real Raw News, maybe.
Sold 11,000 copies. That's it.
That's it. That's probably all that voted for this guy.
It's probably him. One time I worked for a really famous trainer in LA, and he wrote a book, and he had me buy 1,000 copies right when it dropped on Amazon.
Come on, dude.
Yeah.
And you did it?
Well, like not with his credit card.
So he did. Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You thought she spent her, like, I work for a trainer, and he wrote this book, and then he made me buy 1,000 copies on Amazon. I didn't make money for 2 months. It was horrible. It was horrible. Jesus Christ, dude. And you did it? Yeah, with his money. Oh, okay. I thought you spent your own money.
So to manipulate the Amazon.
What a fucking idiot, dude.
12 a.m. And he's like, you got to get
Jesus Christ.
The minute the book drops on Amazon, buy
How hard did that black guy hit you after you caught him the N-word in Scottsdale?
Gave those
pretty fucking hard. You spent your own money?
Copies out to people he knew. But I have to tell you right now, his book was like #1 and nobody knew of him. And now he's very famous.
So he knew how to work the system.
Yeah, but
that's what he's doing with my book.
You know you guys are making fun of Charlie Ward, your best friend, correct? He wrote a book, and he claims to be a #1 best-selling author, and it's within Christian theology within the financial sector between Europe and Asia or some shit. Like, it's so precise that he's a bestseller in. Of course.
But see, I'm all about doing things,
generically.
Yeah, it is what it
well,
is.
honestly, but the people that are going to buy our books are people that already follow and love us, and then
Yeah,
from there it grows. I mean,
I don't want to cheat the system.
I still got to call you, Jesus. I just thought about that.
No, but that's the scam. That's the
Yeah,
scam.
it's
If
It's like
that's
a middle leagues rule in my life.
everyone knows to do it. That's
Yeah.
why these sales numbers, especially for books and movies, oftentimes are manipulated by the people making them or writing them.
I'm all about organic. I'm all about organic because I have people now telling me, "Oh, you need to get your verification, this and that." I'm like, people know I was the champ.
I feel the same
People know
way.
I was the champ, and if not, they don't like my material.
People know I was a champ. I was a champ for a while. You remember when I was a champ? You're no longer the champ. You're going to have to come up with a new crutch to lean on.
Oftentimes are manipulated.
I'm getting his stutter. Jesus Christ, it's contagious.
I'm all about organic. I'm all about organic because I have people now telling me, "Oh, you need to get your verification, this and that." I'm like, people know I was the champ.
I feel the
People
same
know
way.
I was the champ, and if not, they don't like my material that I say on Instagram. So that's why I'm not going to get verified.
No, I'm not even on Instagram, but I at this point verified. Look at who is verified. Thank
Yeah.
you. I won't have one of those check marks.
Exactly.
It's
it's a joke, Mel. And
How the fuck are you going to get verified? You're going to get verified for that cameo you did in Lawrence of Arabia? Hot and Sweaty Pajama Party 4? Is that where your check come from?
it's all about
Jesus
status.
Christ. I wouldn't even take one. Good, because no one's offering. No one saw your porno until we resurrected it.
Too. And I see some of the girls I know are full on either in the witches coven in Hollywood
Yeah.
or are MK Ultra and have been in either
And
rehab.
then some of them most of them don't even know it.
Yeah, a lot of them don't, but some of them do. And they've been either, because you have to understand, all you have to do is look at the people who've been in and out of hospitals or rehab to know who's MK Ultra.
Yeah.
And that's not that hard to do. But then you see that.
If you've ever been to a hospital or rehab, remember your MK Ultra. And I know the magic word to flip your switch. It's tiddlywinks. Tiddlywinks. That's what turns you on. Activated.
to the forefront over and over. And it's just like, it's so obvious who's involved in the cabal.
Well, Instagram is riddled with Jezebels.
I know.
That's what I call them. If you have these women out there showing their ass in a thong. No, seriously, they're showing their ass in a thong, and they're like praying and their asses in the air. They're like giving you some kind of spiritual quote. You're like, is this fucking person serious?
Yeah.
It's like some stripper dancing on a pole.
Well, yeah.
You know, telling you.
Well,
Some porn star being in a porn. It's a little different, doesn't it?
oh yeah.
You know, her spirituality.
No, but you see, I also think that this whole sexualization of our country and of the
Please don't tell me about the sexualization of our country, of our world, of our youth is going to come out of your fucking mouth. Are you shitting me? Do you get more sexualized than pornography?
world basically has somewhat backfired. I now look at I understand with the Kardashians still.
Oh, gee, that's it.
Still taking like selfies of them, which they have a whole makeup team and lighting team and everything. They're not selfies, kids. But anyway, the way that they do it, or Kim, or it's like at this point, it's so, especially after this year of COVID and in their excessive wealth, and then how they do that, and they're like on vacation somewhere. It's so tone deaf and it's so disgusting. Oh my God, you know what I found out? I found out that last year, STDs, not surprisingly, highest rate ever.
Yeah, wear a mask, but don't wear a condom.
Exactly. I remember the New York, actually the transgender HHS secretary that got in there with Biden that used to run
Stop sexualizing our world, Mel.
a whole list of like.
I was trying to mind my own business. Here you are sexualizing my world.
I gotta find that thing. It was hilarious, and it was.
Well, you wear a mask, but you know,
Stop sexualizing me. I'm tired of it.
All of this it's fucking comical. It's comical.
I can't believe the powers are trying to sexualize our world.
I believe Arizona is going to be a domino effect. Once Arizona falls, it's going to.
When is that? Is that this week?
This week? Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
I hope there's no foul play, no bullshit.
Well,
Man.
there's something already happened. So I had on Jovan Pulitzer, who's one of the people involved, and he's a genius, and he knows that they cheated. But anyway, so they had a
You asked for this.
sign up thing online because they need volunteers because they're doing it by hand, and Google took down the sign up. Like I'm saying,
Wow.
yeah.
Google just.
If you have nothing to hide, why are you trying to hide?
Yeah, I
it?
know they're gonna pull some more shit. We just
Yeah.
got to expect it, but what it is, I don't know. And it's coming around the time, exactly the time of the trial.
I know.
We know these guys are gonna walk. BLM's gonna go nuts. It's gonna drown out the media. I mean, this is just, it's all coming.
Yeah,
You know,
I've been
people think
saying
we
for
went back to this
months.
normalcy. I'm like, no, we're not. What's normal now?
No. Well, we're in some a kind of. It's sad, but we're in a civil war. We are, and the
It's of
loudest
mind.
voices.
It's of the mind.
Right.
Sorry, hold on. I had to do something. Don't be sexualizing my world, Mel. Oh no, Mel. Is that not you, Mel? I've seen that nose before, Mel. NachoVideo.com. NachoVideo.com.
Right. And but also, how about that Ashley Babbitt that they're not charging the cop? It's a Capitol police officer. I know who it is, but the media is not telling who it is because it's bad for their narrative. But the woman was 15 feet away. She was unarmed. She was 5'2" and a 12-year military vet. And people were really questioning if it really happened because it was just so bizarre. But now they dropped the charges. And here's the crazy part. They're not even telling us who he is. I think I know who he is because Gateway Pundit has some really good stuff.
Yeah,
I don't want
Gateway
to say
Pundit's
it.
legit.
Yeah, but they were deplatformed.
The only people I really watch now is Gateway Pundit or listen to or read is Gateway Pundit and Veritas. Epic Times is good.
There you go, Veritas. He said your name, Tony. He watches you every day. That's the only people I watch. Gateway Pundit, the Veritas Machine.
Yeah.
Just a
Yeah,
few.
There's
Just a
some
few.
aggregate ones too. Yeah, there's just a few. And the truth is, again, I believe on the other side, just like with Hollywood and entertainment and movies and all that, I believe that there's another side to that too. That, you know, the media is burning down to the ground.
That's a clip for your intro.
It looks like 60% drop in viewership of CNN after Trump left.
The only people I listen to,
They needed him.
Gateway, Veritas.
Needed him out. And it's
That's
just,
about it.
By
I
any
really
means
believe we're going to
necessary.
make headway. I believe it's just like this right now.
Right.
But at least we're going up.
Right.
God, it's just this is
Exactly. And they are taking your money. He claims, I don't make a living. I don't do this. I don't make any money. So if you don't want to give, don't give. But if you want to give, here's my Venmo. While he literally has a paywalled site where he's making money hand over fist because his better interviews, he hides behind a paywall.
This is a war. We're in a war. These people are very, very powerful.
Yeah. But guess what? There's way more of us than them.
100%.
And that's the facts. That's why we do what we do. That's why
I think there's going to come, like
follow us.
Wanda said, we have to get to an 81% disapproval ready for a new administration to come in at any cost.
Yeah.
And I believe it.
Yeah. I mean, and but here's
we have to get an 81% disapproval rating, and that's when it's going to happen. Good fucking luck.
Sad part. There's a lot of apathy. People.
There's 30 to 40% of America would never even say that. They're just too nice. I like him. He's a good guy.
People tend to be very, especially for some reason right now, when people should be furious about and want answers.
That's right. Like the stream.
But then on the whole.
By the way, guys, I don't make you money doing this. So if you want to donate, don't. Well, I'll make you money.
January 6th story fell apart. That was a whole nother lie and a chunk of money going towards a fake impeachment. Again, American people aren't putting together that everything that they're doing is our stolen taxpayer money.
And then they're going to hike up taxes, and that's going to go right back to them fucking taking over your government.
Right. And as you and I know, the Fed is a private bank. The Fed also runs the private IRS. And all the taxes in general are completely, most of it fraud. It should be a consumption tax, and that's it, which is what Trump was gearing up to do. Now they've reversed all that. But I believe everything that they've done that we're watching is not that hard to, at this point, other than immigration, is not that hard to switch back. Because I do believe that we are the majority.
We think that, Mel, it's because we hang out with like minds. But think how many people out there that don't know what the fuck is going on at all.
Yeah, and most people don't care until it hits them at home. But
these people are still watching Kardashian. That's how brain dead they are.
Bachelor, I know, it's crazy.
I mean, seriously, that's the majority. I think you're wrong. I think the majority is that these sleep.
Listen very closely. I don't watch the Kardashians because I don't like it. But who in their right mind would call out someone for watching the Kardashians when you admitted you watch your fish tank and that's all you watch? At least there's some benefit. There's language, interaction, commercials within the Kardashians. You're watching a fish tank.
These zombified, just sleepwalking. Public, most people.
That's The Walking Dead, David. That's The Walking Dead. That's a different show. If you think the Kardashians is The Walking Dead, no wonder you're confused.
People are like that. I'm sorry. I believe that a lot of people have woken up, and there's a lot of people that do think on a level somewhat, but we're way ahead of the
yeah. Yeah, you know what, your friend who I love, Victor Avila, he's an amazing hero.
Yes.
We were talking and he said to me, wait until people realize that these people from the border are coming to their town. They're coming to their community.
And what do they think? They're just going to mow lawns and get the leaf blower. And no. These fucking people, they want to, they're here to, a lot of them are bad people, MS-13.
Right. And he said,
was that a Mexican impersonation?
Yes, I mean, the whole thing, dude. And you want them here? They're here to bring crime. They're here to live off the system, carjack, housejack, whatever they can do. This is serious.
Yeah, very. And he said it's going to be middle America, rural America that are going to get these people, because anywhere that's red, just like they did with the Somalians that got Omar in Minnesota, which is now where all this shit went down. It's not a coincidence that the George Floyd thing happened, where Ilhan Omar's district, and that Keith Ellison is the main guy.
This is the takeover of America. That's why I say there is no 2022 and there is no 2024. We take this back.
Did he say 2020Q? Is that a slip?
Somalians that got Omar in Minnesota, which is now where all this shit went down. It's not a coincidence that the George Floyd thing happened, where Ilhan Omar's district, and that Keith Ellison is the main guy.
This is the takeover of America. That's why I say there is no 2022 and there is no 2024. We take this back now because
I don't know. That sounded a lot like 2020Q.
Rate that they're coming in is a complete takeover.
Yeah,
it's a takeover of America.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. And another thing he said to me for our kids is that a lot of these children that are coming in.
All my friends say I Chinese. What? What did you just say? My eyes squint so hard.
They're illiterate in Spanish. So again, think of our school systems, and now we know that our teachers union is totally like anti-children. It's like
we're watching the corrosion of America it's actually in free fall right now. So that's why I'm saying it has to be. They have to get in. Trump has to get back in 2021. There is no 2022 or 2024. I'm sorry. I die by that. I die by that.
Agree. That's why I get mad when anyone talks about 2024. I'm like, but he won 2020.
Yeah. It's like, we have to fix that. There is no 2022, 2024. Sorry.
And the one thing I know for sure is that the rest of the world knows it. And the more they push, Putin is threatening to reveal what he knows about the election. And I always said that, I always said I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Putin or a foreign or the Mexican president.
Dude, I'd rather have fucking Putin as our president.
Oh my God, me too right now. Better, way over, Russia's doing way better than us. And they've been trying to start a color revolution in Russia with all these Navalny things. Because if you talk to Russian Americans, they're like, it's not a big deal in Russia. And a lot of this stuff that is going on in Russia is being manipulated from the Moscow embassy. And they just kicked out the ambassador a few days ago after they found out about the color revolution they were planning in Belarus. So, like I said,
oh God, back to Belarus.
About Myanmar. It's the exact same things, exact same players.
You're not exactly a geopolitical powerhouse.
Haiti right now, same thing, same players. So that's why I think a lot of this is a big giant sting operation.
They become commies. That's right.
It's not a coincidence. It's all around elections.
Fucking hope so.
No, I know.
We hope.
I don't know when I'm going to see you next, but I hope soon.
You will. Let's do the show weekly. Let's try to get together and do this more often.
Yeah, I want to see you in real life too because I love you. Yeah, you're such an amazing guy. Really, honestly, I just want to say before we go off.
He's going to be at all the events, shitting in people's pants.
When
you
I
won't miss him.
I was really out of nowhere and brought back a lot of bad stuff, and you were there for me, and you're a really, really good person. And
well, like I said, I've done a lot of porn in my life. I just never got paid for it.
But you are.
Did he just make fun of her being in a porn?
When I was attacked and I was really out of nowhere and brought back a lot of bad stuff, and you were there for me, and you're.
Tony, you hurt her, buddy. You hurt her. Jesus Christ, dude. When I was attacked out of nowhere, like I said, I do a lot of porn. I just don't get paid for it. Look, this is how you should picture him at all times, right here. Tony, why'd you attack her, and then let people make fun of her? This is what you should imagine him looking like all the time. This is the intellectual giant you guys listen to. I don't know what that word is, so I just go to skip it. That word is 7. That word was 7, Nino. I don't know, man. All I know, is it the N word? I could do that one.
Really, really good person. And
well, like I said, I've done a lot of porn in my life. I just never got paid for it.
But you're really such a good friend.
She was not mentioning the fact that it was porn, and he just threw it out there. She said, when I was attacked, and it brought back some old memories, and you were there for me. And he's like, yeah, when you were in that porn, I've been in a porn. Okay. Wow. That seems strange. I don't think she was going that far. I don't think she wanted to reveal to her loyal audience it was also porn, so now they can go look up her porno. But whatever. Potato, huh?
And such you've become such somebody I truly love, and I know where your heart is, and people are really lucky to have your voice out there because it's unique and it matters a lot. So thank you for coming here, and I will see you next week, and I will hopefully talk to you.
Look at her eyes darting back and forth.
What you're doing. You're changing a lot of minds. And
she's like, oh God, I'm going to copyright strike somebody over my titties.
See you next time.
And I don't even know if I can prove their mind because they've changed a lot over the years. I don't know how we're going to do this. What are we going to do? My tits are going to be everywhere. Oh God, that was funny. That was oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. I like that. We should do that more often. We should do it weekly or something. What do you guys think? We should meet up weekly. But I want to see you in person too because I love you. I love you. We should do this more often. Oh God. What we got, Bradster? Get after it.
Hello, everyone. Howdy.
We're running out of time here.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Is anybody still up?
Nope.
For the late show.
Nuh-uh.
With yours truly. Coach Bill Patterson. Hello from South Dakota. Hello, Miss Kristen Borowski.
People are trying to build up his ego because no one clapped on him on stage. He said, You and Scott McKay really look different without your caps. That's what both of them said. No one recognizes me without my hat on. Okay. You're pulling the Tim Pool of superhero shit.
I might need it. Nope, not in jail yet anyway.
We'll keep our fingers crossed.
Mr. Pace, Mike Curry, Dwayne Hogan, hello from Montana. Welcome.
Millionaires always walk.
Welcome. There's Miss, from Arkansas. Vi Rakes, Nancy Walter, Regina Hicks from Corbin, Kentucky. Nevada, Iowa, Shelley Reed. Gray, Georgia. Miss Claudette, Mr. Bob up in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Brownsburg, Indiana. Okay, we got about 10,000 on. We're going to start. And again, when I get this other hooked up, and it's looking like, here's some.
Anybody you name, we're not going to agree that we believe that they're right.
Here's some good news. Okay. Talked to my computer guy today.
Okay.
And, I'm going to take some of the donations that you guys sent in and get ready for, we're going to another level with the Little Talk Show. Got to go buy some monitors tomorrow and some other things. And along with the website and everything. And it's going to be first class, man. I don't know what we're going to do for technical difficulties anymore. It's going to be,
Got to go buy some monitors to launch my website. I hope that works out for you.
Nice. It's going to be real nice. And I don't think we're going to have the trouble.
Well, you guys send in $200,000. We'll buy 2 monitors and a website.
That Mike Lindell's having, bless his heart. That's unbelievable. I don't know. I haven't tried to sign up. I've been at a ball game tonight. My daughter had a softball game and was over there, late this afternoon, early evening. So I really haven't tried to get on there yet.
Bless his heart.
Today. But so anyway, that's great news. Okay. Now I'll go ahead and get into. I won't make you wait any longer on the FBI thing. Okay. So, by the way, Publix sweet tea.
No hair under the Tim Pool beanie. He claims that he wears it so Antifa can identify him out in public.
Had a little El Matate tonight, but none of their sweet tea. It's just not as good as Publix. But anyhow, they got better.
Yes, exactly. Came out of nowhere and started a grifter show. Basically, what happens is they make a few shows, and it'll be something off the wall, crazy, but they'll be saying the right thing as a bigger grifter. And a lot of the biggest ones, this happened to them with Lynn Wood. But it can just be someone with like a couple 100,000 followers. So like if Scott McKay retweets your video and says, yes, this guy nailed it, then you're automatically a grifter. You have all these people watching you. They have open wallets. They donate whatever, hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're donating to Brad because he's starting a Brad tube to where just his videos are on it. And because he violates Facebook terms of service. And you got to watch him somewhere. Got to have him.
So, I am up at all hours of the night.
No saving children. No donating to political campaigns or fixing the elections machines. None of that. Nope.
The
Brad tube.
The speaker plugged up here. Forgive me. Okay. Let me get it right here. I tell you what.
This guy's a millionaire. He lives in $1 million home and drives a new Hummer. Someone had to donate him a Bluetooth speaker because his other one broke and no one could hear the show.
What's not going to do? You're not going to have to look up my nostrils anymore. We're going to have a new setup. It's going to be awesome. Okay, it's going to be absolutely awesome. And so, why won't you go in there? Are you kidding me? All right, I got to get up and plug the thing. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's not wanting to go in there. Oh, that's why.
A millionaire. I will send you a speaker since yours broke.
You put it in the wrong hole.
It's $20. You can buy a $20 Bluetooth speaker at Walmart.
You have to be smarter than these pooters, okay? And that's my issue. That's why I got to get this website.
You have to be smarter than what, Brad? What did you just say?
Not wanting to go in there.
It's not wanting to go in there.
Oh, that's why.
That's why.
Well, it helps if you try to put it in the right hole.
That's right. It helps if you put it in the right hole. That's correct.
Put it in the wrong hole, it won't work. It doesn't fit.
Put it in the wrong hole, won't work, doesn't fit. Got you.
you know. So you have to be smarter than these pooters, okay?
You have to be smarter than these pooters.
And that's my issue. That's why I got to get this website going, okay? I'm not smarter than these pooters, I'm telling you. Okay, so here's the deal. So let me just tell you what happened today. So, Kristen, I've been up half the night, as I usually am. I go to bed about 3 in the morning. I get up around noon or a little before. And Kristen come in at 10 this morning, my wife, and said, hey, the FBI's at the door. And woke me up. And I was kind of like, what are you talking about? She said,
Brad was in D.C. That might be why the FBI came.
I'm like, what in the world do they want? I haven't done anything. And so I get up, put on some clothes, put a ball cap on. I go in there, and Kristen made them stand outside. She wouldn't let them in. That's a good thing about her. So they were standing outside on the front porch. They came up to the front of the house, which nobody ever does that.
Oh, he's got secret intel. First of all, he started off by just saying, I'm just going to tell you guys what I think's going on. I don't have no secret intel. I don't have nothing like that. And I don't want any donations, okay? Then suddenly, not only does he have a family friend on the Trump team, but he also has a family friend on Biden's team, like in 2 weeks. Then he suddenly takes donations because he's a millionaire, but he doesn't need them, but he doesn't want to take away from anybody's blessing. Because if you give him money, you'll get a blessing back from God, much like if you donate to a mega church. So he didn't want to take away from anybody's blessings. Then the motherfucker says that he has intel, not only in Biden's camp, not only in Trump's camp, but he also has somebody that works with the actual Q team. Okay. Imagine that. Just some guy from Tennessee, a baseball coach.
Especially if you are friends. You come through the garage. So they came up to the front of the house. And so she said, so I said, tell them to come on in. I'm ready. So we all sat here in the pool room here, where the pool table is, and we sit in there, and they come in and they said, sir, I'm Office Agent so-and-so and Agent so-and-so, with the FBI. We need to ask you some questions.
He was definitely in D.C.
So they flip out their badge, and it was a lady and a man. And I looked at both of them, and I remember I had the man's in my hand. He handed it to me, the whole thing. It was like a folding thing folded out. And I looked at both up, and I said, well, it's not like I would know if they were fake or counterfeit anyway. So, so I folded it up and threw it back to him. And they said, well, we just need to ask you some questions. And I said, well,
Facebook. Facebook.
I was told that if the FBI showed
he made his $1 million. He made his millions from a pyramid scheme called Team National. But now he's got so many people below him at Team National, he doesn't really have to work. So instead, he just does this shit and builds on top of his wealth.
Without having an attorney present, without your lawyer. So, and they said, well, sir, you have the constitutional right to do that. But you're not in any trouble. We're just looking to see if you could help us with some leads. And I said, well, yeah, that's right. General Flynn said, don't talk to him. He did. And I just kind of went with my gut here. And I just said, okay, well, what you got? And she said, well, were you in D.C. on the 6th? And I said, yeah, I was in Washington, D.C. She said, well,
it is.
She said, we saw your video that you posted on Facebook. You remember where I showed all the 300,000 people, okay, up at the
and
ellipse?
you were screaming, today, like a fucking madman? Yeah, I remember.
I said, yeah. So, yeah, I was there. And
I've already proved he's a millionaire. I've already showed his home. I've already showed how high he is within Team National. He's got all this fucking money, and people still giving him money hand over. He's a millionaire. If he can't start a fucking WordPress site with a video player of his own accord, he doesn't deserve the money he has.
She said, but did you do anything wrong, or did you go in the Capitol or anything like that? And I said, no, ma'am, I ain't been nowhere. In fact, I said, I was not even at the Capitol. I went. We had to get over there like 5:30 in the morning, and I'd been up half the night. I was dead, okay, because my sleep schedule's off, and so I had to get up real early, and then we had to get over there, and we stood out there freezing to death for 6 hours. And I said, in fact, I didn't even hear the president speak that day, because my buddy that was with me was feeling sick at his stomach. He wanted to go back to the hotel room, and I was dead tired. So we just left, and we went back to the hotel. I watched it. I watched what happened at the hotel, and so I said, I mean, I wasn't even over there. I don't know nothing about it. And they said, okay, well, that's good. We're just wondering if if you saw anything or if you knew anything. And I was waiting on them to try to ask me, who are you with? Which I wasn't going to tell them. I was just going to say, if they asked me that, I was just going to say, well, I'm not going to get into that. That's not something I'm saying. But they didn't. I was surprised. And they said, well, we just got to follow all these leads. Now, guys, this is 2 months. Wait, this is 3 months later, 90 days later, 100 days later. Okay. Yeah, I know they tried to trick you into something, but trust me, I was.
I know what you guys are saying. I think that's going to be the downfall of a lot of these grifters. I think the downfall of a lot of these grifters is IRS coming after them. They're not planning on paying the taxes on all the donations they're taking in. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way.
I was, again, I just went with my gut. If they'd asked me something I didn't want to answer, I wouldn't have answered it. I just said, I'm going to use an attorney. But I didn't. Because they said, you're not in trouble. We just want to ask you. And I said, I'll tell you this.
Now all they got to do, that's stupid. Listen, still don't talk to the cops without an attorney present. The reason being, if you misremember something, if you say, my friend was sick and we went straight back to the hotel room, and then they find out that your friend was sick and you did go to the hotel room, but in between you stopped and got some breakfast because you hadn't eaten that day, or got some lunch and took it back with you. Now they got you lying to a federal officer, and all they got to do, they might not charge you on that, but they'll use it for leverage to get you to do something else, or to threaten you with your family.
I never saw one person, sir. I never met one person there. It's the honest truth. Here's the only. I said I was up there for 5 hours that morning, or 6 or 7 hours. I can't remember how long it was. But I said I never talked to one person that was mean, that was ugly. These were the nicest people you've ever seen. And we were in there. I'm talking sardines, man, just packed in like sardines. You couldn't move. And I said, never one person said anything ugly. It was all great. And the only way I could get out of there is I had to help this lady that was on a hover round in a wheelchair trying to get out. And I had to help her. And I was just saying, wheelchair coming, let us through. And they would move out of the way. I said, but here's my question for y'all. They said, okay. And I said, here's my question for you. Why are you here at my house? You got dadgum freaking BLM and Antifa burning Portland to the ground over here.
I bet you said that. I bet you said that. I bet you said, what the fuck you doing up in here? You ain't seen them black people running around all up in them big cities. I bet you said that.
And I said, and the other thing is, and the lady said, well,
you got a fucking hair on your ass. And I said, the other thing is, and the lady cut me off. Okay, I bet you said that.
You'd be surprised. I mean, I was like, yeah, okay.
I've got witnesses when I've cussed the cops out. Well, Mariah cried and screamed, "We're going to jail! I hate you! We're going to jail!"
I will be. But I said, I don't understand this. Why you're coming to ask us stuff when I said, I've got proof. I got video proof. I could show you, ma'am and sir. I could take you into my office or wherever, and I could show you video proof of that guy, that little short dude, the little black guy. What's his name? I don't know. He got paid $70,000. I could show you the receipts. Okay, and he's walking around free as far as I know. I said most of those people, they were all on video saying, "Hey, watch this. We're gonna put on this Trump hat and we're gonna act like we're Trump." And I said, what about the people where
we're gonna put on this Trump hat? We're gonna act like we're Trump. But they were carrying cell phones in their pockets. If you don't think for a fucking minute that they got all that cell phone data, all that fucking data, everybody carrying an Android, instant data from Google, everybody, dumbass.
The policemen were saying,
well, they were fake Trumpers.
Come on in. And they said, yeah, we know about that. We do. And I said, well, I'm sorry, I just don't understand this. And they said, well, we're looking into all leads. And
all of them. And we'll take you up on your advice. Maybe we'll get our asses up to Portland. We thank you for your recommendation.
Looking at coming to my house.
I tell you what, sir, I'm gonna put in for a transfer.
And somebody else's house and ain't done a blame thing. They're wasting all your time. Got you running around chasing the wind when you ought to be we ought to be going after the bad guys. I said, but here's the problem. because they had said before, he said, we understand there's a lot of good people there. And I said, but let me tell you something. If some of those people that were Trump supporters, if they went in there and they did something that they shouldn't have done, then I'm all for them. They need punished, whatever. But I said, those are not the people that's doing the bad stuff. It's these Antifa people dressed up like Trump supporters. And I said, so, and she goes, well, I know there's a lot of good people. John Sullivan. Thank you, Danny. John Sullivan's his name, punk. And
every app that you put on your phone that has anything to do with location always ask you location all the time, or only when this app's open, or do not allow location services. Any single one of those apps, if you hit all the time, which is the suggested one, if you hit all the time, done, tracked. Even if you believe in the agreements, they probably do it anyways, even if you say no, but still.
So I said, but here's my question for you. I said, here's what aggravates me, sir, ma'am, and I'm sure you're just like me here. I'm sure you're.
Can we get some water? Well, you look like I'm made out of water and Bluetooth speakers.
You're good people. Most of the FBI.
Kristen, get the FBI men some water.
Are good people on the lower levels, but our top is absolutely corrupt. I mean, they are guilty of sin. It's unbelievable, and nothing happens.
Yeah, one fucking person. He's telling the truth about one fucking person.
To them. I guess because the Clintons have them by the balls. And somebody said, you said that? I said, yeah, I said it to them. Or something like that. The Clintons got
okay.
Or whatever.
The Clintons have... What did you just lie about? Hold on.
Most of the FBI are good people on the lower levels, but our top is absolutely corrupt. I mean, they are guilty of sin. It's unbelievable. And nothing happens to them. I guess because the Clintons have them by the balls. And somebody said, you said that? I said, yeah, I said it to them. Yeah,
okay. The Clintons have them by the balls.
Or something like that. The Clintons got them.
Now, the Clintons were killed at Gitmo. Don't you ever listen to Gene Decode?
Okay, or whatever. And I said, and they, you know what they did? They just kind of went. They couldn't say it. They just kind of went. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They agreed with you. They agreed with you. Sure. They agreed. I knew it. I knew they were going to agree with you from the moment you started this story. Because in your head, everyone agrees with you. You dumb fuck. Holy shit. Yeah, they just kind of went, yeah, they do have our balls. Yeah. You got your balls, Agent Smith? No, I don't have mine either. They got mine too.
There's, and they kind of just felt like they just kind of went silent. They couldn't really say anything. And so anyway, and then they said, well, we appreciate your time. Like I say, we just had to follow all the leads and we were just asking you about it. So, and they left. And
I think that there was a 99% Trump supporters there. I think anybody that snuck in, we can't fucking blame them for a goddamn thing. Because I saw my friends, people I followed, people I talked to online, kicking down fucking doors and breaking fucking windows and climbing through it. I didn't see anybody I had seen in a protest. I saw people that I follow online, that I speak to in person, doing that shit. So I think it's fucking lazy and stupid to fucking blame it on Trump supporters. And I think or to blame it on non-Trump supporters faking. And I think the left does the same goddamn thing at a protest. And when they say, oh, Trump supporters snuck in and caused the violence, and we see these people that's obviously not true. The president called a fucking angry army to the Capitol and then let them do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. And then 3 hours later said, I love you and you're special. I'm a Trump supporter. On January 6th, Trump was a fucking bitch. I had a live stream going, and I said, that's a fucking bitch move. We love you. You're special. Go home. Fuck you and fuck your family.
I just thought, man, what in the world? What? I mean, I think the most I've ever gotten is a speeding ticket. I mean, so, I don't know. But again, General Flynn did say, do not talk to them without an attorney. And again, if they'd asked me something more serious.
He always talks about how big a man he is, about how much he loves his followers, about how much he cares for the people. He was a fucking pussy. He was a fucking pussy. And he deserves what he gets.
But I didn't say anything that could be construed any type of way. I just told him the truth. And that's the truth. And but when we were in Tulsa, there was a lady that was being harassed by the FBI. And if you watch the event from Tulsa, you'll see it. And So anyway, it was. I mean, I wasn't scared or nothing. It just was weird. You know, it's just kind of like, huh, what? You know,
was it? He was scared to death.
So anyway, that's what happened. It was a
I
start.
told him the Clintons have your balls.
And it just crazy, man, crazy. Yeah. I should have sold him a shirt that said, "Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you."
There you go. Sell him a shirt.
Okay, but
the fuck are you talking about?
I was just thinking, golly, what am I going to do here? Now let me tell you this. There's some crazy stuff going on, guys. There's some crazy stuff going on. You know, I got word today that the biggest bank in Canada, has gone bankrupt. I don't know. Forgive me there. I just got a text message from someone. JW, the guy just sent me the text message. Contact me after we get done. Okay? Contact me after we get done. Okay? So anyway, some crazy stuff's going on. I mean, there's been internet outages all over the world.
Oh God, there it goes.
I'm hearing that Nasera
10 days of darkness
on the verge of happening. You know, it's with the global currency revaluation. But again, there's some crazy things going on. And so anyway, lots of stuff happening right now. I will tell you this. Well, first of all, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Before I get into that, I'm gonna show you Bert's new song right here.
Oh goddamn! I'm not listening to Bert. Fuck Bert. If Bert made $200,000, Bert can fend for himself. Holy fuck! It's got Brad in it. Hold on. The song has Brad in it.
All right.
Dr. Shiva is probably the most accurate person I've seen so far.
He put that together in no time, and I was supposed to play it.
Oh shit!
I forgot. And as you know, Bert has been battling stage
It's
4.
got me in it. Have you seen Bert? It's got me in it.
Neck cancer. So again, if you feel led, you can contribute to BertLynch.com at his GoFundMe link there on his website. And I know he appreciates all of the.
Don't send me any more money for Bert. We've been funneling it illegally through my wife's Venmo. Don't send it to me no more.
What the Little Talk Show Nation has done for Bert, and he is very, very grateful.
If they really thought Nasara was coming, if they really thought Gassara was coming, if they really thought a great financial reset was coming that would give out all this money to all the people who need it, why the fuck they selling mugs and masks and t-shirts and bikinis and flags and tomahawks and taking donations? Won't they be set in a couple weeks? If I thought with all my heart, I knew that I was going to win the Powerball tomorrow, you think I'd be selling you a goddamn thing? You think I'd be like, hey guys, if you don't mind, the donation link is cultclub.com, KULTKLUB, Cult Club. If you guys don't care to leave a little bit of money there, I'd appreciate it. The $60 I make tonight is really going to change my life. Fuck out of here.
And just a great man. So, okay, now I'm going to go to the.
He's a great man.
I want to tell you the good news. Okay, I want to tell you the real good news. Okay, so let me turn this around.
It is socialism. They say that you're going to get universal basic income by way of Vatican gold. They said that everybody's going to quit their job because alien technology. They said that universal medical care by med beds. That Trump's going to take over the banking system, the media, social media. Several other countries are going to conglomerate here, and they're all going to be controlled in the United States and military rule. It's definitely authoritarian, if nothing else.
I promised this person that I would not give their name. I promised this person I would not even say who it came from.
Okay. I hope not.
But what this person told me made my spirit man jump inside me.
What the fuck is your spirit man? I think you're supposed to have those exercised.
When they told me this today. And here's the bottom line of what
Alien technology. That's all they say. Alien technology. Alien technology will do everybody's jobs. There'll be no need to work anymore, and everybody will be rich.
Okay, it's going to be real short and sweet. We're not going to have a long show tonight, okay? Let me say that. Thank you for somebody just said that. Before I say this, also, last night or the night before, there were tons of police all around the U.S. Treasury building in D.C.
God.
Okay?
Everywhere.
Something is going on, okay? And you can look on
10 Days of Darkness.
Telegram. I know he's putting a lot of that stuff on there. I'm trying to follow him as best I can. There's just so much to look at, and there's so little time.
They originally said that the new quantum financial system was fully digital, and their right-wing conservative Christians freaked out, screaming it's the mark of the beast. So then they said that it's going to be paper money, but it's going to have a chip in it, so the government knows every dime you spend, and nobody can spend it on anything illegal. No drugs, no sex, nothing fun. You just got to buy everything that the government wants you to buy, basically.
Trying to put your own show together and do everything else. But so that's another little point there. Okay. Also, I'll tell you that later. Let me get back to the good news. So here it is. With no further ado, this person told me, and you just again, I'm not going to divulge a source, but the person, if I told you this person's name that said this, you would know them immediately. There's not a person on here that wouldn't recognize the name of this person if I said their name. No one. Okay. Probably no one in America wouldn't not know the person. And this person said, don't worry about things. Trump is still the president.
Oh.
He didn't say Trump won the presidency, but they took it from him. He said, don't worry about things. Don't get all up in arms. Trump is still the president.
Oh, no.
And the next thing was, why do you think those checks went out with his name on them? Okay.
They didn't.
And
they literally didn't. They literally didn't. They were signed by some female who works at the Treasury Department. They literally didn't have his name on it. Dumb fuck.
My spirit man jumped inside me because I knew that already. I knew it.
The last round of stimulus checks, if you got a paper check, it was signed by some female who works at the Treasury Department.
But it was just more confirmation that he is in control. He is the president. I don't understand all of this, guys, that's going on. I don't understand why and what and how and when and all of these things that you're going to ask me. I don't understand it, okay? This is deep, deep stuff, okay? And I don't understand why they've got those people there. I don't understand if it's a clone, if it's a mask. I don't care. I don't understand if it's them,
Yes, all of the above.
There's a lot of stuff. But I do know this. Yeah, General Flynn did say that at the conference. But this is not, I'm not talking about what General Flynn said at the conference. I'm talking about this is someone of General Flynn's caliber that said this personally with someone. Okay? I'll just leave it at that.
Personally with someone. I just leave it at that.
But I'm telling you right now.
Who else was there of General Flynn's caliber? Linwood? That batshit crazy motherfucker? Okay.
Trump is in charge. And we're going to all find out one day.
Yeah, god damn. When are you all going to wake the fuck up? They're going to pass every fucking law they ever had a wet dream about. While y'all motherfuckers are waiting for Trump to come riding in bareback on an F-16.
I don't know. But I know this mafia, this deep cabal is very, very deep. It's the deep state is so deep. And
I've never been paid before being fucked.
All of the things that are going on because we're not privy to that information. Okay. Yeah, the second one did have some lady's name on it. That's right. The first one had Trump's, and then the second one had some other. The bottom line is, did it have Joe Biden's name on it? No.
Well, you just said, he said, why did those checks go out with Trump's name on it? You didn't say, why did they not have Joe Biden's name on it? So you're calling your source a fucking liar. Your own chat just called you out.
Not privy to that information, okay? Yeah, the second one did have some lady's name on it. That's right. The first one had Trump's, and then the second one had some other. The bottom line is, did it have Joe Biden's name on it? No, because your chat called you out, and you called your source a liar. He's phony. He's not the president. Okay, and I don't understand the psyop that's going on, but I do trust that they have reasons for doing what they're doing, and I have no reason to doubt the person that said this. This is absolutely solid. Okay. Now, and they said it's not going to last much longer.
God, I mean Trump works in mysterious ways.
Hang in there. That's great, great news. God
Hang in there. Hang it like a hair on a biscuit.
in control. God is in control. And you know, my mother-in-law said on the way to the ball game today, said,
Dude, you know what I think this is payback for? You remember how hard we made fun of like the Hillary Clinton crowd when she lost to Trump, and they like cried and screamed and shit. Yeah, we stormed the fucking Capitol, and then we pocketed ourselves onto little known corners of the internet, and just started making up all kinds of crazy fucking shit, hanging out, donating millions of dollars to different people, driving around driving around the country in buses, flying around, talking to some guy's boots. Like, we did all kinds of fucked up shit. It's payback. We're getting it.
I just want these kids to be okay. Get these kids out of these situations, and and of course,
you don't get this good of a psyop without the government involved. I don't think. I swear, I don't think.
I do too. We all do.
See, man.
I think we don't understand. We just want things done now. I want popcorn, microwave popcorn. I want this, that. I want to go get the children. I want to do all this stuff. And obviously, this thing is really, really.
I want to go get them children out of them underground bases, get them away from them lizard people. How do lizard people even live underground? Do they have heat rocks, heat lamps? I don't know. They're cold-blooded, clearly.
Deep the swamp is, and we've got to do it in a certain way, or it's not going to work. Okay, and so we've got to do the best we can to trust that our leaders know what they're doing. This plan has been in the works for years and years and years. It's the biggest reason Trump ran for office. That and the children. Okay, so you just, like I said, man, this is solid.
Trump, the fucking billionaire, ran for office for the children. He couldn't just use the money to help out some kids, or...
Praise the Lord. Okay. And so anyway, I want to end tonight with something special for you that I know you're going to love. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like I said, tonight's not going to be a long one. It's going to be a short one, but we got such good news tonight. And so
good deal.
What I want to share with you real quick here.
Hell yeah. Let's see it.
I know you're going to love it. And
they live by lava tubes, maybe.
Before I do it. Yeah, that Vera Robinson or whatever her name is, that's right. Somebody just said she's in charge of the bankruptcy of the U.S. corporation. That's exactly right. Okay.
Oh, God.
Here we go again, Facebook, fair use notice. Here we are. Okay. We're not making money on this. It's just presentation includes commentary, criticism, and parody. Okay. Not intended to be a substitute for creators.
They will literally make rumors up about someone, and that person will come out and make a public statement and say, this is not true about me. Like Sidney Powell. They claim that Sidney Powell was the only civilian lawyer able to try military tribunals against government officials. And she's literally come out on several shows saying, I don't know how that rumor started. That has nothing to do with me. I don't know what it's about. And even as crazy as she is, she's come out and said all that. Even on the crazy Anon show she goes on, like fucking that Bill Billingsley or whatever. Doug Billingsley. And they still pass that rumor around. They just have to watch her. That's all they got to do. Is watch her. No, that's not me. I don't know. I've never been in the military. I never worked with the military. I've never done any of that. Look up her own page talking about her experience. Nope.
Here we go. This is good.
Remember this, nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever.
Then they make these fan videos, Justin Belushi, and then they present them around like they're like something real or something. All they are is they go from constant coping and lying about what's going on again and again and again to, hey, let's all get pumped up watching this video. The first video I ever watched of Brad was he was showing this animated cartoon that was like he was kind of slyly naming all the different people, like it wouldn't say Clinton, it would say Clinton and shit like that. Mason,
going to
thank
win
you
the
very much.
Powerball, are you? Well, then I say that makes this alone not a tip.
Thank you very much. That's a loan, not a tip, because I plan on winning the Powerball tomorrow. They don't even draw tomorrow, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. It was literally a cartoon that like slyly named like all the people involved in the deep state, and then started talking about how Monsters Inc. had a soccer ball in it, and a chemical equation for Adreno C looks like a soccer ball, blah blah blah. Like it was just so stupid. It was so stupid. It was like an autist on 4chan made it to make fun of people who would believe it. And he's like, look at this. I'm sorry, I know some of you guys are going to find this disturbing, but it's all true. It's all true. Thank you very much for that, by the way. That tip into the cult club. I appreciate it very much.
Easy. Following your convictions means you must be willing to face criticism from those who lack the same criminals to do what is right, and they know what is right.
The video just started, and he's screaming from the audience, criminals! Like, they get so pumped up on this shit that they can't see anything but fucking blood.
But they don't have the courage or the guts or the stamina to take it and to do it. It's called the road.
The whole way I got started in this was like people were sending me videos and saying, is this true? And I would have to watch it and say, no, that's not true. And then we ended up watching one for Scott McKay, and he was giving out Purple Hearts. And it pissed me off. Like the Purple Hearts video pissed me off. He's giving out Purple Hearts for people who lose their channels because of terms of service. Oh, it's got Jesus in it? Of course it does. He was giving out Purple Hearts. It pissed me off, and I contacted him on Twitter, and he was a little bitch about it. I told him everything, like my service record, that I didn't appreciate it, that it wasn't respectful. It didn't honor the Purple Heart. Like, it actually made it like a joke. You're not going to give out fucking digital Purple Hearts for people who lose their YouTube channels. It has nothing to do with that, and it takes away from what it really means. And he responded, good for you. And that was it. I made the video. Here we go. It blew up. It had like, I don't know, it's got like 20,000 views, and that's the second time I had to repost it.
My computer. I don't know what's going on with it. Come on.
Oh, it's Jesus time.
Come on. Computer.
Jesus doesn't even want to be on your computer and your show, Brad.
Facebook, I have permission to use this with a fair
I don't know what you're talking about.
use act. Don't cut me off. It's fair use. Our movement is about replacing.
I guess. I can't listen to that. It's going to cut me off.
All right, I'm going to try. Stay with me. Let's fight them. Hang tight.
I'm not going to be able to listen to that.
See if we can get it on another one.
I bet. I used to make pretty decent money doing protests too. Man, it's just so fucking depressing watching them burn shit down, dude.
Ever came easy.
It said that Facebook passed, and so
Not a thing. Actually, Scott McKay's latest fight online was because someone asked him, "Hey, if I buy a shirt, how much goes to the children?" And he attacked the person who asked him. Said it was a setup.
Some of that was Facebook. Some of it was on my end, I think, as well. But I know one of them was Facebook because it come on and said Facebook is deleting your video or something, blocking it or something. It came on and said that Facebook is taking this down or something. One time. The other time I think it was internet. But anyway, okay, so that's the link if you want to get to it. All right, listen, we're going to have, like again, I talked to my guy tonight. We should have things up and rolling by Friday.
Some of you are still hanging on.
Okay, and it's going to be awesome. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to try to get on Mike Lindell's deal too. Hopefully we can, that may be an avenue we use as well. So, but I know he's having a lot of trouble. So we'll see.
If you sell a shirt that says Save our children are not for sale, let's rescue the kids, blah, blah, blah. At least a portion of it ought to go to something. You know what I mean? There's one that Tony says is a good one, like it's called Tunnels to Towers or some shit.
But
I've never looked into it, but
today, and don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. And technical difficulties. We're gonna have some new gear here on littletalkshow.net. LILTALKSHOW.net. LILTalkshow.net. You can go there, get all you Brad Talk Show gear, all of that. We're putting together this event that we're planning on putting together here is coming together. God is moving.
A $400 tip, damn.
That are happening, and somebody saying, "Well, I got his number, and I know this guy who knows this guy," and it's all coming together, man. And
I think I've gotten like since I've been streaming, which we're coming up probably on 2 years now. If you add together the time I've been at Twitch, I haven't been on YouTube nowhere near that long, but on Twitch, I've probably gotten like $600 or $700 tips. And one time we were raising money for something. I was going somewhere or doing something or buying something, and somebody just finished it. I think it was like $131, $140, something like that. That was the biggest tip I think I ever got.
For that, and we are going to take this fight. And yes,
still
Trump
cool
is
though.
Control. Trump is still the president. All of those things. But we have also, regardless, we have got to stand up and fight and take responsibility for our country. And again, I don't know what that entails for each one of us, but each one of us can get involved in some way. And so I'm definitely considering some ways to get involved and maybe even run.
I mean, the frog, people are looking for hopium to buy. That's what they want right now. They don't want, first of all, I cuss, so they don't want me. Second of all, they don't want me to tell them like it's time to just fucking suck it up, like we got shit to do. If you don't back Joe Biden and his agenda, then you need to stand up to it, and it's time to fucking get down in the trenches and don't let Nino shoot you in the head. So like the Froggets have only been live for like 3 months, and they've got like 10 times my following.
For office, okay, I don't know, but something to pray about. But I tell you what, man, we've got to make some moves. We got to make some moves, not just talk about it. We got to take some action. Okay, so let's close with a word of prayer, and we'll be back again tomorrow night. Okay, all right.
Patriot Street Fighter is a piece of shit.
Help us to heal. Help us to wake up before we ask these things. And I'm going to, if this, I'm probably going to leave this up on here because I don't think I don't see any reason why they would take it down. Also, for those who are still on here, let me tell you this. I talked to my friend about little Isaac. I meant to say this earlier. My gosh.
Yeah, I do think it's bullshit the way they pull God into it at all. Like, leave God out. Just do your political thing, and if you want to do a church thing, do your church thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Okay,
I'm getting tired of seeing drawings of Trump with Jesus holding his hand and shit.
Isaac, they've had some positive signs. Okay, his little lungs are like punctured bad. He has brain damage, broken bones, all kind of stuff. But I talked to the lady that told me about this, and he is the mom said he wiggled his toes today. Okay, and so prayers are working. Please continue to pray.
Oh yeah, I knew you didn't really like Patriot Street Fighter.
Our nation up in Washington State, and so anyway, so with that, guys, if you are unsure of how to get to anything of mine, go to my Facebook page under info on the left, and you'll see all the links for my Telegram, for my Rumble, all of those. And if something's not here, it's going to be over there. All right. So with that said, good night, everybody. Have a great evening. We have a lot to be thankful for, and we have a lot to be excited about. God bless. Good night from Chattanooga, Tennessee. This is Brad signing off.
I can't play Bert's videos. I can't play that one because it's got music in it. I can't play Bert's either because he does have a label. Well, I'll see if I can play it. I'll grab Bert's and I'll upload it, and if it doesn't privately, if it doesn't give me a strike, we'll go back and watch it. But I know I can't play this one. There's no way. YouTube will strike me down during the middle of the video. Facebook's been getting better, but it's usually after the video. But YouTube will strike me down in the middle. All right, that's Bradley, I guess. That's it for that's another night, guys. We'll wrap it up. I I might be able to do Bert's song. I think I've done one of his, but one of them I got struck on too, because I've played 2 of them. But anyways, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Thank you for the tips. We had Mason with a tip there at the end, and then we had some tips on the coffee website, or at least one on the coffee website. Let me see. I appreciate that. Don't forget, tomorrow is Griftbusters. Tomorrow's Griftbusters, Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That'll be broadcast on my channel. It'll probably go to Tony's Twitch and maybe M's channel. I don't know. I can't remember. Juan O. Craven the Truth bought me a 6-pack. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's it. But we'll see you guys on the next one. I'll be back tomorrow. That was a pretty good show. It was better than last night. Last night I didn't feel very good. But thank you very much for the tips. Thank you for the support. Thank you for hanging out. We're doing the marathon stream on Friday. It's going to be kind of different because I can't just go over this stuff for 24 hours. We'll cover other stuff and talk to you guys, see what you guys want to watch, and we'll find something to do. As long as YouTube doesn't strike me down for copyright, we'll be on for 24 hours. The Facebook one I had to break up or something. I don't know how I'll do that because they only let me broadcast for 8 hours, something like that straight. Make sure you're at Griftbusters tomorrow, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you very much. You guys have a good night. And we'll see you tomorrow and the rest of the week, hopefully. See you guys. Have a good one.
Wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's...
Don't make fun of my glasses.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are, telling the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
I see you with your stickers, Oxy. I see you up there.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer?
I think every video should start with me like this in the dark with my meat hammer glasses on, and then the lights should kind of flash a couple times like they're coming up, like old school lights coming on, like fluorescence, and then it should come on. But I can't make it do that. I wish I could.
Beating this chest like he's King Kong, starving for attention. I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry. I can quench that thirst.
Baby eating lizard people.
What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped him to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the truth. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously.
Yeah, we're holding over 100 most nights. Which is really good. Like that, I used to hit 100 and occasionally hit 200, but like tonight we were holding about 100 to 120 all night. So I think we're growing. I was told that if I don't do more recorded videos, I'll get suggested to less people. So I need to put out at least a couple, maybe 3 videos a week that are like pre-recorded during the day. Maybe, and then try to direct people to the stream. I was told I'll grow faster if I do that. I don't know, but somebody who's got a big YouTube channel told me that, so.
It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Fraud News Network, do no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night?
That's right, Nick.
Leeches with all their secret meat.
My watch time is off the fucking charts though. Like I have some, because our videos are so long and a lot of you stick around the whole time. Our watch times are insane compared to some of these other even like big YouTubers, because they don't have long enough videos to get watch times like that. So if I could make some recorded videos, I think we could do really good. I just hate editing. Alright guys, have a good night. Thank you.
Because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic.
See you, Denise.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need